At the same time, he also explained that the focus of the party's work should be on the technological revolution. This matter can be planned in advance within the party. Make it clear to the cadres, but do not publicize it in newspapers for the time being. We will make a special statement after July 1st, because by then the grassroots rectification movement will be almost complete, and the main focus of the whole party can be shifted to the technological revolution. Mao Zedong has never been so focused and devoted almost all his energy to leading economic construction as he is now. How eagerly does he hope that China will soon change its poverty and backwardness. The rapid development of New China in the past 8 years has indeed prepared the conditions for this historic change. By 1957, the total industrial output value increased from 14 billion yuan in 1949 to 78.4 billion yuan, maintaining an annual growth rate of 18.4% during the first 5-year plan period, exceeding the original plan's 14.7% growth rate. This is a high and solid speed. Among them, steel output increased from 158,000 tons in 1949 to 5.35 million tons, coal output increased from 32 million tons in 1949 to 131 million tons. The total agricultural output value increased from 32.6 billion yuan in 1949 to 60.4 billion yuan in 1957, maintaining an annual growth rate of 4.5% during the first 5-year plan period, exceeding the original growth rate of 4.3%. The proportion of total industrial output in total industrial and agricultural production also increased from 41.5% at the beginning of the first 5-year plan to 56.5% at the end, more than half. Some industrial sectors with strategic significance, such as aircraft manufacturing, automobile manufacturing, machine tool equipment manufacturing, non-ferrous metal smelting, high-grade alloy steel smelting, etc., were also established from scratch during this period. At that time, the industrial growth rate of Western capitalist countries was not very high. The average annual growth rate of the United States, the largest power, is only 3.7%, and that of the United Kingdom is only 2.9%. The newly born New China is indeed developing very fast at this speed. In the first year of the second 5-year plan, what development policy should be adopted was Mao Zedong's first consideration. Like solving other problems, he first started by focusing on thinking methods and working methods. Since the beginning of 1956, Mao Zedong has been saying, there are at least 2 ways to do things. One is to achieve the goal slower and worse, the other is to achieve the goal faster and better. One is a speed issue and the other is a quality issue. Don't just think about one approach, often think about both. As a policy, it became Mao Zedong's main weapon to criticize right-leaning conservatism and oppose rash advancement. There is a tortuous historical process here. In the summer of 1955, the State Council began to prepare a 15-year long-term plan for national economic development and the outline of the second 5-year plan. In October, Mao Zedong read the State Planning Commission's report and was dissatisfied with the envisaged pace of development. In December, he wrote the preface to the Socialist Upsurge in Rural China, shifting the opposition to right-leaning conservative ideas from the aspect of socialist transformation to the field of economic construction, and proposed that all walks of life must oppose right-leaning conservative ideas in construction. He said that this preface in terms of economy, we need to do more, faster, more economically. Subsequently, the New Year's Day editorial of People's Daily in 1956 clearly put forward the requirements of more, faster, better and more economical. Soon, there was a wave of departments and regions increasing planning targets and adding infrastructure projects regardless of actual conditions. As Zhou Enlai said, thousands of troops are galloping forward. If this continues, the entire national budget and economic plan are in danger of getting out of control. Beginning in June 1956, under the leadership of Zhou Enlai, great efforts were made to compress the budget and planning targets, and the guiding ideology of opposing both conservatism and aggressive advancement was formed, which was endorsed and supported by Liu Shaokai, who presided over the work of the Central Committee in Beijing. In this spirit, the Central Propaganda Department drafted an editorial for the People's Daily entitled "We Must Oppose Conservatism and Impatience." It was reviewed by Liu Shaokai, Liu Dingyi, and Hu Qiaomu and published on June 20. By September, the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China adopted the recommendations on the Second Five-Year Plan, and the fight against illegal advances had achieved significant results. This editorial became a masterpiece of the 1956 campaign against reckless advancement. Mao Zedong disapproved of this editorial from the beginning. After receiving the editorial manuscript from Liu Shaokai, he approved it with 3 words, "I won't read it." In October 1956, at the second plenary session of the 8th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, Mao Zedong, together with the leaders of the plenary session, came up with 7 opinions, agreeing with the reduction of the 1957 budget and plan targets, but also pointed out, regarding the issue of reduction, reasonable arrangements must be made to avoid chaos. Materials are insufficient, and necessary production should be supported first while paying attention to balance. In fact, Mao Zedong was not very satisfied with these 7 items. Later he said that from June to November 1956, the second plenary session of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China adopted 7 compromise plans to counter the rash advance. It was a dam to block the water. 10 months later, from September to October 1957, the Communist Party of China held the 3rd plenary session of the 8th Central Committee. At this time, the economic situation was developing relatively well, and the masses' enthusiasm for construction was rising. In Mao Zedong's view, the counter-advocacy from the summer of 1956 to the spring of 1957 poured cold water on the enthusiasm of the masses. Mao Zedong publicly criticized the counter-advocacy as a serious issue. After the 3rd plenary session of the 8th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, on December 12, the People's Daily published an editorial titled "We Must Adhere to the Construction Policy of Greater Speed, Greater Efficiency, and Greater Economy." The editorial said, "For a period of time after last autumn, a wave of wind blew up among certain departments, certain units, and certain cadres, which actually wiped out the policy of more, faster, better and more economical. Some people said that the 40 articles of the Agricultural Development Outline were too rash and unworkable, some said that the 1956 National Economic Development Plan was all too rash, and even the first 5-year plan was too rash. Some people actually say that it is better to make conservative mistakes than to make aggressive mistakes, etc. As a result, things that should be done more and faster are done less, slower, or even not. This approach certainly cannot play a positive role in promoting the cause of socialist construction, but has a negative effect of promoting retreat." This editorial was drafted under the leadership of Mao Zedong. According to him, he started writing it before visiting the Soviet Union, but because it was not finished, he took it to Moscow. "When I have nothing to do, I look at the riverside. If I have some free time, I will read it among our delegation. After deliberation, when I came back, some other comrades from the Politburo read it before publishing it. More, faster, better, and more economically. This represents the Central Committee, is a line of the party, and is a line of our construction." On New Year's Day, 1958, People's Daily published another editorial titled "Riding the Wind and Waves." This is written based on the spirit of Mao Zedong's many speeches at the Moscow Conference. The editorial once again emphasized the policy of more, faster, better and more economical, and put forward the slogan of "Work hard and strive for the top." Mao Zedong greatly appreciated this editorial. Soon, Mao Zedong held a Central Work Conference in Nanning, Guangxi, attended by some central leaders and some local leaders. This was the famous Nanning Conference. Before the Nanning Conference, there was a Hangzhou Conference attended by the first secretaries of the party committees of 6 provinces and cities in East China. The Hangzhou Conference was held twice. One was for 3 days from December 16 to 18, 1957, the other was for 2 days, January 3 and 4, 1958. This time Zhou Enlai participated. According to Mao Zedong, the first time they broke up without any results and nothing came out of the discussion, but the second time they accumulated some opinions. At the meetings on January 3 and 4, Mao Zedong gave 2 speeches, focusing on the methods of leading economic construction, the relationship between politics and business, the 2 types of contradictions between ourselves and the enemy and among the people, as well as continuous revolution, technological revolution, etc. He once again criticized the counter-advocacy and criticized Zhou Enlai and others by name for the first time. The Hangzhou Conference was actually the prelude to the Nanning Conference. Mao Zedong's 2 speeches discussed a total of 17 issues, which can be said to be the prototype of the 60 articles of working methods. As soon as the Hangzhou Conference ended, Mao Zedong left Hangzhou, took a special plane via Changsha, and arrived in Nanning on January 6. The climate here is still as warm as spring, and the mountains and rivers are picturesque. There are only a few yellow leaves on the acacia trees, telling people that it is autumn here and not spring. Mao Zedong was preparing to hold a larger central work conference here. He personally wrote a notice of the meeting and requested to attend the meeting. In addition to Liu Shaokai, Zhou Enlai, Chen Yun, Deng Xiaoping, Peng Zhen, and several vice prime ministers in charge of planning, finance and economy, Li Fukun, Li Xiannian, and Bo Yubo, there were also Huang Jing, Director of the National Technical Committee and Minister of the First Ministry of Machinery Industry, Wang Heshu, Director of the National Construction Commission and Minister of the Ministry of Metallurgical Industry, and Wu Lengzi, President of Xinhua News Agency and Editor-in-Chief of People's Daily. Also requested to attend the meeting were leaders from some provinces and cities, including Wang Qin, Zhang Desheng, Li Jingquan, Pan Fuxian, Wang Renzhong, Yang Shangkui, Zhou Xiaozhou, Tao Zhu, Lu Jianxun, as well as Lu Ran, Second Secretary of the Beijing Municipal Party Committee, Shi Xiangsheng, Secretary of the Henan Provincial Party Committee Secretariat, Wei Qiuqing, Secretary of the Guangxi Provincial Party Committee Secretariat, and 3 secretaries of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee, Chen Boda, Hu Qiaomu, and Tian Jiaying. The Nanning Conference was held from January 11 to 22. Mao Zedong presided over the meeting. The main topic is to discuss the 1958 budget and economic plan, as well as the 60 articles of working methods that are being formed. 22 reference documents were issued at the meeting, 3 of which were issued as anti-advocacy materials, which are the opposite of more, faster, better and more economical. They are, a passage from Li Xianyan's report on the 1956 budget at the 3rd session of the First National People's Congress, the People's Daily editorial on June 20, 1956, We Must Oppose Conservatism and Impatience, and an excerpt from Zhou Enlai's report on the 1957 National Economic Plan at the 2nd plenary session of the 8th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. As soon as these 3 documents were issued, the atmosphere of the meeting became tense. On the evening of January 11, Mao Zedong gave his first speech at the meeting, focusing on 2 issues, opposing decentralism and combating adventurous advancement. Regarding opposing decentralism, he said, I have not read the report of the State Council to the National People's Congress for 2 years. Just giving the finished product, not the raw materials, is not okay. You should leave your notebook to talk about problems, bring out the theme ideas, and have a conversation. The financial and economic departments do not communicate information to the Politburo, and there is no common language. In order to oppose decentralization, I made up a mantra: the great power is monopolized, the small power is dispersed, the party committee decides, and all parties handle it, the decision is made, and the principles are not deviated from, the party committee is responsible for work inspection. He said, Centralization can only be concentrated on the party committee, the political bureau, the secretariat, and the standing committee, and there can only be one core. Mao Zedong's criticism of decentralism was directed at the State Council. Wang Renzhong, who attended the meeting, wrote in his diary, "In the evening, I talked with comrades Xian Nian, Fu Kun, and Yubo about the chairman's speech, and I felt a little surprised by such sharp criticism of decentralism." Then, Mao Zedong criticized the counter-advocacy. He said, "Those in charge of industry have become high-ranking, middle-ranking, or minor officials. They think they are already popular and cannot get out. They advanced in 1956, counter-advanced in 1957, and again in 1958. Is it better to advance rashly or counter-advance?" He gave the example of regulating the Huihe River. He said that 1.2 billion yuan was spent to regulate the Huihe River in 1967, and only 1.2 billion earthworks were built. Anhui has already completed 800 million earthworks this year, and another 800 million earthworks will only cost tens of millions of yuan. Mao Zedong said in a warning tone, "Don't mention the term countering rash advancement. This is a political issue. First of all, you didn't recognize the fingers clearly. Only one of the 10 fingers had a sore, which required more people and more money. These things must be countered. If we didn't mention countering rash advancement at that time, it would not have become a trend. 3 items were blown away. Come into the committee. This is a matter of politics, not business. If there is something wrong with one finger, it will be cured. I have not understood the problem of 600 million people. Which is the main problem, or is the mistake the main thing? Is it to protect enthusiasm, encourage enthusiasm, or to pour cold water on others?" On the morning of January 12, the meeting continued. Mao Zedong's second speech began by saying, "For 8 years we have struggled for such a working method." The working method he mentioned here refers to speed, efficiency and economy. He continued to criticize the anti-advocacy. "At the Hangzhou meeting, I complained in front of Enlai. The preface of the book The Socialist Upsurge in Rural China had a great impact on the country. Is it a personality cult or an idol worship? Whatever the reason, it was published in newspapers and periodicals across the country, and it had a great impact. In this way, I became the culprit of the rash advance. I have made great achievements in financial and economic work, and only one of my 10 fingers is not good. Okay, I've said it 10,000 times but it doesn't work. I hope to improve our working methods." This time, I asked comrades to come all the way. Originally, I didn't want to talk about it. I was a little discouraged. These comrades were thrown to the edge of the right wing, only 50 meters away, and panicked. They said that the present is not as good as it used to be and that the losses of being aggressive are greater than those of being conservative. He said, "The most fearful thing is that the 600 million people have no energy and cannot hold their heads up. To oppose rash advancement is to vent the energy of 600 million people." He told the story of Song Yu writing Ode to Deng Tuzi's lust and said that they all used the same method, which was called attack one point and not be as good as the rest. Mao Zedong once again criticized decentralism. He said, "My method of dealing with decentralism is passive resistance, criticism in small meetings, and criticism in front of everyone. I need to share some information in advance, and always say that it has not been done well, which is actually a blockade. Take out the document 10 minutes before the meeting and ask others to approve it, without considering other people's psychological state. I'm not attacking everyone, I'm attacking cadres above the minister level, and those who are pouring rain." Before this, Zhou Enlai stayed in Beijing due to work, did not attend the meeting, and did not directly hear the speeches made by Mao Zedong. On January 13, Zhou Enlai arrived in Nanning by plane. That night, Mao Zedong talked with Liu Shaokai and Zhou Enlai until late at night. On January 14, the meeting continued. Mao Zedong's third speech talked about working methods, with a total of 24 points, which was more systematic than the 17 points of the Hangzhou Conference. Criticism of the work of the Anti-Advocacy Committee and the State Council remains sharp. This time he used the philosophical point of view of balance and imbalance to criticize anti-advocacy. Mao Zedong always believed that our planning work was both balanced and unbalanced. Balance is relative, imbalance is absolute. When it comes to balance, it will not work without breaking the balance. He said, anti-advocacy is about balance, but I don't know that anti-advocacy has hurt the hearts of many people. It has lost its power to build water conservancy, run cooperatives, eliminate illiteracy, and eliminate the four evils. He once again emphasized that we should pay attention to the difference between 9 fingers and 1 finger, and we must grasp the mainstream. If you grasp the wrong one, it will be bad. Attack one point, but not as good as the rest. This approach has suffered great losses in history. Dogmatism has done this in the past, and lost a lot for a small amount of money. From January 11 to 14, Mao Zedong gave 3 consecutive speeches, focusing on criticizing decentralism and countering rash advancement, forming 24 working methods. Starting from January 15, the first secretaries of the provincial and municipal party committees and the person in charge of economic work under the State Council reported on the work arrangements for 1958 at the meeting. Mao Zedong attended the meeting every day and kept interrupting, sometimes speaking at a very long length. On January 16, K. Qingshi reported. Mao Zedong gave a long speech, starting from a report by K. Qingshi. K's report was delivered at the Second Party Congress of Shanghai on December 25, 1957, and was titled Riding the Wind and Waves to Accelerate the Construction of a New Socialist Shanghai. Mao Zedong made revisions and asked the People's Daily to publish the full text. Mao Zedong praised K. Qingshi's report and said, "This article suppressed us all. Shanghai's total industrial output accounts for 1/5 of the country's total. There are 1 million proletarians, and it is the place where the bourgeoisie is most concentrated. Capitalism was first born in Shanghai, with the longest history and the sharpest class struggle. Only a place like this can produce such an article. There are not many such articles in Beijing." It is obvious that Mao Zedong used this to criticize the leaders of the State Council in charge of economic work. Mao Zedong asked Zhou Enlai, "Comrade Enlai, you are the Prime Minister. Look, can you write this article?" Zhou replied, "I can't write it." Mao then said, "Aren't you against rash advancement?" "I am against rash advancement." These words are obviously very serious and too much. Mao Zedong added, "Zhou Enlai's report is a Marxist article. The problem is how to describe achievements and shortcomings. The provincial party committee secretary must study theory and cultivate talents, and he must study grammar, textual research, and vocabulary. If one person writes several articles every year, things will be easier to handle." He criticized many provincial committees and ministries for being busy with administrative work all day long and running around day and night. They did not engage in the study of textual research, poetry, and principles, nor did they go out for a run, and their thinking was rigid. In response to these circumstances, he proposed that leading cadres should learn theory, read some books, and learn some foreign languages. He said, "Without theory, why should we do leadership work? Leading cadres must take matters into their own hands, create work collectively, and use their brains, without raising some theoretical issues." Mao Zedong proposed that we should break the twilight spirit and promote vitality. He said that twilight qi is official qi, and we all have quite a bit of it. The world's great inventors are often not great intellectuals, but young people. Wang Bai died at the age of 22, and Yan Hui lived to be 32 years old. The rest of his life is to be feared. Zhou Yu was in his 20s and Li Shimin was in his teens as commander-in-chief. Now our group can easily suppress the new forces. We must emphasize revolutionary vitality and maintain strong fighting spirit. Read more and study more theories to increase a common language, get rid of staleness and maintain vitality to build up revolutionary energy. These are the two key points of Mao Zedong's speech. He criticized some people and events, and these criticisms were focused on the person in charge of the State Council in charge of economic work, which continued to increase the tension in the meeting. According to Bo Yubo's recollection, the participants at the time were speculating on whom Mao Zedong's criticism was mainly aimed at. At that time, everyone was wondering, who was he criticizing? Comrade Xiaokai said, the chairman's criticism was directed at a few people in charge of economic work. On the evening of January 17, Chairman Mao asked Comrade Fukun and Xian Nian to talk to me, and he made it clear that the criticism was mainly directed at Comrade Chen Yun. On January 17, Li Xiannian reported. Mao Zedong once again criticized the counter-advocacy. He took the People's Daily editorial on countering rash advancement, read a paragraph, and criticized a paragraph. Who is this editorial aimed at? It is a criticism of my preface to Climax. The policy proposed in the editorial is not good for socialist construction. I did not expect that it would create such an anti-advocacy atmosphere and dampen enthusiasm. This was unexpected. When the People's Daily editorial quoted a passage from the second preface to Climax written by Mao Zedong, it only quoted the first half. People's thinking must adapt to the changed situation. Of course, no one can think wildly without basis, plan their own actions beyond the conditions permitted by the objective situation, and do not forcefully do things that are really impossible. Without quoting the second part, but the current problem is that right-leaning conservative ideas are causing trouble in many aspects, making many aspects of work unable to adapt to the development of objective conditions. The current problem is that many people think that things that can be done through hard work cannot be done. Therefore, it is completely necessary to continue to criticize those right-leaning conservative ideas that do exist. Mao Zedong's focus in writing this preface was originally to criticize right-leaning conservative ideas, but the editorial did not quote these words, but quoted other words containing the content of guarding against leftism. Therefore, Mao Zedong was very dissatisfied and said, "This is not the focus of my article. If you want to quote it, you should quote the full text." Quoting the full text means denying him. On the evening of January 19, Mao Zedong had a private conversation with Zhou Enlai. Then there was a general meeting, which ended at 1 a.m. the next day. Zhou Enlai and Liu Shaokai both spoke at the meeting and took responsibility for the counter-advocacy. In his speech, Zhou Enlai assumed the main responsibility for countering rash advancement. He said, "Anti-adventive advancement is a problem, a period of policy-oriented vacillation and mistakes. Anti-addictive advancement is due to the failure to understand or incomplete understanding that the productivity will develop by leaps and bounds after the changes in production relations. Therefore, we let go of mobilizing the masses to carry out social activities. In the process of socialist revolution and construction, we often only see things but not people, especially exaggerating many individual phenomena into general phenomena or main phenomena. This is a right-leaning conservative idea. Province, the industrial and agricultural production in 1957 was affected to some extent, and some projects in capital construction were reduced. And the most important loss is that if the policy is deviated, the enthusiasm of the masses and cadres will not be supported, but will be restrained, which makes us follow the mass line policy. Therefore, this policy is the opposite of the chairman's policy of promotion. No matter what your subjective thoughts are, it will always go against the chairman's policy. I am responsible for this mistake." Liu Shaokai said, "The People's Daily anti-advocacy editorial is wrong in basic principles. I published it and I bear the main responsibility. Regarding the wavering of the policy of socialist construction at that time, I did not feel that it was a matter of policy. I feel heavy about this mistake, and I feel sad that I don't have a deep understanding of the chairman's intention. Heavy and happy, happy to see the crowd climax. Since liberation, Our party has led the construction of revolutionary leadership, and right deviation is our main danger. On January 20, the three vice prime ministers in charge of planning, finance, and economy, Li Fukun, Li Xiannian and Bo Yubo, reported on their work. Mao Zedong continued to make some harsh criticisms in his interjection. He proposed that a meeting method should be adopted that combines the opinions of the central and local governments. Beijing is one kind of air, and the local area is another kind of air. It is necessary to make the two kinds of articles, the central one and the local one, coordinate. The Nanning Conference was a small working meeting attended by some central and local leaders. Mao Zedong gathered the opinions of various central and local parties and gradually formed the 60 working methods based on the 17 articles of the Hangzhou Conference. When talking about the formation process of the 60 articles, Mao Zedong said, "This is the result of joint discussions between the central and local comrades at the Hangzhou Conference and the Nanning Conference in January 1958. Most of these dozens of items were inspired by the speeches of the comrades at the conference. I thought about it and wrote it. Part of it was to directly record the opinions of comrades. One important article was drafted by Comrade Liu Shaokai after consultation with local comrades, only part of it was directly proposed by me." On January 21, Mao Zedong made a concluding speech at the Nanning Conference, mainly talking about the 60 articles of working methods. When it was formed into a formal document, it was titled 60 Articles of Working Methods. 60 Articles of Working Methods is another important document produced in the process of exploring the road of socialist construction in China. If on 10 major relations aims to resolve several major contradictions in economic construction, then 60 Articles of Working Methods aims to resolve the leadership methods of economic construction, but there are many left things in it that are divorced from reality. Why did Mao Zedong prominently raise the issue of working methods at this time? This is inseparable from his assessment of the domestic political and economic situation. He believes that the enthusiasm and creativity of the people on the production front are now at an all-time high. People across the country are inspired by the slogan of catching up with Britain in 15 years, and a new production climax has been and is taking shape. In order to adapt to this situation, there is a need to make certain changes in the working methods of the central and local party committees. The content of the 60 articles is very extensive. It not only talks about working methods, but also involves the shift of the party's work priorities, the party's strategic tasks and goals, as well as ideological methods, etc. The most striking thing in the 60 articles is the proposal of technological revolution, which requires that from 1958 onwards, the party's work should focus on technological revolution. Mao Zedong said, "We must work hard, learn and complete this great technological revolution that history has given us." At the same time, it is stipulated that party committees at the county level and above must focus on socialist construction, socialist industry, and socialist agriculture. Starting from 1958, the central and provincial, municipal, and autonomous region party committees must focus on industry, finance, and trade. After having just experienced a political movement, these regulations feel refreshing, uplifting, and encouraging. This is a continuation of the correct line of focusing on economic construction at the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China. Preface to the 60 Articles on Working Methods drafted by Mao Zedong on January 31, 1958. Mao Zedong's decision to shift the focus of work was undoubtedly correct. But it was proposed under the guidance of the idea of permanent revolution. At this time, Mao Zedong and the Communist Party of China had not yet formed a clear and firm basic point of view centered on economic construction in theory, that is, the fundamental task of socialism is to develop social productive forces. Therefore, when Mao Zedong felt that new tasks were needed, the focus would change, as happened later. The tasks and goals set forth in the 60 articles were determined in a political atmosphere that opposed right-leaning conservatism and criticized anti-advocacy, without sufficient scientific demonstration. The requirements are too high and too hasty, and are difficult to achieve. For example, the 40-point agricultural development outline will be completed within 5 to 8 years, and the appearance of most areas will basically change within 3 years. The Great Leap Forward was inspired by these unrealistic but very inspiring slogans and was launched step by step under the pressure of overly ambitious and overly urgent tasks. In order to achieve these tasks and goals, some working methods stipulated in the 60 articles, such as 3-account production planning, universally organizing inspections and evaluations from provinces, cities, and counties down to grassroots units, and improving the accumulation of agricultural cooperatives, have encouraged the growth of formalism, commandism, and exaggerated styles in work. Mao Zedong also raised an issue that he considered very important, called the relationship between one finger and 9 fingers. He said, "There is a difference between 9 fingers and 1 finger. This thing seems simple, but many people don't understand it. This point of view must be promoted. This is the difference between the overall situation and the small situation, the general and the individual, the mainstream and the tributaries. Speaking of 1 and 9 fingers is more vivid and more appropriate. The situation of our work. Unless there is a fundamental mistake in our work, the results are always the main thing. This metaphor is applicable in certain situations, but if it is generalized and applied everywhere, it will often become an excuse to refuse criticism and cover up mistakes." On the issue of reforming rules and regulations. This was proposed by Liu Shaokai and affirmed by Mao Zedong as one of the key items in the 60 articles. This article reads, "Many of the rules and regulations accumulated over the past 8 years are still applicable, but a considerable number have become obstacles to further increasing the enthusiasm of the masses and developing productivity, and must be revised or abolished." It also points out, according to the specific situation, the reasonable parts of the existing rules and regulations should be preserved, the unreasonable parts of them should be modified or abolished, and some new rules and regulations should be formulated to suit the needs. This article runs through the valuable spirit of reform, and the stipulated principles are also correct. However, during the Great Leap Forward, a large number of reasonable rules and regulations were also broken, violating objective laws, causing anarchy in production and causing great damage to productivity. Many of the provisions in the 60 articles are correct. They are a summary of the Communist Party of China's decades of experience in leading revolution and construction. They have its theoretical significance and long-term guiding role. Regarding the relationship between red and professional, politics and business, this is one such issue. Mao Zedong said, "We must criticize the tendency to ignore politics. On the one hand, we must oppose empty-minded politicians, and on the other hand, we must oppose realists who have lost their way. There is no doubt about the unity of politics and economics, the unity of politics and technology. This is true every year, forever. This is both red and expert. Ideological work and political work are the guarantee for completing economic work and technical work. They serve the economic foundation. Ideology and politics are the commander and the soul. It is also very important to treat cadres and the masses with an equal attitude. It embodies Mao Zedong's concept of equality. He emphasized, abolish the official style, seek truth from facts, and integrate with the people. We must make people feel that the relationship between people is indeed equal, and make people feel that your heart is given to them. People's jobs are different and their positions are different, but no matter how big the official is, everyone must appear as an ordinary worker among the people. No airs are allowed. Official style must be eliminated. Regarding the method of holding a meeting, the materials and viewpoints should be unified, which is another point. The applicability of this method is not limited to meetings, but is universal. It is a very bad method to separate the material from the viewpoint. When you talk about the material, there is no viewpoint. When you talk about the viewpoint, there is no material. The material and the viewpoint are not connected with each other. This is a very bad method. You must learn to use materials to illustrate your own viewpoints. You must have materials, but you must have a clear viewpoint to command these materials. It is also a rule that writing articles and documents must have three qualities, namely accuracy, distinctiveness, and vividness. Accuracy belongs to concepts, judgments, and reasoning issues, which are all logical issues. In addition to logical issues, there are also problems with diction in terms of clarity and vividness. The shortcomings of many current documents are, first, unclear concepts, second, inappropriate judgments, third, lack of logic when using concepts and judgments for reasoning, fourth, lack of attention to diction. Reading such documents is a catastrophe, a waste of energy and little gain. This unhealthy trend must be changed. Mao Zedong also gave a special section on epistemology, which can be read as a philosophical essay. It writes, "The process of forming concepts, judgments, and reasoning is the process of investigation and research, and the process of thinking. The process of forming concepts, judgments, and reasoning is the process of coming from the masses, the process of conveying one's opinions and thoughts to others is the process of going to the masses. Any hero, his thoughts, opinions, plans, and methods can only be a reflection of the objective world, and their raw materials or semi-finished products can only come from the practice of the people or their own scientific experiments. His mind can only serve as a processing factory to make finished products, otherwise it is of no use. Whether such finished products made by the human brain are suitable for use and correct or not must be left to the people to test." The 60 articles on working methods was the product of the specific historical conditions in the late 1950s. Its content should be analyzed in detail. Some of them are correct or basically correct, and some are wrong and unscientific. It should also be noted that although some things were correct, they were simplified and absolutized in the later Great Leap Forward, which led to bad results. Nevertheless, all the correct and truthful thoughts and ideas in the 60 articles should be inherited as a piece of spiritual wealth, studied and applied. On the eve of the Nanning Conference, the central government discussed the comprehensive development of the Yangtze River Basin and heard two different opinions on whether to build the Three Gorges Reservoir. In order to strengthen the unified leadership of this work, the meeting decided based on Mao Zedong's proposal that Zhou Enlai should take charge of the management of the Yangtze River. The Nanning Conference was an important meeting that had a significant impact on China's subsequent development. This meeting inherited the correct line of centering on economic construction from the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, and proposed that efforts should be made to create a new situation in socialist construction, quickly change China's backwardness, and build China into a powerful socialist country at an early date. The differences between Mao Zedong and several other leaders of the central government that emerged at the Nanning Conference were not on the issue of whether to focus on economic construction, but on the issue of the speed of construction. Because Mao Zedong severely criticized the counter-advocacy and proposed some high targets that exceeded actual possibilities, which were unanimously adopted by the meeting, this directly led to the launch of the Great Leap Forward. After the Nanning Conference, Mao Zedong's ideas were unanimously accepted by the top leadership of the Communist Party of China. In Mao Zedong's view, this is the key, but it is far from enough. His ideas must also be extended to a wider range inside and outside the party, to the entire party and the people of the country. On January 23, the day after the Nanning Conference, Mao Zedong took a special plane to Guangzhou, rested there for 2 days, and left Guangzhou to return to Beijing on the 26th. On January 28, Mao Zedong convened the 14th session of the Supreme State Council at the Yiniantang in Zhongnanhai to discuss the 1958 budget and economic plan and prepare for the 5th session of the First National People's Congress. This is the earliest year in 8 years that budget and economic plans will be discussed. Mao Zedong presided over the meeting. He spoke first. Over the past 7 or 8 years, we have seen that our nation has hope. Especially in the past year, the masses have felt that there is a bright future. There are hundreds of millions of people, and the spirit has been lifted up. After loud talk, and big debates, some issues have been clarified, and tasks have been set appropriately. For example, catching up with Britain in 15 years will be more, faster, better, and more economical. The 40-point agricultural outline was re-released, giving great encouragement to the masses. Many things that were thought to be impossible are now felt by the masses. Our nation is awakening, just like we all woke up this morning, gradually awakening. Because of the awakening, imperialism and feudalism were abolished. Because of the awakening, the private property system was abolished. Because of the awakening, we carried out rectification and criticized the rightists. Now we have to get rid of one thing: we are poor and white. White paper is easy to write on, and if you are poor, you need revolution, and if you want to work, you have a drive. Today's production is economical. This kind of reform of social atmosphere is to make our country a big country and a powerful country. The current situation is completely disproportionate, and it is not as good as Belgium. Belgium has 7 million tons of steel, and we only have more than 5 million tons. The food level is very low, and there are many illiterate people. Therefore, we must pay close attention to this awakening and the craze of the masses. It is like breaking the atomic nucleus to release heat. Mao Zedong believed very confidently that with the enthusiasm of the masses, it would be entirely possible to catch up with Britain in 15 years. He said that in order to achieve this goal, there must be a drive. He particularly praised the two sentences in the New Year's Day editorial: "Gather up your energy and strive for the top." At the Rectification Symposium in 1957, Zhang Ziruo, who was the Minister of Education at the time, made a critical comment on the work of the Communist Party, which he summarized in 4 sentences: be happy with success, eager for quick success, despise the past, and be superstitious about the future. Mao Zedong took these 4 sentences and gave them a new interpretation as positive things. Mao Zedong said, "I appreciate these words very much. These words were said by good people. The person who said these words is not a rightist. I like this person very much. This person is a person with a sense of justice." He said, "It's not enough to celebrate the success. But we need great achievements from the revolutionaries and great achievements that are realistic. It doesn't matter if you don't rush for quick success. The Book of Changes says, a gentleman works hard all day long and is vigilant at night." Zhengzi also said, "Xiaoyu cherished every inch of shade, and we should cherish every share of shade." These are the words of a sage. What we want is a revolutionary and realistic average advanced quota. We cannot live without despising the past. History is important, but we cannot attach too much importance to the past. Human history is 500,000 years. Comparing the present to the present, and counting down, one generation is always worse than the other. This is called evolution and progress. Therefore, it is absolutely necessary to despise the past in this sense. There is also a superstitious future. Human beings just hope for a future, and their hope is always placed in the future. Therefore, the 4 sentences happy for great success, eager for quick success, despising the past, and superstitious about the future are exactly correct. Mao Zedong emphasized that now we are fighting a new war, a war on the earth, and the focus of our work has shifted to technological revolution to revolutionize the life of the earth. Catching up with Britain in 15 years will become a major issue. From February 1 to 11, the 5th session of the National People's Congress was held in Beijing. This meeting was actually a mobilization meeting to achieve a new leap forward in the national economy. The meeting listened to and discussed Li Xianyan's report on the implementation of the 1957 national budget and the 1958 national budget, and Bo Yubo's report on the draft National Economic Plan for 1958, and made corresponding resolutions. Also listened to Zhou Enlai's report on the current international situation and my country's foreign policy. The 1958 National Economic Plan targets approved by the conference reflected the spirit of leapfrog and also took into consideration practical possibilities. The plan proposes that the total investment in capital construction is 14.577 billion yuan, an increase of 17.8% over 1957. The total output value of agriculture and agricultural sideline industries was 68.83 billion yuan, an increase of 6.1% over 1957. Grain output will reach 392 billion jin, and cotton output will reach 35 million jin. The total industrial output value was 64.37 billion yuan, an increase of 14.6% over 1957. Steel output is planned to be 6.248 million tons, an increase of 19.2% over 1957. During the fifth session of the National People's Congress, the People's Daily published our action slogan, "Oppose waste, build the nation diligently and thriftily and stick up the energy and strive for the top." High-yield areas can make another leap forward, and low-yield areas can also make leaps forward, and mobilizing the masses to break the stereotypes and other editorials continued to criticize right-leaning conservative ideas and proposed that our country is now facing a new situation of a national great leap forward, creating momentum for the great leap forward. At this time, Mao Zedong was in a state of high excitement. He took advantage of the meeting break to travel to Jinan, and then to northeast China to conduct investigations. At 10 a.m. on February 5, the special train arrived in Jinan. Mao Zedong summoned several local responsible cadres and the president of the agricultural cooperative to talk at his residence. There are the secretary of the Shandong Provincial Party Committee and the minister of the Rural Work Department of the Provincial Party Committee, the secretaries of the prefectural committees of Liang and Liaocheng, the secretary of the Taiyuan County Party Committee, the president of an agricultural cooperative in Liken County, and the cadres of an agricultural cooperative in Shaojiang County. The next morning, I had another talk with the leaders of the Provincial Party Committee, Liang Prefectural Party Committee and Jinan Municipal Party Committee at my residence. Returned to Beijing in the afternoon. In February 1958, Mao Zedong watched the domestic Jifang brand cars at the Chongqing First Automobile Manufacturing Factory. After the conclusion of the fifth session of the First National People's Congress, Mao Zedong began his trip to northeast China. He wanted to understand more and faster about some actual situations and add some perceptual knowledge. In order to save time and improve efficiency, I took a plane instead of taking a train for this trip. I arrived in Shenyang on the afternoon of February 12 and immediately went to visit the Dongda aircraft engine manufacturing factory without taking a break. In the evening, I talked with the secretary of the Liaoning Provincial Party Committee, the secretary of the Anshan Municipal Party Committee and others. On the morning of the 13th, I visited the final assembly workshop of the Shenyang aircraft manufacturing plant, the Shenyang local state-owned small switch factory, and saw the well drilling situation of the Shenyang Jiakan Agricultural Cooperative. Then, regardless of fatigue, he took a bus to Fushan to visit an open-pit coal mine and asked the mine party committee secretary and mine director about the production situation. Then, we visited the electrolytic aluminum factory. At noon, we met with the person in charge of the Fushan Municipal Party Committee. On the afternoon of the 13th, we flew from Shenyang to Chongqing. As soon as we arrived in Chongqing, we went to visit the workshop and assembly workshop of the Chongqing Automobile Factory. Then he talked with the secretary of the Jilin Provincial Party Committee and others at his residence. On the morning of the 14th, I once again talked with the heads of the Jilin Provincial Party Committee and the Chongqing Municipal Party Committee, and visited the Chongqing Film Studio. Returned to Beijing in the afternoon. I traveled to 4 cities in 4 days, visited many factories, and talked to many people. When talking about this investigation, Mao Zedong said, "We held a meeting in Nanning, attended by people from East China, Central South China, and South China. We found Wangqin in the northeast, Luren in North China, Zhangdasheng in the northwest, and Lijingquan in the southwest. Next time we plan to go to Chengdu, probably in early March, to talk. Because there is one in the 60 articles that requires arrests 4 times a year. East I have never been to the north, even if I passed by it 1 year, I have not been to Xianzhi in northern China, nor to Suiwan. I have not been to the northwest at all, and I have not been to the southwest. So I have been to Jinan, Fushan, and Chongchun in the past few days. I have to wait a few days. This investigation also made some preparations for the upcoming enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee. On February 18, an enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee was held in Yiniantang. A total of 119 people attended the meeting, including members of the Central Committee and party ministers or deputy ministers in Beijing. This meeting was to convey the spirit of the Nanning Conference and discuss the 60 articles of working methods. Following the Hangzhou Conference and the Nanning Conference, this was a larger-scale meeting held by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China with the theme of criticizing counter-advocacy and launching the Great Leap Forward. Mao Zedong believed that this meeting was actually an internal rectification movement within the Central Committee. The day of the meeting, February 18, happened to be the Spring Festival. Mao Zedong said that today's enlarged meeting of the Politburo is called a group visit. He praised the arrival of the production climax with high spirits. He said, "This year has been a great production climax. Before liberation, some parts of the superstructure and some links had errors and shortcomings, and the production relations were imperfect. Because of the rectification movement, the bad ones were improved, broken, and destroyed. Better ones were built, and the relationship between people became more equal, and people were able to after the speech, we can put up big character posters, and the masses will be happy, and there will be a climax of production. The current high level of mass sentiment has not been seen since the founding of the world, the 3 emperors and the 5 emperors, in the spring of 1956, but it is not as high as it is now." Then he criticized the anti-rash advance. "I agree with this reckless advance. This reckless advance is good. It will bring more water conservancy to the farmers. As soon as the workers became angry, they were slapped in the summer of 1956. Things will be better after the second plenary session of the Central Committee in November, because the second plenary session of the Central Committee also counts block it. The situation has changed within a few months. Risking is a bit risky, and there should be no slogans against rash advancement. Comrades, in the second half of this year, you will see that there will be a bigger risk than any other year. Awesome, what should we do in order to deal with this situation? In the face of this huge mass upsurge, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China and the Communist Party must adopt an attitude. In the future, we should not use the slogan of anti-advocacy, but we should use the slogan of anti-rightist conservatives. This slogan is not good, and we will suffer. Attack the masses. Why doesn't the slogan of anti-right deviation attack the masses? What the anti-right deviation attacks are the bureaucracy, arrogance, and squeamishness of some people, and these things should be attacked. Mao Zedong admitted that he took a risk in 1956 and that he should make adjustments even if he took a risk. However, he was very taboo about mentioning anti-rash advancement. He believed that raising it in this way would become a political issue and a line issue. He proposed that from now on we can only raise anti-right conservative slogans, but not anti-aggressive slogans. This brings about one-sidedness and is inconsistent with the policy of fighting on 2 fronts on anti-tendency issues that he has always advocated. Mao Zedong focused on the issues of getting rid of bureaucracy, treating people with equality, and improving leadership methods. He said, "You must appear as an ordinary worker. No matter how old your official position is, it is nothing more than being a chairman, prime minister, or provincial governor. But you can only appear as a worker. In this way, your official performance will be better and you will gain more support from the people." He also said, "Being an official in Beijing has a strong official atmosphere. When you go there, you must be careful not to follow the example of the ground shakes when the patrol goes out of court. According to the principles of Marxist political economy, production relations include three aspects: ownership, the mutual relationship between people in production, and distribution. Mao Zedong believed that the issue of ownership has been solved, and now it is necessary to solve the issue of the relationship between people in production, that is, the issue of the relationship between party, government, and military cadres and the masses, factory leaders and workers, and cooperative leaders and members. He said, "We must eliminate bureaucracy and eliminate bourgeois style, so that everyone can feel that they are truly liberated and establish a truly equal relationship. In the past, our mutual relations, such as at the grassroots level, between factory directors, party committee secretaries, trade union chairs and workers were not equal. The masses called them officials, and the party, government, workers, and leagues were the four major leaders. But now, after much outcry and debate, the situation has changed. The masses see that these people can criticize and they actually correct their shortcomings. As a result, the masses also rose up to improve their work. The backward employees criticized their wrong attitude of only serving RMB and only serving the 5 major items in the past. After the movement, they realized that they should serve the people. As a result, the enthusiasm for work is high and the motivation is full. In this way, we solve the intermediate problem of interrelationship, which further consolidates ownership and also makes the distribution problem easier to solve. Solving the problem of mutual relations between people in production and establishing an equal relationship was an important thought of Mao Zedong and an ideal he pursued persistently. He believes that once equal relationships between people are established, the enthusiasm for work and enthusiasm for production contained in the people will be liberated and become an endless force. Finally, he said, there is a great revolutionary enthusiasm among the masses. Therefore, our Central Committee and the Political Bureau must adapt to this situation. The working methods must be changed. Without changes, we cannot continue to move forward. After Mao Zedong's speech, everyone expressed their opinions on the 60 articles of working methods and agreed to issue it to solicit opinions from all provinces and departments. In his speech, Chen Yun stated that he was primarily responsible for the anti-improper financial and trade issues in China, and blamed himself for adopting a heavy rein and bookish approach to Chairman Mao and the Politburo in financial and economic work. Before the end of the meeting, Mao Zedong spoke again and further explained several economic relationships on 10 major relationships. He said, among the 10 major relationships related to the economy, the largest is the relationship between industry and agriculture. By the spring of 1956, we felt that we should make some adjustments. We should not focus on heavy industry monotonically, but should focus on agriculture and light industry. But clearly speaking, as seen in the report on internal contradictions among the people that was delivered on February 27 last year and published on June 19, it said that we should focus on both. Furthermore, as mentioned at the third plenary session of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China last year, publicity should not be biased towards industrial propaganda. Mao Zedong said, the relationship between the central government and local governments is also a major matter. I have always advocated a virtual monarchy and a republic. The central government should do some things, but not too much. A large number of things should be handled by the provinces and cities. They can do it better than us, so we must trust them. The current situation is that the lower levels are more lively, and there is more officialism, arrogance, and coquettishness in the central departments. I had such an intention. At the Nanning conference, I felt that I needed to change these attitudes, turn them into common people, and present myself as an ordinary worker. When talking about the relationship between the coastal and inland areas, Mao Zedong said that this is also a great liberation. There are 8 provinces along the coast, including Liaoning, and a large number of people are concentrated along the coast. If you have raw materials, you can open a factory. If there are iron ore and coal mines, we can build small steel plants. Fertilizer plants and machinery plants can be established in all provinces. At the end of his speech, he returned to the issue of countering rash advances, but his tone was much more relaxed. He once again affirmed Zhou Enlai's government work report at the National People's Congress on June 26, 1957. He said, although the Prime Minister has the report, people still don't know much about this issue, so the Nanning meeting still needs to be launched. I think this cannon is just a small cannon, which makes some comrades nervous. Why be so nervous? What we talked about at the Nanning conference was just such a thing, a period, and a problem. Then he said, what was the counter-advocacy in 1956? This was because everyone was following the correct line and disagreed on certain issues. This characterization of the anti-rash advance is a relief to the people involved. This is Mao Zedong's consistent approach. When he believed that major mistakes or deviations had occurred within the party, he would speak out loudly and slap the culprits on the back. When they made self-criticisms, he would encourage them and continue to entrust them with important responsibilities. This was true at the National Financial and Economic Conference in August 1953, this was true at the criticism of the right deviation on the issue of agricultural cooperation in 1955, and this is true at the current Nanning Conference. In the subsequent life of the party, similar situations occurred many times. This time, the criticism of anti-advocacy was proved to be wrong in practice. Because of the attitude of continued trust in the parties involved, greater losses were avoided. However, the party's collective leadership principles and democratic centralism began to be undermined, which had a serious negative impact on the subsequent historical process. On March 4, Mao Zedong left Beijing by special plane, passed through Xi'an, and arrived in Chengdu that afternoon, where he would preside over the work conference of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. The plains of western Sichuan in March present a beautiful scenery. Golden rapeseed flowers, purple broadbean flowers, green wheat seedlings, and countless bamboo forest trays are like a bright pattern inlaid in this fertile land. At this time, the whole country was steaming with heat and was setting off a production climax. Within the party, as the scope of criticism and counter-advocacy has become wider and wider, some local leaders have competed with each other and proposed higher and higher production targets. Mao Zedong's mind became increasingly uncool. The Chengdu conference was held under such circumstances. Mao Zedong and the participants all lived in Jinyuba, a western suburb of Chengdu. Participants in the meeting were Liu Shaokai, Zhou Enlai, Chen Yun, Deng Xiaoping, Peng Zhen, Li Fukan, Luo Ronghuan, Chen Boda, Bo Yubo, Tan Zhenlin, Hu Qiaomu, Tian Jiaying, Huang Udong, Wu De, Wang Qin, Zhang Desheng, Zhang Zhongliang, Wang Feng, Wang Yinmao, Lin Tai, Tao Luya, Wu Lanfu, Lu Ren, Huang Huaqing, Li Jingquan, Zhou Lin, Xiefuzi, Ke Qingxi, Wang Renzhong, Tao Zhu. Later, Wang Heshu, Peng Tao, and Teng Daiwen were added. March 9 was the first day of the meeting, and Mao Zedong gave a speech. He raised more than 20 issues for everyone to discuss, mainly economic, such as collaboration issues, how to combine central work with non-central work, taxation and price issues, completion of plans, large-scale recruitment issues, balance issues, development of local industry issues, local decentralization issues, etc. Some of them were related to leadership methods. The emphasis is on combating rash advancement and opposing dogmatism in economic work. This time the criticism of anti-rash advancement has been raised to a higher level, and it has become a question of whether it is Marxist or non-Marxist. He said, comparing the two methods, one is Marxist rash advancement and the other is non-Marxist anti-rash advancement. Which one should be adopted? I think rash advancement should be adopted. Many questions can be raised in this way. Mao Zedong sharply criticized dogmatism in economic work. He said, Comrade Shaokai discussed the issue of rules and regulations at the Nanning Conference. A large number of rules and regulations were transferred from the Soviet Union, such as the Soviet security system, which killed people and restricted the activities of responsible comrades. They were shouted at and supported, and they were not allowed to visit, go to restaurants, or go out to buy shoes. Comrade Chen Yun asked his relatives to cook, and the security department thought it was outrageous. There were many people who were moved from the Soviet Union, and it was very harmful. Then these rules and regulations constrain productivity, create waste, and create bureaucracy. To apply, you must analyze it, and not to copy it by force. To copy it by force means not thinking independently and forgetting the lessons of historical dogmatism. You can only follow the good ones and not follow the bad ones. Isolating the Soviet experience and not looking at China's reality means not following the good ones. During the Chengdu conference, Mao Zedong was in an extremely comfortable mood. On the one hand, Zhou Enlai, Chen Yun, and others all reviewed the issue of anti-advocacy and admitted their mistakes. On the other hand, various regions are formulating new leap-forward indicators. The people's enthusiasm for work has been aroused, and a socialist production climax of unprecedented scale seems to have occurred in all walks of life. He felt that after the Hangzhou Conference, Nanning Conference, and this Chengdu Conference, the situation had been fundamentally reversed and the great leap forward was a foregone conclusion. This kept him in a state of excitement. During the 19 days of the conference, he delivered 6 speeches in a row, citing extensively and discussing the past and the present. On March 10, Mao Zedong gave his second speech, talking about adhering to principles and originality, and further criticized dogmatism. He said, "There are 2 methods of learning, one is to imitate exclusively, the other is to have a spirit of originality and combine learning with originality. To copy the rules and regulations of the Soviet Union is to lack the spirit of originality." After the liberation of the country, from 1950 to 1957, dogmatism emerged in economic work and cultural and educational work. Some dogma was transferred to military work, but the basic principles were adhered to, and it cannot be said to be dogmatism. Economic work. The dogmatism in the work mainly manifests itself in heavy industry, planning work, banking work, and statistical work, especially in heavy industry and planning. Because we do not understand and have no experience at all, we have no choice but to move. There are fewer commercial moves because there are more contacts with the central government and more documents are forwarded. The socialist revolution and agricultural cooperativization are also less affected by dogmatism. He analyzed the causes of dogmatism. 1. When it comes to the design, construction, and installation of heavy industry, I am not good at it. I have no experience and no experts. The minister is a layman, so he has no choice but to copy foreign products, and he cannot identify them after he has copied them. Second, they do not understand the situation in the Soviet Union and China. I don't know much about the Soviet Union's experience, situation, and historical development. Since I don't understand them, I have to blindly learn from them. 3. Mental pressure. Bodhisattvas are many times bigger than humans, just to scare people. The heroes on the stage are different when they appear. Stalin was that kind of person. 4. Don't know how to compare, don't know how to establish opposites. For many rules and regulations, many of our comrades do not think about whether there is another plan, but choose the ones that suit China's conditions and apply them. Those that are not suitable are drafted separately. They do not analyze, use their brains, or make comparisons. Mao Zedong reviewed the process of independent exploration since 1956. He said, On the 10 major relations in April 1956, we began to propose our own construction line. The principles are the same as those of the Soviet Union, but the methods are different and have our own set of contents. In 1957, On the Correct Handling of Contradictions Among the People, the report discussed the simultaneous development of industry and agriculture, the path of China's industrialization, and agricultural cooperation. A major event occurred this year, which was the nationwide rectification movement and the anti-rightist movement. The mass criticism of us greatly inspired people's thinking. In 1958, 3 meetings were held in Hangzhou, Nanning, and Chengdu. At the meeting, everyone put forward many opinions, used their brains, and summarized 8 years of experience, which was very enlightening. At the Nanning meeting, a question was raised: how can the regulations of various departments of the State Council be changed, and how should they be changed? How to change it? One way is to meet with the masses, and one way is to create big character posters. Another problem is that decentralization has begun to exist at the same time. What can be centralized will be centralized, and what can be divided will be divided. This was decided after the third plenary session of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. This was Mao Zedong's second criticism of dogmatism since he criticized dogmatism in early 1956. In 1956, taking the Soviet Union as a lesson, it triggered ideological emancipation to explore the path of socialist construction in China, and put forward a series of new ideas based on China's reality. Some of the opinions put forward in the criticism of the Chengdu Conference cannot be said to be wrong from a theoretical point of view. For example, learning should be combined with originality. However, due to the left-guiding ideology, the neglect of objective laws, and the one-sided emphasis on eliminating superstition and emancipating the mind, it encouraged blind and reckless sentiments in practical work. Many necessary and reasonable rules and regulations were also abolished as superstition, resulting in no rules or inappropriate regulations, which undermine the normal economic order. In this speech, arguments were also made about 2 cults of personality. He said, some people are very interested in anti-personality worship. There are 2 types of personality worship. One is correct worship, such as the correct things of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin. We must worship them forever and worship them forever. The truth is in their hands, so why not worship them? We believe in truth, and truth is a reflection of objective existence. The other is incorrect worship, without analysis and blind obedience, which is wrong. There are also 2 purposes of anti-personality worship: one is to oppose incorrect worship, and the other is to oppose worship of others and require worship of oneself. This passage analyzes and distinguishes 2 different types of personality cults. In fact, it is difficult to distinguish, and the result is to encourage and promote a cult of personality without analysis and blind obedience. Later facts proved this. Starting from March 10 to March 19, the meeting heard reports from the leaders of the party committees of each province, city, and autonomous region. Mao Zedong made many interruptions. To sum up, the main contents are as follows. The formation of the socialist construction line will be almost complete in another 5 years, and it may also be formed after 3 years of hard work. In the past 8 years, we have been unable to devote our time to construction. Only now is it possible to take time to study construction and start exploring industry. The construction route is not yet fully formed. Science, culture, education, and commerce have not yet been touched. We must work hard for 3 years and work hard to form a complete line for building socialism in China. 3 years of hard work have basically changed the face of this province. Achieve 40 items within 7 years. Agricultural mechanization will be achieved within 5 years. Whether it can be mentioned in this way can be discussed by each province. It will take 10 years or a little more to catch up with the United Kingdom, and 20 years or a little more to catch up with the United States. Then we will be free and proactive. It took 3 years to realize the 40 points in Liaoning and 5 years in Guangdong. It was a leftist movement. I'm afraid there will be difficulties in 3 years, so we can raise it to 3 to 5 years. From these words, we can feel the overheated atmosphere at the Chengdu meeting. Not long ago, we were talking about 15 years or a little more to catch up with the United Kingdom. Now it has become 10 years or a little more than that, and 20 years or a little more to catch up with the United States has been added. Although these were not put forward as formal slogans, the ideological tendencies are clear. Originally, the proposal to catch up with Britain in steel production within 15 years was well-founded and could be achieved through hard work. Bo Yubo once said, 15 years to catch up with the United Kingdom, in terms of total steel production, cannot be regarded as a rash advance. If we act according to the indicators set by the 8th National Congress in 1956 and the policy of steady progress in comprehensive balance, and do not engage in any great leap forward, then my country's steel production in 1972 is more than sufficient to surpass that of the United Kingdom. However, without sufficient demonstration, it becomes a subjective imagination to make a general statement about catching up with Britain in 10 years, and there is no scientific basis for catching up with the United States in 20 years. The time for realizing the 40 points of the Agricultural Development Outline has also been greatly advanced. The original target of 12 years has been advanced to 3 to 5 years in some cases and to 5 to 7 years in some cases. Mao Zedong was still concerned about the outrageously high targets proposed by some places. For example, Liaoning proposed to achieve a yield of 400 kilograms per mu in 2 years. Mao Zedong said, "Don't exaggerate too much. We should strive to complete the 5-year plan in 3 years. I am a little worried about such a quick method. We can move a little more, leave room for it, and take another look to avoid being passive." In order to engage in agricultural mechanization, some small cooperatives must be merged. If they are still unable to engage in agricultural mechanization after merging, they can form joint cooperatives. For the comprehensive utilization of water conservancy, use large machinery and merge some cooperatives. Except for the vast and sparsely populated areas, they were gradually consolidated within 5 years. During the second 5-year plan period, it is better for cooperatives in plain areas to be larger in scale, so that they can run primary schools and factories. In agricultural production, in order to comprehensively utilize water conservancy and improve the efficiency of water use, a large-scale water conservancy movement was launched in the winter of 1957 and the spring of 1958. In many places, the scale of existing cooperatives had been exceeded, and cooperatives were required to be merged. After Mao Zedong's affirmation and advocacy, it can be expected that the merger and expansion of cooperatives will develop with an unstoppable trend. This is the later emergence of the People's Commune movement. Mao Zedong adopted a prudent and protective policy when it came to members' family-side jobs. He said, "After 3 years of hard work, we should not reduce our private land and individual pig raising. If the cooperatives accumulate more money within 3 years and their share is less, farmers should be allowed to develop some side businesses and increase their income. The private land is reduced, and it is not necessary to raise more pigs. It is not good to block both ends." During this period, Mao Zedong approved a batch of reports and issued them as meeting documents. Among the more than 100 documents issued at the meeting, Mao Zedong proposed that nearly 1/6 be issued, and a considerable number of them were leap-forward plans and experiences of some provinces and ministries. His purpose in issuing these materials is to encourage other regions and departments to break the rules and make a comprehensive leap forward. Mao Zedong also selected some notes from the book The Socialist Upsurge in Rural China that opposed the so-called right-leaning conservative ideas that fell behind the mass movement and dampened the enthusiasm of the masses, and issued them to the meeting. After listening to the report for several days, Mao Zedong delivered his third speech on March 20. He spoke highly of the mass movement to improve farm tools mentioned in the report, calling it the bud of the technological revolution. It was a great revolution that should be promoted everywhere. He said that mass creation is endless and is done from the bottom up. When we discover good things, we must summarize and promote them. Henan Province proposed to realize the 4, 5, 8 in 1 year, water conservancy, eliminate the 4 evils, and eradicate illiteracy. Although Mao Zedong was not very confident about such a leap-forward plan that was completely out of touch with reality and impossible to achieve, he still believed in it and did not stop it. Instead, he adopted a generally positive attitude and advocated giving it a try. He thinks, maybe some can do it. Even if you can do it all, don't publish it in the newspaper. The provinces should not let a gust of wind happen. 1 year for Henan means 1 year for everyone. Henan can be allowed to test it for 1 year. If Henan succeeds, next year each province will launch another movement, the Great Leap Forward. He also said, if the 4, 5, and 8 are implemented in 1 year and illiteracy is eradicated, there may be serious shortcomings. At least the work will be rough and the masses will be overly nervous. As long as the general line is correct, go faster and save more, work hard and strive for the top, then completing the 40 points in 1, 2, 3, or even 5 years will not be considered a loss of face or a dishonor. Whatever can be achieved based on subjective and objective conditions, we should work hard, quickly, save money, and work hard to reach the top. But don't force yourself if you can't do it. There is a wind coming now, a Category 10 typhoon. Don't block it publicly. You should make it clear internally and compress the air. We need to get rid of false claims and exaggeration, and don't compete for fame, but be pragmatic. Some high indicators and no measures are not good. Regarding the general line of socialist construction, Mao Zedong said, it is still being created, but the basic points are already there, and now a few people feel that this line is correct. There may still be many people who are hesitant, or unconsciously. For us, we believe that this line is correct from a theoretical point of view and from the practice of certain tasks. However, the 40 points have not yet been realized. Catching up with the United Kingdom in 15 years is just a slogan. All the 156 items have not yet been completed. Most of the 4, 5, and 8 have not yet been confirmed. National industrialization has not yet been realized. The second 5-year plan carried out hundreds of thousands of projects, and started industries in every county. What was the result? Will there be overproduction? There is a problem in my mind. Whether it is good or the world is in chaos, I am not sure now. Therefore, now we have to hold meetings and catch up 4 times a year, and make adjustments when we see problems. He said, this line began to take shape due to 2 reasons. The fundamental one was the creation of mass struggle, and secondly, the leadership organs reflected these creations. The general line has begun to take shape, but it has yet to be perfected and confirmed. It cannot be said to have been finalized. Mao Zedong was fundamentally positive and pleased with the leap-forward situation that had and was emerging. But for such a big undertaking that he had never done before and had no experience in, he seemed to have a premonition that something might go wrong. But he believes that this general line of socialist construction is correct, and the enthusiasm and creativity of the broad masses of the people have risen. As long as the leaders at the central and provincial and municipal and autonomous region levels pay attention 4 times a year, hold meetings to study, and make adjustments when they see problems, there will be no major problems. On March 22, Mao Zedong gave his 4th speech. Mao Zedong's spirit became more and more exciting, his mood became more and more high, and his thoughts became more and more active. This time we mainly talk about having the courage to be powerful and commanding, and to dare to think, speak, and do. For this reason, he proposed to extend the meeting for 2 or 3 days to specifically discuss ideological issues in order to emancipate the mind and improve the style. He said, we must improve our style, cheer up our spirits, and have the momentum to be overwhelming and commanding from a high position. To do this, we must grasp the basic theory of Marxism and the basic contradictions in work. But our comrades suffer from low energy, which is a manifestation of the state of slavery. Like Jia Gui in the Peking Opera Famine Temple, he is used to standing and dare not sit down. We must respect Marxist classics, but do not be superstitious. Marxism itself was created and cannot be copied from books. Whenever there is superstition, our brains are suppressed and we dare not think outside the circle. He also said not to be afraid of professors. He said that he had been quite afraid of professors since he came to the city. He saw a lot of knowledge among others, but he seemed to be incapable of doing anything. He said that since ancient times, people with innovative ideas and new schools of thought have been young people with insufficient knowledge. This idea of his was put forward at the Nanning Conference, but was not developed. This time it was greatly developed, citing many examples from ancient and modern times at home and abroad. Didn't Confucius start it when he was in his 20s or 30s? What knowledge did Jesus have at the beginning? Sakyamuni founded Buddhism at the age of 19, and his knowledge was acquired slowly later. Sun Yat-sen had no knowledge when he was young, but it was only high school level. Marx began to create dialectical materialism at a very young age, and his knowledge was acquired later. Marx was only 20 when he started writing books, and when he wrote the Communist Manifesto, he was only about 30, and the school had already been formed. The people criticized by Marx at that time were all bourgeois polymaths of the time, such as Ricardo, Adam Smith, Hegel, etc. In history, people with little knowledge always overthrow those with more knowledge. The things Zhang Taiyan wrote in his youth were relatively lively, full of democratic revolutionary spirit, and aimed at resisting the Qing dynasty. The same is true for Kang Youwei. Liu Shipai was only 20 years old when he became famous, and he was only 30 years old when he died. Wang Bai was only a teenager when he annotated Laozi, and he was only 22 when he died. Yan Yuan was only 32 years old when he died. Young people are invincible when they grasp a truth, so old people cannot compare with them. Liang Qiqiao was also invincible when he was young. Mao Zedong also proposed the 6 fears. Not daring to speak is nothing more than, first, fear of being labeled an opportunist, second, fear of being dismissed from office, third, fear of expulsion from the party, fourth, fear of divorce, fifth, fear of being sent to prison, and sixth, fear of beheading. He said, I think as long as you prepare these few things and see through the world of mortals, you have nothing to fear. Can we sacrifice truth and silence our mouths? We should create an environment where people dare to speak. My intention is to make people dare to speak, to lift their spirits, to be powerful, to relieve their worries, and to break through the dull air. In order to activate the thinking within the party and create a culture among leading cadres of taking the lead in learning theory, thinking about big things, and grasping big things, Mao Zedong proposed the establishment of a party theoretical journal, one for the central government and one for each province. During the meeting, Mao Zedong's spirit and work were not always so tense, but there were also times when he was relaxed. He selected some ancient poems about Sichuan, printed them and distributed them to everyone. Among them are Li Bai's The Road to Shu is Difficult, Du Fu's 5 poems on ancient relics, Wang Bo's Du Xiaofu's Appointment in Shizhu, Li Shangyan's Ma Yi, etc. This is to ask everyone to read some poetry, gain more knowledge, and liven up the atmosphere. This reflects not only one of Mao Zedong's hobbies, but also his state of mind at this time. He talked about folk songs from ancient poems and said, I have printed some poems, but they are all antiques. How about doing some folk songs? He asked responsible comrades from various places to go back and collect some folk songs and conduct a few pilot projects. Each person was given 3 to 5 pieces of paper to write folk songs. If he couldn't write, he asked someone to write it for him. The deadline is 10 days for collection, and a batch will be printed at the next meeting. Under Mao Zedong's call, a mass movement of writing and collecting folk songs emerged during the Great Leap Forward. Mao Zedong discussed the issue of folk songs and the way out for the development of Chinese poetry. He believes that the first way out for Chinese poetry is folk songs, and the second way is classical music. On this basis, new poetry will be produced. The form is national, and the content should be the unity of the opposites of realism and romanticism. If it is too realistic, you cannot write poetry. We may get millions or tens of millions of folk songs. Folk songs are also a kind of art, and artistic creation cannot lead to mass movements. Although some popular folk songs at that time could be said to reflect the heroic spirit of the people fighting against heaven and earth, they also contributed to the prevalence of exaggeration and formalism in the Great Leap Forward. Mao Zedong's new insights into the development of Chinese poetry should be taken seriously and studied. After Mao Zedong's speech, Wang Qin, Tao Zhu, Li Xiannian, and Lin Tai spoke successively, basically following Mao Zedong's ideas, and some even developed them further. Some people propose that we should break away from the superstition of Stalin and also break the superstition of classic works, and promote bold doubt and independent thinking. Some say that leaders should be trusted unconditionally, especially since decades of practice have proven that there is no personality cult in China, and more emphasis should be placed on studying Mao Zedong thought and Chairman Mao's works. On March 25, Mao Zedong delivered his fifth speech, mainly talking about ideological methods. The issue of countering rash advancement is mainly discussed from this perspective. He said, the theoretical basis of Marxism is, first, materialism, and second, dialectics. Many of our comrades do not attach much importance to this. Anti-advocacy is not a matter of responsibility. Don't talk too much, I don't want to hear it. Don't always criticize yourself. It's okay to use it as an example of a method problem. Then he said, materialism is a worldview and a methodology. Our subjective world can only be a reflection of the objective world. It is not easy to reflect the objective world subjectively. It requires a large number of facts and repeated countless times in practice to form a point of view. At a glance, grabbing one or two points of view without a large number of facts as a basis is not solid. We must truly listen to what our subordinates say, and talk individually and in small groups. This is how the provincial party committee solves problems, and the same is true for the central government. Countering rash advancement is also an objective reflection. What does it reflect? Mistaking individual special things for general and comprehensive things. Dialectics is the study of mainstreams and tributaries, essence and phenomena, principal contradictions and secondary contradictions. In the past, mistakes such as anti-advocacy occurred, that is, the mainstream and essence were not grasped, the tributaries were treated as the mainstream, and the secondary contradictions were treated as the main contradictions to resolve. State council meetings have done a lot to resolve individual issues, but sometimes they fail to grasp the essence of the problem. He said, many of our comrades do not pay attention to theory. Where do ideas, opinions, and theories come from? It is a reflection of the objective world. The laws inherent in the objective world, when people reflect them, are only relatively consistent with objective conditions. Any law is just one aspect of things, an abstraction of many individual things. Without objective concrete things, how can there be any laws? Mao Zedong praised an approach taken by the party group of the Ministry of Metallurgy. They invited more than a dozen people from some large companies to hold meetings and talked for several days to resolve many important issues. He said that when the two factors add up to change, the air will be different. Central meetings are attended by local comrades. In addition to the provincial party secretaries, a number of local and county party committee secretaries are added, and there are new factors. It is not enough for comrades from the central government to talk to provincial party committee secretaries. They also need to talk to local and county party committee secretaries, people from schools and cooperatives, and we will get to the end of the matter. Why raise this question? Just to get rid of the official spirit. Having become a master and unwilling to ask others for advice, this self-righteous attitude exists at all levels. The more people you ask for advice, the more confident you will be in what you come up with, but you still can't say it is correct because there is no proof. There are many things that I doubt myself about. Is the construction line of more fast, more economical, muster all our energy, and strive for the top correct? It will take another 5 years. Whenever China's revolutionary cause moved forward and triumphantly, Mao Zedong always reminded the whole party to be prepared for unexpected things to happen. This issue was raised again at the Chengdu meeting. He said, several things that happened in 1956 were unexpected, including the international criticism of Stalin and the Bo-Hungarian incident, and the domestic counter-advocacy. We have to be prepared for unexpected things to happen in the future. I think the overly high indicators should be compressed and made more reliable. Do not publish indicators that are too high. Henan wants to accomplish all 4 things this year, and maybe it can be done. Even if it can be done, it should be cautious, leaving some room for the masses, and also for the subordinates and themselves. He also said, some of our comrades were carried away by the enthusiasm and put forward some slogans that were impossible to achieve. I don't want to eliminate the air, but I just want to compress the air, compress my bloated brain, and calm down. I don't want to dismount, but I want to take measures. After Mao Zedong's speech, Zhang Desheng, Hu Qiaomu, Ke Qingxi, Deng Xiaoping, Tao Luya, Zhou Enlai, Bo Yubo, Teng Daiwen, Lu Shaokai, and Peng Dehui spoke successively. According to the requirements put forward by Mao Zedong, most of them talked about ideological and theoretical issues, mainly including the issue of opposing dogmatism, the nature of the ideological struggle at the Nanning Conference and the Chengdu Conference, the root of socialist construction, the ideological emancipation movement, the role of leaders, etc. Others mentioned the gradual weakening of differences between urban and rural areas, workers and peasants, and the gradual transition to communism. The tone of the speech was still against right-leaning conservative ideas. Some say that dogmatism mainly manifested itself as left during the Civil War period, and as right during the construction period. Some say that the ideological struggle between the Nanning Conference and the Chengdu Conference has far-reaching principled significance. This struggle is a struggle over the construction line and principles, not a struggle between 2 roads. It is a question of what methods to use to build socialism. One is vigorous and vigorous, the other is slow and deserted. The 2 methods are related to the rise and fall of my country's socialist construction. The root cause of countering rash advancement and other errors is subjectivism, dogmatism, or empiricism. Overcoming subjectivism is a movement for ideological emancipation. We must be ambitious, but our hearts must be warm and our heads cold. Some say that the losses caused by chronic diseases are no less than those caused by acute diseases. From a current perspective, the danger of right-wing conservatism is still major. Acute disease problems should be avoided, but they are not terrible. In socialist construction, the issues of gradual transition to communism are not completely separate. Collective ownership will be transformed into ownership by the whole people in the future, but at present there should be no mass movement to turn collective ownership into state-owned enterprises. In their speeches, some central leaders said some words of praise for Mao Zedong. Some said, our level is far behind that of the chairman. We should believe that the chairman is much better than us, and we should strive to keep up on a conscious basis. As a senior cadre, it is not just a matter of keeping up, but a matter of having a creative spirit. The role of the chairman is not a matter of being the chairman or not, nor a matter of legal reputation, but a matter of de facto leader. Some said, the chairman is much smarter than us, and our task is to study hard. Can the many advantages of the chairman be learned? It should be said that it can be learned, and it is not something to stop at the top of the mountain. But there are things about the chairman that we cannot catch up with. His rich historical knowledge, theoretical knowledge, revolutionary experience, and memory are not something that everyone can learn. Some people have proposed that we should publicize Chairman Mao's leadership role and publicize and study Chairman Mao's thoughts. Senior cadres must do 3 things well: follow well, learn well, and do well. Some people say, Chairman Mao's thought has the significance of international universal truth. They said these words with sincerity and seriousness. Their trust and admiration for Mao Zedong came from the bottom of their hearts. It has never happened since the founding of New China that some of the most important leaders of the party's Central Committee focused so much on praising Mao Zedong personally. On March 26, the 18-day Chengdu conference ended. At the end of the meeting, Mao Zedong spoke again. This is his sixth speech at the Chengdu conference. He said, "This meeting was okay, but we did not prepare for both practical and practical work in advance. There was more practical work and less virtual work. This is also good. A large number of problems were solved at one time, and it was discussed with local comrades, which is more realistic. In the past, we were too practical. We must guide leading comrades at all levels to care about ideological, political, and theoretical issues, and combine red and professional issues." Mao Zedong once again emphasized that we should grasp the situation 4 times a year, especially this year, so that we can grasp the mood of the masses in a more timely manner and steadily control the speed of construction. The next meeting will be held in July and will focus on industry. This is exactly what Mao Zedong was not very familiar with in the past. He said, "There are still some issues that we still don't have a thorough understanding of. Agriculture is relatively clear, but industry, commerce, and culture and education are unclear. Coal, electricity, oil, machinery, construction, geology, transportation, post and telecommunications, light industry, and commerce have not been touched. Finance, trade, and culture and education have never been touched. Forestry has not been touched either. This year, we must touch upon these. The Political Bureau and the Secretariat will touch upon them." The Chengdu Conference was another important meeting held by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China after the Nanning Conference. It was a great step forward on the road to launching the Great Leap Forward. It was a central meeting to launch the Great Leap Forward from focusing on criticizing and countering rash advancement to launching the Great Leap Forward. Production indicators have been rising again and again, the time limit for completing tasks has been shrinking again. The slogans of anti-dogmatism, anti-empiricism, and eliminate superstition and emancipate the mind were originally good things. However, under the guidance of leftists and eager for achieve ideas, they encouraged blind and reckless sentiments that did not respect objective laws. Due to the repeated talk of materialism and dialectics, the criticism of anti-rash progress and the launch of the Great Leap Forward gained a certain theoretical form. The Chengdu Conference raised and studied many issues, the most important of which was the beginning of the formation of a general line for socialist construction, and a relatively complete statement, although it has not yet been clearly highlighted and made a formal provision. This meeting discussed and approved the opinions on the second account of the 1958 plan and budget proposed by the State Planning Commission. Compared with the 1958 plan targets adopted by the fifth session of the First National People's Congress in February of this year, substantial adjustments have been made. The steel production target increased from 6.248 thousand tons to 7 million tons, and the grain target increased from 392 billion jin to 431.6 billion jin. Infrastructure investment increased from more than 14.57 billion yuan to 17.5 billion yuan. The meeting also produced more than 40 documents, mainly on economic construction. This is the first time in the history of the Communist Party of China that economic issues were discussed so intensively and so many economic documents were produced at a working meeting convened by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. After the Chengdu meeting, each province immediately went back to convey the message. In Henan province, which proposed 3 years of hard work to change the face, the person in charge announced, irrigation has been achieved, and water conservancy projects worth 5.2 billion earthwork have been completed. In terms of water conservancy, Anhui province, which was praised by Mao Zedong during the Nanning conference, the person in charge said, water conservancy lags behind Henan. Now it is time to catch up. In Henan, 4.5 billion earthworks can be achieved by the end of April, and 49 counties can be declared water conservancy. He also said, it will not take 7 years, but maybe 3 to 5 years to complete the 40 agricultural projects. The trend of blind competition and overtaking that exceeds the actual possibility has become unstoppable from top to bottom in some places. Note: Mao Zedong's 60 Articles on Working Methods, January 1958. See Volume 7 of Collected Works of Mao Zedong, People's Publishing House, June 1999, pages 349 to 351. Mao Zedong's 60 Articles on Working Methods, January 1958. See Volume 7 of Collected Works of Mao Zedong, People's Publishing House, June 1999, pages 349 to 351. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, February 18, 1958. People's Daily editorial on January 1, 1956, strive to comprehensively complete the 5-year plan ahead of schedule and overfulfill the target. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the group leaders meeting of the second plenary session of the 8th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, November 13, 1956. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the Nanning Conference, January 12, 1958. People's Daily on December 12, 1957. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, February 18, 1958. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, February 18, 1958. In Mao Zedong's list of attendees, Chen Yun, Deng Xiaoping, and Pan Fuxian did not attend the meeting for some reason. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the Nanning Conference, January 11, 1958. Wang Renzong's diary, January 12, 1958. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the Nanning Conference, January 11, 1958. Refers to the second preface written on December 27, 1955. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the Nanning Conference, January 12, 1958. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the Nanning Conference, January 14, 1958. Bo Yubo, Review of Several Major Decisions and Events, Volume 2, People's Publishing House, December 1997 edition, page 662. Refers to the government work report delivered by Zhou Enlai at the 4th session of the First National People's Congress on June 26, 1957. The report said, "Some people believe that our country's plan to develop the national economy was all-out aggressive in 1956, and then all-out reckless in 1957. Obviously, this opinion is incorrect. The 1956 plan took a leap forward and achieved great achievements in all aspects as mentioned before. Yes, some indicators are larger. However, this is a shortcoming of a local nature." Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the Nanning Conference, January 16, 1958. Bo Yubo, Review of Several Major Decisions and Events, Volume 2, People's Publishing House, December 1997 edition, page 662. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the Nanning Conference, January 17, 1958. Outline of Zhou Enlai's speech at the Nanning Conference, manuscript, January 19, 1958. Wang Renzong's work notes, January 19, 1958. Record of Mao Zedong's interruption at the Nanning Conference, January 20, 1958. Collected Works of Mao Zedong Volume 7, People's Publishing House, June 1999 edition, pages 344, 345, 350. Collected Works of Mao Zedong Volume 7, People's Publishing House, June 1999 edition, pages 344, 345, 350. Mao Zedong, How to Handle Contradictions Among the People, manuscript, February 1957. The three accounts of the production plan refer to two central accounts. One is the plan that must be completed, and the second is the plan that is completed in time. There are also two local accounts. The first book in the local area is the second book in the central government. This is bound to be achieved in the local area, and the second book in the local area is expected to be completed. See Article 9 of the 60 Articles of Working Methods. Collected Works of Mao Zedong Volume 7, People's Publishing House, June 1999 edition, page 357. Collected Works of Mao Zedong Volume 7, People's Publishing House, June 1999 edition, pages 353, 354, 351. Collected Works of Mao Zedong Volume 7, People's Publishing House, June 1999 edition, pages 353, 354, 351. Collected Works of Mao Zedong Volume 7, People's Publishing House, June 1999 edition, pages 353, 354, 351. Collected Works of Mao Zedong Volume 7, People's Publishing House, June 1999 edition, pages 354 to 357, 359. Collected Works of Mao Zedong Volume 7, People's Publishing House, June 1999 edition, pages 354 to 357, 359. Collected Works of Mao Zedong Volume 7, People's Publishing House, June 1999 edition, pages 354 to 357, 359. Collected Works of Mao Zedong Volume 7, People's Publishing House, June 1999 edition, page 358. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the 14th session of the Supreme State Council, January 28, 1958. This was a common saying at the time. According to the latest archaeological results, human history has been at least 3 million to 3.5 million years. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the 14th session of the Supreme State Council, January 28, 1958. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, February 18, 1958. Mao Zedong's letter to Liu Shaokai, manuscript, February 17, 1958. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, February 18, 1958. Record of Chen Yun's speech at the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, February 18, 1958. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, February 18, 1958. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the Chengdu Conference, March 9, 1958. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the Chengdu Conference, March 10, 1958. Bo Yubo, Review of Several Major Decisions and Events, Volume 2, People's Publishing House, December 1997 edition, pages 744 and 745. All the above can be found in the record of Mao Zedong's interruptions when he listened to the report at the Chengdu Conference. Refers to the indicators that the average grain yield per mu is to be achieved within 12 years as stipulated in the National Agricultural Development Outline from 1956 to 1967, namely, 400 jins per mu in areas north of the Yellow River and Qinling Mountains, 500 jins in areas south of the Yellow River and north of the Huihe River, and 800 jins in the areas south of the Huihe River and Qinling Mountains, referred to as 4, 5, 8. Refers to construction projects invested and established by local governments at all levels. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the Chengdu Conference, March 22, 1958. Wang Renzong's work notes, March 22, 1958. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the Chengdu Conference, March 25, 1958. Minutes of the Chengdu Conference, March 25, 1958. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the Chengdu Conference, March 26, 1958. Wang Renzong's work notes, March 26 and April 2, 1958. 20. Launch the Great Leap Forward. On the night when the Chengdu Conference ended, Mao Zedong officially decided to take a boat down the Yangtze River to Hankow, where he would hold a meeting of provincial and municipal party secretaries in East China and Central South China. Some provincial party secretaries from North China and Northeast China went with him. At the same time, Tian Jiaying was also told to inform Wu Lengzi to travel to the Three Gorges together to Wuhan. Mao Zedong decided to go through the Three Gorges of the Yangtze River and also wanted to do some on-the-spot investigation on the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. In early 1953, he set out from Wuhan and took a warship to inspect the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River until he landed in Nanjing. It was during that inspection that he discussed the long-term vision for comprehensive management of the Yangtze River to Lin Yishan, director of the Yangtze River Water Conservancy Commission, and proposed the Three Gorges project for the first time. At the Nanning Conference and the Chengdu Conference, he listened to reports on the construction of the Three Gorges project and carefully considered both the pros and cons. During the Chengdu meeting, he carefully reviewed the draft opinions on the Three Gorges Water Conservancy project and the Yangtze River Basin planning. When discussing the necessity and possibility of building the Three Gorges project, the draft opinion pointed out, considering the country's long-term economic development and technical conditions, the Three Gorges Water Conservancy project needs to be built and is possible. Mao Zedong added a sentence after this, but in the end, we made up our minds. Determining the construction and when to start the construction can only be made after all important aspects of the preparation work are basically completed. Building the Three Gorges Water Conservancy project was Mao Zedong's long-cherished wish. How he hoped to see the spectacular scenery of a high gorge emerging from a flat lake so that the Three Gorges project would benefit the people. He believes that the Three Gorges Water Conservancy project needs to be built and can be built. However, when it came to the launch of this huge water conservancy project, he carefully considered the actual situation in all aspects at the time, and believed that the final decision to build it should be made after the preparations for all important aspects are basically completed. The Three Gorges Water Conservancy project is one of the greatest water conservancy and hydropower projects in the world. Starting in 1957, after more than 40 years of investigation and repeated demonstrations, and after the reform and opening up, China's comprehensive national strength has been greatly enhanced. In April 1992, the fifth session of the 7th National People's Congress passed a resolution on the construction of the Three Gorges project. The Three Gorges of the Yangtze River are famous far and wide. It is both beautiful and varied, yet also strange and steep. Sometimes it is tame and docile, and sometimes it is unpredictable. It is a combination of danger, wonder and beauty that has fascinated literati throughout the ages. The famous Li Bai poem Early Departure from Beatty City is a famous poem describing the wonders of the Three Gorges. Mao Zedong praised it and printed it at the Chengdu Conference. Later he wrote this poem in handwriting. On the morning of March 27, Mao Zedong left Chengdu by special train and arrived in Chongqing at 1:50 a.m. the next day. On the 28th, I visited Chongqing Iron and Steel Plant in the morning and 296 Factory in the afternoon. We boarded the ship early in the morning on the 29th and departed at 6:15. On the boat, he talked with the Secretary of the Fuling District Committee and the Secretary of the Wangxian District Committee. Regarding Mao Zedong's boat trip through the Three Gorges, Wang Renzong, the first secretary of the Hubei Provincial Party Committee who was on the boat with Mao Zedong at that time, recorded several paragraphs in his diary. We took the ship Jiangxia. Lao, Jingquan, and I stayed in the first-class cabin with the chairman. We will stay in Wan County tonight. The chairman only slept for more than an hour last night and has not slept yet. He wants to sleep at night so that he can see the Three Gorges during the day. It seems that the chairman is in a very happy spirit. On March 30th, The ship passed the three gorges. The chairman, K. Kingshi, Li Jingquan, and I chatted with the captain and trainee captain. The chairman asked the captain whether this section of the three gorges is the most dangerous for sailing. The captain said that sailing in this section of the three gorges is very difficult during the dry season, and sometimes we encounter dangers. Once you get used to it, there are very few dangers. The chairman said, if I were to sail in this dangerous place, it would be better to sail in a stagnant water, or not to swim along the Yangtze River. People's lives would be dull and meaningless. More than 30 years later, Wu Lengzi, who was also on the boat with Mao Zedong, recalled this situation like this. The Jiangxia ship arrived at Beatty City on the evening of the 29th. It was already dark, but the faint sound of waves could be heard. After breakfast on the 30th, the Jiangxia ship set sail and entered the Qutang Gorge. When it was approaching Wu Gorge, Chairman Mao came to the cab in his pajamas and admired the scenery of the three gorges while chatting with the captain and pilot. The captain talked about the myths and legends about the three gorges. Chairman Mao also took the telescope from the captain and looked at the goddess peak from several sides. He told us that Song Yu said in the Goddess Ode, the beauty of the goddess is decorated with yin and yang, and it is beautiful. The flying wings of emeralds are unparalleled in their beauty. The beauty of Mao Qiang's robe is less than formal. In fact, no one has ever seen the goddess, but Song Yu's romantic depiction became the subject of Chairman Mao until he was about to finish Xiling Gorge. Back in the living room of the cabin, I had a chat with Tian Jiaying. He started with Zhou Rong, Tian Jiaying's fellow revolutionary soldier, and discussed Jiang Taiyan, Jiang Shizhao, and others in the Soviet Union case, and then went on to talk about the Chinese bourgeois democrats who were once vigorous and brave warriors. On March 31, the ship passed the Jingjiang River. Mao Zedong called the leaders of Yuchang and Zhexi onto the ship and asked about the situation. Arrive in Wuhan at 2 a.m. on April 1. It was raining and the weather was quite cold. Mao Zedong stayed at the East Lake Hotel. From April 1 to 9, Mao Zedong convened a meeting of provincial party committee secretaries in East and Central South China in Wuhan. He heard in turn the first secretary of the Henan Provincial Committee Wu Zhipu, the first secretary of the Anhui Provincial Committee Zhang Zishan, the first secretary of the Shandong Provincial Committee Xu Tong, the first secretary of the Jiangsu Provincial Committee reports on the Leap Forward Plan of the province by Zhang Weiqing, Zhou Xiaozhou, first secretary of the Hunan Provincial Party Committee, Lu Jiangxuan, first secretary of the Guangxi Zhuang Autonomous Region Party Committee, Ye Fei, first secretary of the Fujian Provincial Party Committee, Yang Shangkui, first secretary of the Jiangxi Provincial Party Committee, and Zhang Hua, first secretary of the Zhejiang Provincial Party Committee. Participants in the meeting included Li Xiannian, Tan Zhenlin, K. Kingshi, Li Jingquan, Wang Renzhong, Wu Lengzi, Tian Jiaying, etc. This meeting was called the Wuhan Conference. The meeting was only held for half a day every day and never stopped for 9 consecutive days. In the report, each province talked about the new situation after rectification and the new situation of the Great Leap Forward, and set higher targets one after another to compare with each other, not to be far behind. On the afternoon of April 1, Wu Zhipu gave a report, explaining the basis for doubling the amount in 1 year and the possibility of completing the 3-year plan in 1 year. Mao Zedong disagreed with Wu Zhipu's talk of achieving greening in 1 year and asked him, how can you achieve greening in 1 year? Advise him to revise the indicators and adjust the plan. Wu Zhipu agreed not to mention achieving greening in 1 year and eliminating 4 pests in 1 year, but still insisted on achieving 4, 5, and 8 in 1 year. On the afternoon of the second day, Zhang Zishan reported on Anhui's water conservancy problems and showed Mao Zedong a water conservancy construction plan. Mao Zedong said, it's good that you can change the situation in 3 years, but I doubt it. It doesn't matter if you do it for a few more years. You are right, and I can't completely disbelieve it. There are many people in Henan, and you may not be able to catch up. Don't do it recklessly. Don't announce water conservancy too early, and leave room for it. It is dangerous to announce the completion of water conservancy, greening, and the 4 no's. You can only announce that it has been basically completed. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Xu Tong reported. I talked about some numbers and materials, but I didn't talk about my own views. Mao Zedong said, to only talk about the situation, not to talk about opinions, is to open a material warehouse. The human mind is a processing factory, and it cannot do without materials. Once the materials are available, they must be processed, opinions must be generated, and opinions must be used to guide the materials. He also said, I am skeptical that after 3 years of hard work, water conservancy has been achieved. In 3 years, the face has basically changed. I think it can only be a preliminary change. People's daily should not make any changes easily. How can we get rid of flies and mosquitoes in 1 year? If we get rid of them in 5 years, it will be a big victory. At 7:30 that evening, Mao Zedong and the participants went to the Wuhan Laotongchange restaurant to have a meal, change their lives, and see with their own eyes the lives of Wuhan citizens. On the afternoon of the 4th, Zhang Weiqing reported and talked about some practices of Jiangsu province. Mao Zedong mainly talked about newspaper propaganda. He said, newspaper propaganda should not be all about planning. The propaganda work should be in-depth, detailed and practical. Nowadays, propaganda pays attention to quantity and speed, but not enough attention to quality and province. There is no need to talk big words. It is necessary to have great success, but it is not good to be flashy. Emphasizing speed and ignoring quality and province was a tendency in newspaper propaganda at that time. Mao Zedong discovered it and pointed it out, but in the atmosphere of the Great Leap Forward and the pursuit of high targets, these words seemed to have little effect. On the afternoon of the 5th, Zhou Xiaozhou reported and talked about some situations in Hunan. Mao Zedong said, how many changes should be achieved in a year? Don't say it is overdone, but some slogans need to be adjusted and be careful when publishing them in newspapers. There is still the same amount of air, no less, but it is just compressed. The counterattack cut the air in half. We're not going to chop, we're just going to compress the air. Now I am worried that there will be another counterattack. If we don't get a good harvest this year, the people will be discouraged, and then there will be another typhoon. This matter must be made clear to the prefectural and county party committee secretaries. What if the harvest is not good and the plan cannot be completed? Be mentally prepared. It depends on the results, bragging doesn't count. Don't be superficial but not deep, thick but not thin, flashy but not real. On the afternoon of the 8th, Ye Fei reported. Mao Zedong interjected, speak loudly, and speak loudly is something that no socialist country in the world dares to do. Only our country dares to implement it. Not being afraid of mobilizing the masses is a true Leninist attitude. In his report, Ye Fei focused on criticizing the doctrine of moderation and the idea of not daring to make leaps and seek stability. Mao Zedong said, the so-called stability and reliability are, in fact, neither stable nor reliable. In a country as big as ours, if it is always stable and slow, great disasters will occur. It will be better if it is faster. There is a way to deal with the stability faction. When the time is right, they will put forward new slogans and keep putting forward new slogans to make them unable to be stable. Mao Zedong's ideas at the Wuhan conference basically followed those of the Chengdu conference. While encouraging, he continued to remind the provincial party committee secretaries to pay attention to another issue, the need to compress the air. Mao Zedong liked high-speed development, but he did not believe or half-believed the far-fetched high targets proposed by various places at that time, and he poured cold water on them from time to time. At the meeting on the afternoon of April 6, Mao Zedong raised the question in his speech, what is the situation of class struggle in the transitional period? He made the following basic estimate, the two-road struggle will probably have several rounds, and a long-term iteration must be expected. We need to estimate whether major problems will arise, such as international problems, world war, major disasters, or right-wing rebellion. But the basic battle of class struggle has been fought and the basic victory has been achieved. What Mao Zedong meant here by saying that the class struggle has achieved basic victory is different from the meaning of basic victory mentioned in the resolution of the 8th National Congress. Mao Zedong believed that at that time, the 8th National Congress only achieved basic victory on the economic front, but now the basic victory includes the political and ideological fronts. Victory on the economic front is not enough, there must also be victory on the political and ideological fronts. After Mao Zedong decided to shift the focus of his work to economic construction, he still did not forget class struggle when he devoted all his efforts to grasping the economy and construction. The Wuhan Conference ended on the 9th. On the 12th, Mao Zedong flew to Changsha by special plane. That night, we had Hunan food at Changsha Li Heji restaurant. At this time, Mao Zedong was in a happy mood. On April 13th, Mao Zedong took a special plane from Changsha to Guangzhou. The second session of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China was approaching, and Mao Zedong was going to focus on the preparations for the session, and at the same time discuss economic issues, mainly industrial issues. On the third day after arriving in Guangzhou, Mao Zedong wrote a short article introducing a cooperative. Previously, on March 20, the CPC Henan Fengkai County Committee wrote a report to Mao Zedong, introducing the county's agricultural production cooperatives that relied on collective strength to overcome natural disasters and change their backwardness. This deed moved Mao Zedong. He was very excited after seeing it and happily wrote. The short article was published simultaneously in Red Flag magazine and People's Daily on June 1, causing a sensation across the country and pushing the already mustered masses' energy to a new climax. The population of 600 million is a decisive factor. There are more people, more talk, more enthusiasm, and more energy. The distinctive feature of China's 600 million population is that they are poor and white. These may seem like bad things, but they are actually good things. Being poor means thinking about change, working hard, and making revolution. A blank piece of paper, without any burden, makes it easy to write the latest and most beautiful words and draw the latest and most beautiful pictures. These words became almost household names at once. There is a sentence in the article, from this point of view, it may not take as long as previously thought for our country to catch up with the capitalist powers in industrial and agricultural production. This sentence originally read, from this point of view, it will not take as long for our country to catch up with Britain and the United States. 25 years or more will be enough. Hu Qiaomu synthesized all parties. During the interview, he wrote a suggestion. It was originally said that it would take 15 years to catch up with Britain, but now it is said that it does not take as long as previously thought, and it can catch up with Britain and the United States in 25 years. This seems complicated. Can it be changed to, it will not take long for our country to catch up with Britain, but even if we catch up with the United States, it does not need to be what we thought before. After reading Hu Qiaomu's opinion, Mao Zedong made modifications. At the same time, in a letter written to Liu Shaokai, Deng Xiaoping, Zhou Enlai, Chen Yun, Hu Qiaomu, and Wu Lengzi, he explained, it will take 10 years to catch up with the United Kingdom, and another 10 years to catch up with the United States. It will take 25 years or more to catch up with the United States. There is room for 5 to 7 years. The slogan of catching up with Britain in 15 years remains unchanged. Mao Zedong still insisted on his prediction of catching up with Britain in 10 years and catching up with the United States in 20 years. He also believed that there was room for 5 to 7 years in 25 years. However, considering that this article will be published publicly, for the sake of caution, this modification was made, and it was stated that the slogan of catching up with Britain in 15 years remains unchanged. In fact, Mao Zedong's new prediction was announced at the Chengdu Conference in March. On April 2, when he met with the Polish government delegation, he said again, it may not take 15 years for China to catch up with the United Kingdom. It may only take 10 or 11 years. It will take another 20 years for China to catch up with the United States. On April 22, Liu Shaokai, Deng Xiaoping, Chen Boda, Kang Sheng, Lu Ding'ai, Hu Qiaomu, Tian Jiaying, Hu Sheng, and Deng Liqin arrived in Guangzhou. In the evening, I attended a meeting hosted by Mao Zedong to discuss the draft report of the second session of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China. This report was drafted by Liu Shaokai. At this time, Mao Zedong's excitement and attention had been focused on industries that he had had relatively little involvement in and was not very familiar with. This can be clearly seen from the temporary communication he sent to the party committees of all provinces, cities, and autonomous regions on April 23. He said, "Please immediately conduct a general study of the local industrial indicators in your provinces and cities during the second five-year plan period. How high the output value of your local heavy industry and light industry may reach by 1962, make a table, and bring it to Beijing during the party conference before May 5, so that it can be let's talk about it. What is the ratio of industrial and agricultural output value in 1957, and what is the possible ratio of industrial and agricultural output value in 1962? Please study these two items and list them in a table together with the previous item. In addition to the table, please make a text explanation of 2,000 to 3,000 words and attach it to the table. After you arrive in Beijing, you urge the left-behind cadres to continue studying industry without interruption. The work of the provincial, municipal, and autonomous region party committees during the 3 months of April, May and June should focus on industry and transportation as agreed at the Chengdu Conference and Wuchang Conference. Agriculture can be entrusted to a secretary in charge of agriculture in the current few months. The first secretary can pay attention to the direction and say a few words to make arrangements, because vigorous arrangements have been made last winter and this spring. On the 25th, Mao Zedong wrote another letter to Zhou Enlai, Chen Yun, Peng Dehui, Li Fukun, and Bo Yubo, saying, I want to talk about industrial issues in the next few days. Except Fukun has agreed to come here, do you have time and are you willing to come here to talk? If you can come, please come south on the 25th or 26th. I also want to invite Wang Heshu and Peng Tao. Teng Daiwan, Zhang Linzi, Lu Lanbo, Petroleum Minister Yu Kaiyulai, Ministry of Geology Lu Jingfen, and Ministry of Water Resources Li Baohua are here to talk, and please bring Comrade Li Rui with them. The people invited in the letter are the ministers of the Ministries of Metallurgy, Chemical Industry, Railways, Coal, and Petroleum, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Geology, and the 3 Deputy Ministers of the Ministry of Water Resources and Electric Power. Unlike previous meetings, the participants at this Guangzhou meeting were all heads of central government departments. From the 27th to the 29th, the meeting was held for 3 consecutive days to discuss industrial issues. Mao Zedong swam in the Pearl River every day, held meetings, and swam. For example, the day of the 27th was spent like this: at 2:40 p.m., there was a meeting at the residence. We boarded the ship at 6:15 and continued the meeting. Rest at 6:50 and go swimming. Board the boat at 7:10 and have dinner at 7:30. The meeting continued on the boat at 8 o'clock. I returned to my residence at 10:25, and the meeting lasted until 12:30. At the meeting on the 27th, Mao Zedong expressed his attitude towards the goal of catching up with the United States in 15 years proposed by the 2 ministries of the Central Committee. He believed that it does not seem impossible to catch up with the United States in 15 years. But at the same time, he said that the slogan of surpassing the United Kingdom would not change, and that the slogan of surpassing the United States would not be mentioned, and would be discussed internally. It seems that Mao Zedong is somewhat tempted to catch up with the United States in 15 years, and his assessment of the situation is becoming more and more optimistic. But he also asked people to think about the problem from the negative side. From a positive perspective now, China will catch up with the United States in 15 years. From a negative perspective, is it right to mobilize the enthusiasm of 600 million people in this way? Resources, materials, equipment, collaboration, can it be done? If the equipment is large and sophisticated, can it be solved so quickly? Hurry up, draw the strip, but not solidly. Can scientific problems catch up? He specifically warned, when considering a problem, think about the negative side, don't think about the good side, and analyze the negative side. Imagine the possible disaster, a war, and the socialist camp not being consolidated. Wanting to go fast, but worrying about causing big trouble if we go too fast, this may be a conflicting mood that Mao Zedong often had when he launched the Great Leap Forward. It is undoubtedly a good method to consider the problem from the opposite side. However, since the train of the Great Leap Forward was pushed onto the accelerating track and rushed forward, it was actually difficult to slow it down. On May 1, Mao Zedong left Guangzhou, took a special plane, passed through Wuhan, and returned to Beijing the next day. That evening, Liu Shaokai, Zhou Enlai, Chen Yun, Deng Xiaoping, Dong Biwu, Peng Zhen, Chen Boda, Hu Qiaomu, and Yang Shankan were called to a meeting in the Yiniantang to discuss issues related to convening the second meeting of the 8th National Congress. The second session of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China opened on May 5 at Huiran Hall in Zhongnanhai. The agenda of this meeting is, report on the work of the Central Committee, report on the Moscow Conference, adoption of the draft National Agricultural Development Program. On the first day of the meeting, Liu Shaokai delivered a work report on behalf of the Central Committee, emphasizing the party's general line and future tasks of working hard, striving to the top, and building socialism with greater speed, better quality, and more cost-effectively. The report was written by Liu Shaokai, but the basic ideas were Mao Zedong's. It fully expressed the main content of Mao Zedong's speeches at every conference since 1956, mainly since the Nanning Conference. Liu Shaokai's report summarized and refined some of the basic theories, basic views, and basic policies proposed by Mao Zedong on socialist construction as the basic points of the general line, which are summarized as follows: mobilize all positive factors and correctly handle contradictions among the people, consolidate and develop socialist ownership by the whole people and collective ownership, consolidate the dictatorship of the proletariat and the international unity of the proletariat. While continuing to complete the socialist revolution on the economic, political, and ideological fronts, gradually realize technological revolution under the conditions of giving priority to the development of heavy industry, and agriculture should be developed simultaneously, under the conditions of centralized leadership, comprehensive planning, and division of labor. Central industry and local industry should be developed simultaneously. And large enterprises and small and medium-sized enterprises should be developed simultaneously. Through these, we can build our country into a great socialist country with modern industry, modern agriculture, and modern science and culture as soon as possible. These contents can be regarded as the achievements of Mao Zedong in exploring the road of socialist construction in China. Mao Zedong was most satisfied with the three simultaneous developments and called them walking on two legs. As for the slogan of catching up with the British in 15 years, according to the opinions of Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, within a small circle within the party, the caliber is, catch up with the British in 7 years and catch up with the United States in 15 years. But publicly speaking, it is still 15 years to catch up with the British. However, the work report made a modification, changing the previously mentioned 15 years or more to catch up with the UK to 15 years or less. The difference between one word long and the other short reflects the change in Mao Zedong's estimation of China's economic development speed. The work report highlighted the issue of construction speed and explained why it must be accelerated, pointing out, the issue of construction speed is the most important issue before us after the victory of the socialist revolution. Our revolution is to develop social productive forces as quickly as possible. Our country's economy is originally very backward, and there is imperialism outside our country. Only by speeding up construction as much as possible can we consolidate our socialist country as quickly as possible and improve people's living standards. The work report confirmed Mao Zedong's conclusion on the principal contradiction in domestic society put forward at the third plenary session of the 8th Central Committee of the Communist Party of my country in 1957, during the entire transitional period, that is to say, before the establishment of a socialist society. The struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, and the struggle between the socialist road and the capitalist road, has always been the main internal contradiction in our country. In this way, the National Congress of the party officially changed the correct conclusion on the principal contradiction in domestic society at the first session of the 8th National Congress. This was a major turning point in the party's guiding ideology, and provided a theoretical basis for the subsequent mistake of seriously expanding class struggle. After Liu Shaokai's work report was completed, he made some modifications to the draft according to Mao Zedong's opinions. Mao Zedong was very satisfied. In his comments on the final draft, he wrote, "The changes have been very good, and it is truly overwhelming." The 4 words like overwhelming momentum were probably Mao Zedong's highest evaluation of reports or speeches that he was satisfied with during this period. Liu Shaokai's report aroused heated discussion among the delegates. Everyone unanimously approved and supported this report. Mao Zedong spoke at the conference 4 times on May 8, 17, 20, and 23. The theme was to break superstition, emancipate the mind, dare to think, speak, and do. On May 8, he delivered his first speech with the theme of breaking superstition. He said, "How afraid are our comrades? The first is afraid of professors, the second is afraid of Marx. I thought that Marx lived in a very high building and had to take a long ladder to climb up. I think those downstairs should not be afraid of the people upstairs. Lenin said and did many things that surpassed Marx. There are many things we have done that have surpassed Marx. Our practice surpasses Marx. Theory emerges from practice. We have succeeded, and it is reflected ideologically in theory." He said, "Don't belittle yourself and look down on yourself. We in China have been oppressed by imperialism for more than 100 years. They always promote the same thing, obey foreigners. Feudalism also promotes the same thing, obey Confucius. For foreigners, we can't do it. For Confucius, neither can we. In short, these are all superstitions, and all superstitions must be broken." He once again cited a large number of examples to prove that since ancient times, great scholars and inventors were always young people, people who were looked down upon, people who were oppressed, or people with relatively little knowledge. He said, "Our comrades should not be intimidated by academic experts, authorities, and celebrities. They should dare to think, speak, and do. The creativity and enthusiasm contained in the working people are very rich. In the past, it was the superstructure the party and the government did not promote it, or did not promote it enough, suppressed it, and did not explode. Now we are beginning to see the creativity of the working people and the population of 600 million. It was only last winter and this spring that our method is to lift the lid, break the superstition, and let the enthusiasm of the working people burst out." He said, "I don't understand industry, but I don't believe that industry is unattainable. I have talked with several comrades who are engaged in industry. They didn't understand it at first. After a few years of study, they will understand it. It's nothing special. It's not a normal state of mind to take it so seriously. I think China will catch up with Britain and the United States in 15 years, which is about the same." According to Comrade Li Fukun's words, a little more time, such as 20 years, is enough. But if this is not published, the slogan of catching up with Britain in 15 years will not change. Don't change our slogan, don't add a saying of 15 or 20 years to catch up with the United States. but senior cadres and National Congress representatives should know this direction. Mao Zedong also said that we must learn from Lenin, dare to plant our flags, and dare to be new and different. There should be no blank space when planting the flag. The bourgeois flag should be removed and replaced with the proletarian flag. Finally, his speech was summarized as, "Get rid of superstition, don't be afraid of professors, don't be afraid of Marx." On May 18, Mao Zedong proposed that a report on the successful trial production of a 30-horsepower tractor by the Anton Machinery Factory be issued to the General Assembly. Anton Machinery Factory is a small repair shop with very low production capacity and technical level. The workers tried their own methods, failed again and again, and finally successfully developed a 30-horsepower single-cylinder tire tractor. In order to publish this report, Mao Zedong wrote a comment titled "The humble are the smartest, and the noble are the stupidest." On May 20, Mao Zedong once again delivered a speech on the issue of getting rid of superstition. He also talked about the issues of appearing as an ordinary worker, laymen leading experts, planting red flags to determine the direction of the wind, and other issues. Get rid of the official atmosphere and present this issue as an ordinary worker. This issue has been discussed all the way from the Nanning Conference and written into the 60 articles of working methods. In this speech, this idea was further developed, raised to the height of the noble communist spirit, promoted and emphasized, and at the same time severely criticized the disgusting officialdom. He said, "The reason why this issue is raised in particular is because some of our cadres are the best in the world. They look down on others and rely on their qualifications. When they become officials, especially high-ranking officials, they are unwilling to appear as ordinary workers. This is a very bad phenomenon. If most cadres can act as ordinary workers, if the attitude of a cadre appears, then these few cadres will be isolated and the habit of bureaucracy can be changed. Relying on being a high official and relying on qualifications hinders the expression of creativity. Therefore, the official atmosphere must be eliminated. This official atmosphere must be eliminated among cadres, no matter who has the truth. Whether you are a manure worker, a coal digger, a street sweeper, or a poor farmer, as long as the truth is in their hands, you must obey them. If you have a big official, but the truth is not in your hands, you cannot obey you. Again, if most cadres get rid of their official air, the remaining people will still have official air. It's easy to get rid of them because they are isolated. Official spirit is a kind of low-level taste, showing off one's qualifications, treating others unequally, and looking down on others. This is not the noble spirit of communism, but it is a high-level taste and a noble spirit of communism. Mao Zedong believed that it is a universal rule that laymen lead experts. He said this, "Can it be said that everyone is an expert and everyone is a layman? There are thousands of industries, thousands of sciences and technologies, and thousands of professions in the world. There are 10,000 lines, and each person can only master 1 or 2 lines. If you understand this one, you are an expert, and for those 9,999, you are an outsider." Another important content of Mao Zedong's speech is to plant red flags and identify the direction of the wind. He said, "Flags must be planted wherever there are people, either red, white, or gray, either the red flag of the proletariat or the white flag of the bourgeoisie. There are still some backward cooperatives, agencies, departments, workshops, companies, schools, and enterprises, where the flags are not red, but white or gray. We must do work in these places, mobilize the masses, and shout loudly, put up big character posters, pull out the white flags, and put up red flags. Red flags must be planted everywhere, and white flags must be pulled out wherever others put up white flags." Mao Zedong's spreading of these words made the ongoing rectification movement add some leftist practices, and it became more violent, treating many people as white flags and hurting many people, especially intellectuals. Mao Zedong also talked about the issue of setting up opposites. This idea has also had a negative impact within the party and in the country's political life. On May 23, Mao Zedong delivered his last speech at the conference, mainly talking about identifying the direction of the wind. He said, "It is easy to identify a strong wind, but it is difficult to identify a small wind. Leading cadres should pay special attention to this kind of small wind." Song Yu wrote an article Feng Fu, which has the significance of class struggle. He said that the wind is a kind of wind, with one attitude towards the poor and another attitude towards the nobles. The wind is born in the earth, rises at the end of the green, invades the valley, and is angry at the mouth of the soil bag. Here wrote a dialectical theory. Wind has small wind, moderate wind, and strong wind. He said that the wind rises from the tip of the grass in the shallow water. The stream is the river, the valley is the valley between the two mountains. Angry. The Tunang's Hikau is probably the location of the three gorges. A wind blows from Sichuan and passes through the three gorges. There is a book to prove it. You can read the 45th volume of Selected Works of Xiaoming. The problem is that it is most difficult to identify when the wind originates at the end of Qingzi. It's inevitable that it started at the end of Qingdu. It was probably the place in Longchang and Chongqing. I passed there this time and thought it was probably that place. Where is the river valley he mentioned? In May 1958, Mao Zedong participated in labor at the Mingtombs Reservoir construction site in Beijing. These vivid and philosophical words of Mao Zedong have left endless aftertaste for people. He used Feng Fu to inspire the party's leading cadres at all levels to learn to see the development trend of things from subtle changes. When a thing is still in its budding state, it is necessary to pay attention to it, study it, and identify it. This is a character that a politician with political sensitivity and foresight must possess. However, this issue must also be analyzed. A small wind that just started at the end of the green can develop into a strong wind that is angry at the mouth of the earth bag, but not every small wind can develop into such a strong wind. Even if it may develop into a strong wind, when it is still at the end of green, there must be a clear difference between how to treat it when it is still at the end of green and when it has been angry at the mouth of the earth bag. If you do not adopt a realistic attitude, exaggerate it in understanding, and confuse the two, you will make a wrong judgment. The speeches at the conference will begin on May 8. 117 people spoke orally and 140 people spoke in writing, including leaders at the central, provincial, municipal, autonomous region, prefectural and county levels. The speeches at the conference were full of passion and contained many heroic words. Heads of some central government departments and some local leaders have proposed high production targets for their respective departments and regions. The slogan 15 years to catch up with the United States is particularly inspiring. Completing the National Agricultural Development Outline 5 years ahead of schedule was also the theme of some representative speeches. The Metallurgical Department proposed plans for steel production of 12 million tons in 1959, 30 million tons in 1962, 70 million tons in 1967, and 120 million tons in 1972. The Chemical Industry Department proposed that my country's chemical industry can catch up with the United States within 15 years, and that the people can use local methods to run the chemical industry. The Railway Department proposed to build 120,000 kilometers of railways in the next 15 years, and so on. These high indicators were raised step by step as people's minds became more and more enthusiastic during the process of constantly criticizing and opposing rash progress, criticizing dogmatism, and vigorously advocating the elimination of superstition. The representatives spoke highly of the general line of socialist construction. Some central leaders said, "The party's general line is another shining example of Mao Zedong thought that combines the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism with the concrete practice of the Chinese Revolution. It is also a new development of the Marxist-Leninist theory of socialist construction. To support and believe in Chairman Mao is to support and believe in the truth. Chairman Mao is the representative of truth. The person in charge of the Central Propaganda Department also pointed out that the massive folk song collection campaign initiated by Mao Zedong and carried out across the country ushered in a new century for the development of folk songs. Several provincial and district leaders also spoke, criticizing the so-called separatism and localism issues occurring in their regions. Mao Zedong attached great importance to the speeches delivered at the conference and listened with great interest. He attended almost every conference. The second session of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China adopted the party's general line of building socialism with all the energy, striving for the top, and building socialism with greater speed, and economy. It adopted the goal of catching up with and surpassing the United Kingdom in 15 years, completed the National Agricultural Development Program 5 years ahead of schedule, and also adopted slogans such as 3 years of hard work, and the face will basically change. The general line and the series of slogans were adopted by the National Congress of the party, which marked that the major decision-making process of launching the Great Leap Forward step by step through the Nanning Conference, Chengdu Conference, and the second session of the 8th National Congress was finally finalized, and the National Great Leap Forward has reached its climax. After the second session of the 8th National Congress, Mao Zedong devoted his main energy to industrial and agricultural production, especially industry, especially steel and machinery. According to archive records, in the 20 days from May 31 to June 19, he had 9 separate conversations with the persons in charge of these aspects of work, including Wang Heshu, Minister of the Ministry of Metallurgical Industry, Zhao Erlu, Minister of the First Ministry of Machinery Industry, Song Rengshan, Minister of the Second Ministry of Machinery Industry, and Tan Zhenlin, Secretary of the Secretariat of the CPC Central Committee. At the same time, news of the leap forward on the industrial and agricultural production front continued to come in. Mao Zedong was happy about it and gave many instructions. On June 6, Wang Heshu reported that he had discussed with Lin Tai and believed that it was possible for North China's steel production capacity to reach 8 million tons by the end of 1959. Mao Zedong approved this report to Deng Xiaoping and wrote, "In 1962, 60 million tons of steel can be produced. This number is double the planned number reported by the Ministry of Metallurgy at the just concluded second session of the 8th National Congress, and is actually impossible to achieve." But this report submitted by the Business Department had a clear impact on Mao Zedong. On June 7, the Ministry of Metallurgical Industry reported to the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee its plans for the production level of major metallurgical products in 1962. Mao Zedong wholesaled this document to the enlarged meeting of the military commission that was being held. The instructions read, "As long as the steel production reaches 60 million tons in 1962, it will not be difficult to surpass the United States." On June 11, the Ministry of Agriculture reported the key points of the second 5-year agricultural development plan to the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee. When Mao Zedong approved this report to the enlarged meeting of the Military Commission, he changed the title to Great Hope for Agriculture and instructed, "Food, steel, and machinery are the 3 most important things. With these 3 things, the others will also be available. Among the 3 things, food and other agricultural products are the first important thing, and we should pay great attention to agricultural issues." On June 16, Li Fukun, Vice Premier of the State Council and Director of the National Planning Commission, submitted the key points of the second 5-year plan to the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, proposing that the tasks for the second 5-year period are, to realize the agricultural development outline ahead of schedule, to build a basically complete industrial system, surpassing the United Kingdom in 5 years, and catching up with the United States in 10 years, to greatly promote the technological revolution and cultural revolution, and lay the foundation for catching up with the world's most advanced scientific and technological levels within 10 years. This report was an eye-opener for Mao Zedong. When he approved this report to the enlarged meeting of the Central Military Commission, he wrote a comment, which said, "It is a very good document. It is worth reading carefully and can be an eye-opener. This is your own business. Without modern industry, how can there be modern national defense? Self-reliance should be the first priority, with foreign aid as the supplement. Get rid of superstition, and carry out industry, agriculture, and technological revolution independently. And cultural revolution, overthrow the slave mentality, bury dogmatism, earnestly learn from the good experiences of foreign countries, and also study the bad experiences of foreign countries. This is our line. This is true on the economic front, and it should be the same on the military front. This key point of the National Planning Commission's plan will advance the time to catch up with the United States by 5 years. On June 16, Li Xiannian, Vice Premier of the State Council and Minister of Finance, submitted the key points of the second 5-year fiscal plan to the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, which mentioned that the increase in wheat production this year has reached more than 35 billion jins, which is 20 billion jins more than the 15 billion jins of grain production increase in 1957. Mao Zedong also approved the enlarged meeting of the Military Commission, saying this is a very good thing. On June 17, Bo Yubo, Vice Premier of the State Council and Director of the National Economic Commission, submitted a report to the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, reporting on the national economic situation in 1958 and economic development in 1959. It states that in 1959, the output of my country's major industrial products, with the exception of electricity, will exceed the UK's production level. When Mao Zedong approved this report to the enlarged meeting of the Central Military Commission, he changed it to a very eye-catching title, Overtaking Britain in 2 years, and instructed, to surpass Britain, it will not be 15 years, nor 7 years. It only takes 2 to 3 years, and 2 years is possible. The main thing here is steel. As long as it reaches 25 million tons in 1959, we will surpass Britain in steel production. In just a few months, the time to surpass Britain was changed from 15 years to 2 years. It was in this atmosphere that Mao Zedong became more and more optimistic about the economic situation and became more and more excited. He made the important decision to double steel production from 5.35 million tons in 1957 to 11 million tons in 1958. The time is June 19, and the location is Zongnanhai Swimming Pool. Regarding the specific situation at that time, Chen Yun said this: before the regional cooperation meeting on the evening of June 19, the chairman convened some comrades from the central government at the Beijing swimming pool, and Wang Hesh, who also participated. The chairman asked him, last year it was 530, can it be doubled this year? Wang Hesh, who said, okay. Let's arrange it. He arranged it the next day. Therefore, it was June 19 that Mao Zedong decided to do 1001. Mao Zedong later also talked about this matter. The first was 6 million tons, the second account was 7 million tons, the third account was 8 million tons, and we strive for 9 million tons. I said you simply doubled it, so why are you procrastinating? Comrade Wang Hesh, who was very energetic, and arranged it. This important indicator that affects the overall situation is determined in this way. It obviously lacks scientific proof and is inconsistent with the objective laws of economic development. Just 2 days later, on June 21, the Party Committee of the Ministry of Metallurgy sent a report saying that the East China Cooperation Area Conference planned that the steel production capacity in East China in 1959 would be 8 million tons. This was an extremely important recommended indicator. According to this indicator, the development of my country's steel industry will enter a new level. Recently, other major cooperation zones have also held planning meetings for the metallurgical industry. Judging from the results of the major cooperation zone meetings, steel production next year can exceed 30 million tons, and the production level in 1962 may reach more than 89 million tons. Mao Zedong attached great importance to this report and strengthened his determination to double steel production. He soon approved the report to all major cooperation areas, all provincial, municipal and autonomous region party committees, all central committee members, all central ministries and commissions, all party groups of central state agencies, and all comrades at the enlarged meeting of the Military Commission. On June 25, Tan Zhenlin reported the summary of the first agricultural cooperation meeting of 4 provinces and 1 city in East China held in Hefei to Mao Zedong. It was concluded that the total grain output of the 4 provinces and 1 city in East China, namely Fujian, Zhejiang, Jiangsu, Anhui, and Shanghai, may reach more than 1,200 billion kilograms this year, an increase of more than 50 billion kilograms compared with last year. This means that the task of providing an average of 1,000 kilograms of grain per person in 4 provinces and 1 city in East China was originally expected to take 4 to 5 years to complete, but it was completed in 1 year this year. The national grain output is estimated to reach more than 500 billion catties. Of course, this was another piece of news that made Mao Zedong happy. Mao Zedong recommended the summary to Red Flag magazine for publication. Judging from the above-mentioned series of criticisms written by Mao Zedong, we can see that he believed in these dazzling high targets. This had a considerable impact on Mao Zedong. Here, it seems that a similar scene was repeated during the agricultural cooperation. Mao Zedong first proposed the guiding ideology of anti-rightist conservatism. Under this guiding ideology, leading cadres at all levels who were inexperienced in leading industrial production were also put more pressure on, and they proposed higher targets than Mao Zedong, which in turn affected Mao Zedong. Based on these untrue circumstances, Mao Zedong further put forward higher requirements, and was convinced that this could be achieved. After so many repetitions, the so-called Great Leap Forward situation has become increasingly far away from reality and has become a phantom of subjectivism. At the same time as the Great Leap Forward in production, a major change was also brewing in the organizational form of agricultural production. After the Chengdu Conference, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China issued the opinions on the appropriate merger of small agricultural cooperatives into large cooperatives, and various large cooperatives with more than 1,000 households were quickly established on a trial basis. In late April, while Mao Zedong was in Guangzhou, he discussed with Liu Shaokai and Liu Dingyi the future organizational form of China's rural areas. According to Liu Dingyi, when Chairman Mao and Comrade Liu Shaokai talked about the situation in our country in a few decades, they once said, at that time, there will be many communist communes in our country's villages. Each commune has its own agriculture and industry, universities, middle schools, primary schools, hospitals, scientific research institutions, shops and service industries, and transportation. There are nurseries and public canteens, there are also police to maintain security, etc. Several rural communes surround the city and become larger communist communes. Our educational policy and other cultural and educational undertakings will also be developed towards this goal. Mao Zedong's ideas were a vision of the future rural organizational form. In fact, they were somewhat tinged with what he called utopia. His ideas spread after some people quoted them in their speeches during the second session of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China. Some places caught wind of the idea and began to trial communes as the prototype of communism in June. Mao Zedong adopted a proactive and supportive attitude towards the communes under trial operation. At the end of June and beginning of July, Tan Zhenlin introduced the experience of the Chaya Mountain Satellite Agricultural Cooperative in Suping County, Henan Province at the Agricultural Cooperation Meeting of the 5 provinces of Shaanxi, Hebei, Shandong, Henan, Shaanxi, and Beijing held in Zhengzhou. After Mao Zedong read this introduction material, he immediately asked the Red Flag magazine to send people to investigate, sum up the experience, and write the Chayashan Satellite People's Commune Trial brochure. On August 17, Mao Zedong reviewed and revised this charter, and issued instructions for discussion at an enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee of Biography. On September 1, the 7th issue of Red Flag magazine published the full text of this brochure. Prior to this, the fourth issue of Red Flag magazine published on July 16 published a speech given by Chen Boda at Peking University to celebrate the party's birthday on the eve of July 1, titled Under the Flag of Comrade Mao Zedong. The speech quoted Mao Zedong's recent speech, saying, "Comrade Mao Zedong said that our direction should be to gradually and orderly organize industry, agriculture, commerce, learning, and soldiers into a large commune, thus forming the basis of our country, the basic unit of society." He also explained that these thoughts of Mao Zedong are gradually making clear the two measures proposed by Marx and Engels in the Communist Manifesto to integrate agriculture and industry and promote the gradual elimination of the antagonism between urban and rural areas and integrate education with material production. In this way, the People's Commune, a form of production organization, was an idea for the future of rural areas by Mao Zedong and other central leaders. After trials in some areas and Mao Zedong's affirmation, it soon became the actual development direction of China's rural areas. In August 1958, entering a very hot summer, on the eve of the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee held in the summer resort of Baidahe, Mao Zedong spent a week inspecting rural areas in Hebei, Henan, and Shandong. He wanted to see the situation in the countryside on the ground. He held discussions one after another with cadres from the provinces, prefectures, counties, and cooperatives in the three provinces. He also walked into experimental fields and high-yield fields to see with his own eyes. What he heard was almost the sound of a field doubling its annual grain production. He always stares and asks, "Are you sure? Is there any guarantee? How to achieve it? What measures are in place?" The answer was an unequivocal yes. He was very happy to see the crops growing exceptionally well in the large tracts of farmland. He asked the cadres, "Are the masses willing to do the great leap forward? Are you happy or not?" Everyone said in unison, "I am willing and happy." What Mao Zedong heard and saw made him more confident in the great leap forward of agricultural production. One of the key issues during his inspection of the three provinces this time was about merging and establishing large cooperatives. Wherever he went, he was encouraged to merge cooperatives and build large cooperatives. It is said that it is easy to do things in a large society, it can better mobilize the labor force, and it can make good use of land. It has agriculture, industry, culture, schools, and theaters. On August 4 and 5, Mao Zedong inspected Sushui, Dingxian, and Anguo in Hebei province and affirmed Sushui's approach of militarization of organization, combat-oriented operations, and collectivization of life. From the 6th to the 8th, we inspected Xinxiang, Xiangchang, Chang'e, and Shanghai in Henan, and saw cotton fields, grain fields, social-run industries, nurseries, Xingfui Yuan, and canteens. At the Qiliang People's Commune in Xinxiang County, I saw the People's Commune sign and nodded and praised, "The People's Commune has a good name." On the 9th, I went to Shandong for an inspection. Tan Qilong, secretary of the Provincial Party Committee Secretariat, reported that Biwen Township, Liken County, was preparing to build a large farm. Mao Zedong said, "Instead of setting up farms, it is better to set up people's communes, which are integrated with the government. The advantage is that they can bring together industry, agriculture, business, academia, and the military to facilitate leadership." Mao Zedong's idea of people's communes is gradually taking shape. He inspected the conditions in rural areas in three provinces. Xinhua News Agency quickly reported on it, and the name of people's communes immediately spread throughout China. Under this pressing situation, from August 17 to 30, Mao Zedong chaired an enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee in Baidahe. Also attending the meeting were heads of provinces, cities, and autonomous regions. The meeting mainly discussed the 1959 National Economic Plan, current industrial production, agricultural production and rural work issues, commercial work issues, educational policy issues, and strengthening militia work issues. Mao Zedong arrived in Baidahe on August 16. That morning, He also met with Cambodian Prime Minister Norodom Sihanouk at the Zongnanhai swimming pool in Beijing. The meeting ended at 12:20 noon and boarded a special plane to Baidahe at 12:50. Mao Zedong rarely took planes when going out, but 1958 was an exception. He even took planes for short-distance trips like Baidahe. This year, the pace of industrial and agricultural production across the country was very fast, and so was Mao Zedong's action. Arrive in Baidahe at 2 p.m. and convene a meeting of the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee and Directors of Major Cooperation Areas at 3 p.m. Li Fukun, Bo Yubo, Wang Heshu, and Zhao Erlu, who are in charge of planning and industrial work, also attended the meeting. This is actually a preparatory meeting for the enlarged meeting of the Politburo. At this time, Mao Zedong felt that the plan to produce 11 million tons of steel was in danger of being completed, but he still wanted to work harder to complete it. Therefore, he proposed to launch a mass movement and implement the policy of the secretary in charge and the whole party and the whole people running the steel industry. June 19, the day when Mao Zedong decided to double steel production, and August 16 were called by some people the two great days in the development of my country's steel industry at that time. On August 17, the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee held its first meeting in the auditorium of Chongji Sanatorium, and Mao Zedong delivered a speech. He concentrated everyone's opinions on the previous day and proposed 17 issues to be discussed at the meeting, including the 5-year economic plan issues in 1959 and 1959 to 1962, the steel, copper and aluminum production issues in 1958, agricultural issues in 1959, water conservancy issues in 1959, cooperative issues, commercial acquisition and distribution issues in 1958, education issues, cadre participation in labor issues, labor system issues, international situation issues, collaboration issues, deep farming issues, militia issues, etc. The issues discussed at this meeting, with a few exceptions, were all economic issues. Mao Zedong said, the first topic, the issue of economic planning, is the focus. The nature of this meeting is an industrial meeting, including agriculture and commerce. Industry is the theme. The second topic is also an industrial issue, which is to produce 11 million tons of steel this year. Regarding the situation of grain production and distribution this year, reported from various places, Mao Zedong was very optimistic, saying that this year's grain output may reach 650 billion jins, that is, an average of 1,000 jins per person, 1,500 jins per capita next year, and 2,000 jins the year after. Mao Zedong asked Tan Zhenlin, what are your arrangements for next year? Tan replied, in some areas, the average per capita is 2,500 kilograms, and the caliber varies. Mao Zedong was particularly interested in deep cultivation. He felt that deep plowing allowed for dense planting, more fertilization, and more water storage. Therefore, he said, the main direction of agriculture is deep plowing. On the morning of August 19, Mao Zedong held a meeting of cooperation area directors at his residence. They are, K. Qingxi, Li Jingquan, Tao Zhu, Lin Tai, Wang Renzhong, Zhang Desheng, Wang Qin. Mao Zedong asked the first secretary to personally take charge of industry. In view of the fact that 80% of enterprises were decentralized to local governments, and there was dispersion and chaos in industrial management and material distribution, he proposed the policy of unified planning, hierarchical management, key construction, and branch support. It is emphasized that decentralization without dictatorship is not enough. All counties and communes must exert iron enthusiasm, which is a big deal. There must be control, and we cannot only talk about democracy. He said, industry run by the whole party and at all levels must be under a unified plan, and there must be priorities and branches. Each cooperative does not necessarily run steel. The cooperatives mainly engage in grain processing, soil fertilizers, farm tool repair and manufacturing, and digging small coal mines. Only by doing something can you do something. Each cooperation zone must have its own set of tasks, but each province must divide its labor appropriately and not do everything. He emphasized that all plans must be made public and assets must not be concealed. Prefectures, counties, and townships cannot control this. Now iron can't be produced, steel can't be produced, and the government with hundreds of thousands of people can't do it. The steel output will be 27 million tons next year and 11 million tons this year. Regarding the People's Commune, Mao Zedong said, "What is the name? It can be called the People's Commune or not. My opinion is that it is called the People's Commune. It is still socialist in nature. Don't overemphasize communism. People's Commune, one day is called big and the other is called public. There are many people, large land, large production scale, and various undertakings. The government and the society are integrated. Public canteens are established, private plots are cancelled, chickens, ducks, and small trees in front and behind the house are still there. These will no longer exist in the future. When there is more food, we can implement a supply system and pay according to work. Wages are paid to individuals according to their ability and are not given to parents. This is of great benefit to the liberation of individuality. Whether we are urban or rural, we should have a socialist system and the beginning of communism in schools, factories, and streets." Mao Zedong finally returned to the industrial issue and the steel issue, which were the issues he was most concerned about at the time. He said, "The steel inspection team will inspect every 10 days. After you go back, you will do nothing and focus on industry for a few months. If you can't lose it, you can't focus. Without focus, there will be no focus. The food problem has basically been solved. High-yield satellites should not pay too much attention. Imperialism oppresses us, and we must build our country into a large industrial country within 3, 5, or 7 years. To this end, we must concentrate our efforts on building up large-scale industry. We must focus on the main things and eliminate some of the secondary things if we have insufficient strength. Whoever is engaged in steel must obey the decision and issue urgent orders to hand over the iron. The plan of the large and medium-sized steel plants must be completed and strive to exceed it." At the enlarged meeting of the Politburo held that afternoon, the discussion on planning issues continued. Liu Shaokai spoke, mainly talking about what the planned economy of socialist construction should look like. He said that there can be no other plans outside of the national plan. The whole country is a book and a game of chess. There should be no unplanned economic activities. Without planning, anarchy ensues. It cannot be partly a planned economy and partly an unplanned economy. Deng Xiaoping also made a brief and powerful speech. He said that now is not a question of whether to unite or not to die. I am afraid that if we want to unite to die, we need a national plan, centralized and unified, joint responsibility, and guarantee by the whole people. Liu and Deng's speeches were all aimed at ensuring the completion of key national projects, especially steel production tasks. On August 21, Mao Zedong once again convened a meeting of cooperation area directors and delivered a speech. He said, "Guarantee the key points. Next year we will build 27 to 30 million tons of steel and 300,000 machine tools. Completing these will be a victory. On the 24th, we will hold a meeting of the industrial secretaries and municipal party committee secretaries to see if we are sure. We have repeatedly issued orders that those who do not show the iron will be disciplined. I think 1001 there is a danger that the 1 million tons will not be completed." In June, I asked Wang Heshu, "Is it possible to double the steel?" Mao Zedong was always worried about whether he could complete 11 million tons of steel. It's impossible not to worry. As of the end of July, the cumulative national steel production was only 3.8 million tons, and there were only 153 days at the end of the year. It is not easy to produce 7 million tons of steel in such a short period of time. but Mao Zedong was still confident at the time. On what basis? In his words, it relies on the leadership of the party and the communist spirit of the people. He said, "Why are the people so motivated? The reason is that we get less from the people and we do not have to hand over the system compulsorily, unlike the Soviet Union. We are integrated with the people, and the people support us. After the rectification, the people are even more united with us." Mao Zedong once again elaborated on the issue of equal relationships between people. He said, after ownership changes, people's equal relationships will not appear naturally. Since the rectification movement, the bourgeois legal system, such as the hierarchy, and the unequal relationship between leaders and the masses, have been almost completely destroyed. Leading cadres do not rely on prestige or official pretensions, but rely on serving the people, seeking benefits for the people, and relying on persuasion. He said, Marxist ideas about equality, democracy, persuasion, and people's mutual relationships and integration have not been brought into play. The relationship between people in labor should be an equal relationship. The relationship is the relationship between leaders and the masses. The Soviet Union did not do well after the October Revolution. The old legal power system was not completely destroyed. Labor and hard work were separated, and education and production were separated. Most Soviet Communist Party members are the children of cadres. Ordinary workers and peasants cannot afford it. Therefore, we must find our own path. We must drive the children of cadres into the masses, and we must not have them close to the water. Among all types of social groups, Mao Zedong was more concerned and worried about the children of cadres. Thinking that they have a sense of superiority and are separated from the masses, they are worried that they will become an aristocratic class in the future. Therefore, he has very strict requirements for them, including his own children, so that they can have more contact with the masses and receive training in actual struggles. Mao Zedong proposed that we should consider abolishing the salary system and restoring the supply system. At the same time, he also proposed that the salary system should not be abolished immediately and be abolished in the future. He said, after entering the city, some people said that we have a rural style and guerrilla habits. This is because bourgeois ideas have eroded us and thrown away some of our good things. The rural style cannot be tolerated, and the city demands formalization. The government has become too big and is far away from the people. We have always said that we must be integrated with the masses and speak to the masses. How come these are all problems? The reason lies in separation from the masses and specialization. He believes that the supply system is relatively egalitarian. In the past, millions of us have been trained to become communist fighters supported by the masses in the class struggle. We have won the war for 22 years. Why can't we build communism? Should cadres take the lead in restoring the supply system? Based on Mao Zedong's proposal, many central and local agencies began to consider restoring the supply system, and some places have already begun to implement it. However, due to many difficulties encountered in actual life, it was not implemented, but it was quite commonly implemented in rural people's communes. Mao Zedong's above speech reflects his view of equality. This concept of equality comes largely from more than 2 decades of practical life experience in military communism, and it had a profound impact on Mao Zedong. Among them, there are things that are reasonable and have positive significance, especially those that are of great significance to prevent cadres from being separated from the masses and becoming special. However, if we have an absolute understanding of equality and adopt absolute egalitarianism, it will become a negative thing and seriously hinder the development and progress of social economy. On August 22 and 23, the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau continued. Mao Zedong did not attend the 2-day meeting because he was studying the issue of my country's territorial waters and the Taiwan Strait with military leaders. The meeting on the 22nd will discuss the steel issue. Chen Yun conveyed the 8 instructions given by Mao Zedong when he listened to the report on steel production issues on the 20th. Mao Zedong criticized the emphasis on planning in the previous period and neglected production. He emphasized that the allocation and production of raw materials must obey the national plan and must be disciplined. He proposed to hold a meeting of industrial secretaries. The meeting on the 23rd discussed rural work. Liu Shaokai said, "The commune is the best form of transition from socialism to communism, and it is also the organizational form of grassroots political power. The size of the cooperative and the speed of its development are determined by each locality. Do not be impatient, reluctant, or impose orders. The transition from collective ownership to ownership by the whole people should be natural. Even ownership by the whole people is not necessarily communism." For the transition to communism, Chairman Mao instructed that there are three conditions, namely, social products will be greatly enriched, communist ideological consciousness and moral quality will be greatly improved, and education will be popularized and improved, thereby eliminating the three major differences. At this meeting, K. Kingshi took the lead in proposing that commune meals should be free of charge, and many people agreed. Liu Shaokai said, "Eating does not cost money, and we will not make a decision today." Deng Xiaoping said in his speech that the commune itself was socialist in nature and prepared for communism. Ownership by the whole people gradually increased. He emphasized that a commune must have the content of a commune and must have a material basis for producing wealth. On August 24, Mao Zedong held a meeting of the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau and the directors of the Cooperation Area in Building 1. At this time, the drafting work of several documents such as the resolution on the establishment of people's communes in rural areas had been completed and was submitted to the meeting for discussion after Mao Zedong reviewed it. Regarding free meals, Mao Zedong also expressed his attitude: "The method of free meals can be gradually implemented, and it is temporarily undecided. Whether it will be implemented next year will be seen at that time." Due to the clear stance of Mao and Liu, this matter was not mentioned in the resolution on the People's Commune issue. Mao Zedong said that after the People's Commune resolution is issued, each county will carry out 1 or 2 pilot projects. It may not necessarily be rolled out all at once. Leaders must carry out planning in a planned manner. At the same time, he said that it would be impossible not to do it now, and he would make a mistake if he did not do it. On August 29, the resolution of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China on the establishment of people's communes in rural areas was adopted by the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. Mao Zedong added a paragraph to this resolution, which is the sole and theoretical guidance of the entire resolution. The full text is as follows. After the people's communes are built, don't be busy changing collective ownership to ownership by the whole people. For now, it is better to adopt collective ownership. This can avoid unnecessary troubles in the process of changing ownership. In fact, the collective ownership of the people's communes already contains some elements of ownership by the whole people. This kind of ownership by the whole people will continue to grow with continuous development and gradually replace collective ownership. The transition from collective ownership to ownership by the whole people is a process. In some places, it may be faster and can be completed in 3 or 4 years. In some places, it may be slower and it may take 5 or 6 years or longer. Like state-owned industries, its nature is still there. It is socialist, everyone does his best and gets paid according to his work. After a few years, social products have been greatly enriched, the communist ideological consciousness and moral quality of the entire people have been greatly improved, education for all has been popularized and improved, and the differences between workers and peasants, urban and rural differences, and mental labor left over from the old society have to be preserved during the socialist period. The differences between labor and manual labor have gradually disappeared, and the remnants of unequal bourgeois legal rights that reflect these differences have also gradually disappeared. The state's functions are only to deal with the aggression of external enemies and are no longer effective internally. At this time, our society will enter the era of communism in which everyone does what he can and everyone gets what he needs. On August 30th, Mao Zedong gave a speech at the last meeting, mainly talking about the issue of people's communes and the issue of industrial development by the whole party. The meeting was also attended by all those present at the meeting of industrial secretaries. Mao Zedong spoke of the people's communes with joy. He said, "The people's communes were started spontaneously by the people, not by us. Because we advocated continuous revolution, got rid of superstitions, and dared to think, speak, and do, the masses started to do it. Not only did the Nanning Conference not expect it, nor did the Chengdu Conference, nor did the second session of the 8th National Congress. The People's Communes established by our people on the basis of agricultural cooperatives are not utopian. But to organize this issue and clarify the truth, we need the comrades here, the party committees at all levels, and the central government. Now, we have made a resolution." He said, "The characteristics of the People's Commune are two: one is large, and the other is public, which is called a large commune. There are many people, thousands of households, 10,000 households, tens of thousands of households, large land and abundant resources, comprehensive management, industry, agriculture, business, students, soldiers, agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishery. Agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishery, agricultural cooperatives are originally workers, peasants, businessmen, students, and soldiers are only found in people's communes. These are big. Big, this thing is amazing. With the power of a large number of people, things that cannot be done can be done. It is more socialist than cooperatives, such as private land and self-owned land. Raising livestock can be phased out. People's communes are a new thing that has appeared in a short period of time. It seems that as long as the regulations and principles are spread, it may develop very quickly this autumn or next spring. That's about it." A comrade suggested that we could launch a satellite next year and set up public canteens across the country so that people can eat for free. "We will have to wait until next year to consider it." He said, "There is a sentence in this resolution. I ask comrades to consider whether it is appropriate. That is, it will take 3 or 4 years in some places, and 5 or 6 years or longer in some places, to transition from collective ownership to ownership by the whole people." It seems that Mao Zedong was not so at ease with the sentence he wrote on the resolution. This sentence caused great harm in the commune movement. The rush for transition and the widespread communist wind had a lot to do with this sentence. Later he regretted it and made self-criticism on this issue. Mao Zedong had a beautiful wish to build China into something like that. He thought, since the amount of food has increased several times or more than 10 times, and the amount of food is so abundant that it makes people worry, then why do we still need to plant so much land? Therefore, he proposed an idea to use 1/3 of the cultivated land to plant trees and grass to truly achieve greening. He said, "Now that China is just under construction, we have to think of how to build it more reasonably and better. We need to use new perspectives to manage it well, plan it, and make it beautiful, like a garden." Mao Zedong's wish seems beautiful, but it is based on the illusion caused by exaggeration and false reporting, and can only be a fantasy. Regarding the time for the transition to communism, Mao Zedong said, "There is a document that states that the third 5-year plan will transition to the communist stage." I added the word fourth. The third and fourth 5-year plans will transition to communism, otherwise, it will be too short. At this time, Liu Shaokai interjected, "The fifth 5-year plan begins the transition." Perhaps due to his long-term command of operations, Mao Zedong often used methods similar to military combat and used some military terminology when guiding social reform and economic construction. He said, "Next year will be a decisive year, whether in industry or agriculture, especially steel, machinery, and food. Counting from August 21st, there are still 4 months left this year. Whether the steel production task can be completed is very dangerous. Why are we meeting here? It means urgent mobilization to get a little bit of steel. I always doubt whether I can get it, 15 buckets, up and down. Comrades are asked to work hard to implement it. Steel has not yet succeeded, comrades still need to work hard. Mao Zedong once again focused on the issue of industrialization. He said, the issues discussed at this meeting include everything from workers, peasants, businessmen, students, and soldiers. The focus is on industry. If the whole party really wants to develop industry, the first secretary must take charge of it. From now on, from the Biography conference, and in the next few years, our work will focus on the industrial aspect. Agriculture is relatively on track, but industry is not yet completely on track. Next year is the year of decisive battle, mainly referring to industry, and industry is primarily steel and machinery. With these two things, everything is possible. So some people call grain, steel, and machinery the three marshals. I think there is a reason. Regarding production planning, Mao Zedong advocated that there be dead and living. The whole country is a game of chess, one plan, hierarchical management, with priorities and branches. Completing the task of producing 11 million tons of steel is dead and not even a ton should be missing. Next year, 25 million tons will be dead. If 27 million tons are produced and 2 million tons are freely controlled by the local government, it will be live. Mao Zedong recommended a book Marx and Lenin on Communist Society at the meeting and requested that it be published publicly and widely disseminated. He said that this book, firstly, was very enlightening for us, secondly, it was quite inadequate. Many words were vague impressions because we had no experience at that time. The Biography conference, which lasted for 14 days, ended with the completion of various tasks in a tense and warm atmosphere. A total of 40 documents were adopted at this meeting. The meeting made two decisions that had a major impact on China's historical process and attracted worldwide attention. One was to produce 10.7 million tons of steel in 1958, doubling that in 1957, the other was to establish people's communes in rural areas. The decision on the 1959 plan and the second five-year plan passed at the meeting announced several planned targets for major products, including, grain output in 1959 reaching 800 billion to 1 trillion jin, steel output reaching 27 million tons, and striving for 30 million tons. In 1960, grain output reached about 1.3 trillion jin, and steel output reached about 50 million tons. By the time the second five-year plan is completed in 1962, grain output will reach 1.5 trillion kilograms or more, and steel output will reach 80 to 100 million tons. These indicators, which were completely divorced from reality, were announced as official decisions of the party Central Committee, which brought great passivity to subsequent work. On September 1, People's Daily published an editorial "Take immediate action to complete the great task of doubling steel production," pointing out that this is the most important political task at present for the whole party and the people. An unprecedented national steel-making movement was launched with great vigor across the country. Under the leadership of leading cadres at all levels, tens of millions of people went to the mountains to make steel, which became the most prominent and conspicuous move in the Great Leap Forward. There are small earthen blast furnaces all over the mountains and fields, and at night, you can see patches of fire almost everywhere. The massive steel-making movement caused serious waste, affected the normal production order, caused a serious imbalance in the proportion of the national economy, destroyed a large number of forests, and diverted a large number of laborers from the agricultural front to make steel, which seriously affected agricultural harvests and resulted in poor harvests. These are too expensive. At the same time, an upsurge of the People's Commune movement immediately appeared in rural areas across the country, completely breaking through the scope of pilot projects mentioned by Mao Zedong at the Biography conference, and breaking through his plan to realize communization next spring. The opinions that he and Liu Shaoqi repeatedly stated not to implement "no money for food" do not count. Its momentum was swift and violent, far exceeding that of the agricultural cooperative movement of that year. By the end of September, more than 90% of farmers had joined people's communes. More than 23,000 communes have been established across the country, with an average of nearly 4,800 households per commune. There are also people's communes or county cooperatives based on counties. People's communes replaced advanced agricultural production cooperatives and became the only production organization in rural China. They also had the social management functions of grassroots political power. The Great Leap Forward, the People's Communes and the general line of socialist construction are collectively known as the Three Red Flags. On September 3, Mao Zedong returned to Beijing from Baidahe. The Great Leap Forward that occurred in China in the late 1950s was not an accidental event. Mao Zedong launched the Great Leap Forward in order to change China's poverty and backwardness as soon as possible, to make the country rich and powerful as soon as possible, and to establish the Chinese nation among the world's advanced nations as soon as possible, and no longer be bullied by imperialism. These are the ideals that the Chinese people have dreamed of and strived for more than 100 years. During the Great Leap Forward, the cadres and the masses fought hard day and night with unprecedented enthusiasm for work, and achieved new results on many fronts. Grain output in 1958 reached 400 billion tons, an increase of 2.5% over 1957, cotton output was 39.38 million tons, an increase of 20.1%, steel output was 8 million tons, an increase of 49.1%, some other basic industries also experienced substantial growth. The large-scale water conservancy construction that started in the winter of 1957 and lasted for several years, especially the construction of a large number of large and medium-sized reservoirs, played a major role in the development of my country's agriculture and the prevention and control of drought and flood disasters, and its benefits continue to be exerted to this day. Science and technology have also made gratifying developments, especially in some cutting-edge scientific and technological fields, which have filled some gaps. The new achievements made in the Great Leap Forward inspired Mao Zedong, and the revolutionary fighting spirit of 600 million people to change the world moved Mao Zedong. When he read the report in People's Daily on June 30 about the elimination of schistosomiasis in Yujiang County, Jiangxi Province, he was very excited. "I can't sleep at night because of my thoughts. The breeze is blowing and the rising sun is facing the window. Looking at the southern sky, I am happy to write." On the morning of July 1, the party's birthday, I wrote 2 poems of 7 rhymes, Farewell to the God of Plague. Mao Zedong's letter to Hu Qiaomu on July 1, 1958 regarding the publication of 2 poems of 7 rhythms, sending the God of Plague. Green waters and green mountains are in vain, Hua Tuo is helpless, what an insect. Thousands of villages are left with dead people, and thousands of households are deserted and ghosts are singing. Sitting on the ground and traveling 80,000 miles a day, surveying the sky and seeing 1,000 rivers in the distance. The cowherd wanted to ask about the plague god, but his joys and sorrows were all gone. Second, thousands of willows bloom in the spring breeze, and the 600 million divine states are filled with Shun and Yao. The red rain turns into waves at will, and the green mountains turn into bridges intentionally. The 5 mountains in the sky are covered with silver hose, and the earth is shaking and the 3 rivers are shaken by iron arms. May I ask where King Wen wants to go? The paper boat is burning with candles shining in the sky. This romantic and magnificent poem not only praises the miracle of eradicating schistosomiasis, but also expresses infinite emotion about the duality of the old and new society, and also praises the spiritual outlook of the people during the Great Leap Forward. Mao Zedong understood the extreme importance of seizing the opportunity. In the late 1950s, a situation emerged in the world. On the one hand, the world peace forces dominated by socialist countries further strengthened, on the other hand, the contradictions between imperialists further developed. This would make it possible to secure a fairly long period of peace. At that time, he said, imperialism is a paper tiger. The middle ground cannot be eaten, and there is an internal economic crisis. In the past, the power of the people could not stop wars, but now wars are not inevitable. Mao Zedong seized this opportunity, and with the urgency of seizing the day, he wanted to use the fastest construction speed to make the country develop, prosper, and become stronger. Mao Zedong believed that there was sufficient basis for launching the Great Leap Forward. In terms of objective conditions, first, China has a population of 600 million, which is the decisive factor. Second, China has carried out socialist transformation and the changes in production relations have created conditions for the rapid development of productive forces. Third, through rectification and anti-rightist movements, an equal relationship between people in productive labor has been formed, and the enthusiasm of the working people has been greatly unleashed. From a subjective point of view, the party has formulated a general line for socialist construction and has a set of working methods that can adapt to the Great Leap Forward and ensure that the Great Leap Forward does not cause major troubles. Mao Zedong was not very satisfied with the Soviet Union's experience in building socialism and believed that the development speed was too slow. He was determined to find another way to build socialism with a relatively fast development speed that was suitable for China's conditions. After 8 years of practice since the founding of New China, Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China have accumulated certain experience in leading economic construction, but it is still insufficient. Being unwilling to copy other people's experiences and lacking own experience, it is easy to apply some successful experiences in leading revolutions in the past to economic construction. The use of mass movements and administrative orders to carry out economic construction are outstanding examples. Mao Zedong was the founder of the ideological line of seeking truth from facts and an advocate of investigation and research. However, during the Great Leap Forward, he deviated from these principles and implemented some policies that transcended the historical development stage based on subjective wishes. He one-sidedly exaggerated the role of subjective initiative and human will. As a result, many violations of natural and economic laws occurred in practical work. There is no investigation and research, but most of them are just casual observations, or they get a lot of untrue and false things from the reports of leading cadres at all levels. In the final analysis, these untrue and false things were suppressed from above using administrative power. How dangerous it is to decide major issues affecting the overall situation based on these. This is a serious lesson. In the process of launching the Great Leap Forward, Mao Zedong constantly emphasized emancipating the mind and getting rid of superstition, but he did not seek truth from facts as he did in the past, and deviated from the correct direction from the ideological line. To unify the emancipation of the mind with seeking truth from facts and to restore and develop the party's ideological line of seeking truth from facts is what the Communist Party of China has learned from the tortuous path of the next 20 years and from the summary of both positive and negative experiences and lessons. The biggest lesson of the Great Leap Forward is that eagerness for success violates the objective laws of economic development. In the new People's Republic, relying on the superiority of the socialist system, the economic development speed can and should be faster. However, due to excessive demands, many unrealistic high targets and work tasks that are simply impossible to achieve were put forward, and whether these high targets and work tasks were achieved was regarded as a serious political issue. In this way, it encourages the growth of bad practices such as exaggeration, false reporting, lying, and coercion of orders within the party. The ideological principle of seeking truth from facts was abandoned. Subjective wishes replace scientific arguments. The so-called eliminating superstition also eliminates scientific things. A series of high targets, represented by the 1070 steel production target, affected the overall situation. Once suppressed, the normal economic order was completely disrupted, and many correct policies and regulations became a piece of paper. Mao Zedong once earnestly taught comrades in the party, they must remain modest and prudent in the face of victory to prevent the growth of pride and complacency. But unfortunately, in the face of one victory after another, he himself became proud. He often said, he did not expect that the Liberation War would be won in 3.5 years, he did not expect that agricultural cooperation would be completed so quickly, and he did not expect that the socialist transformation of industry and commerce would be carried out so smoothly and quickly. So many tasks that he thought were very difficult have been successfully accomplished one by one. In his opinion, what difficulties are there that cannot be overcome? Because Mao Zedong enjoyed unparalleled high prestige among the entire party and people, because he was overconfident, and because he heard more and more praises, he gradually found it difficult to listen to different opinions, and began to deviate from the party's principle of democratic centralism. It was precisely for these reasons that Mao Zedong launched the Great Leap Forward rashly. These are lessons worth learning from and profoundly summarizing. Some of the achievements made during the Great Leap Forward cannot be denied, but the price paid for them was huge. The Great Leap Forward and the People's Commune movement caused catastrophic damage to productivity and losses to the country and the people. This was a serious mistake made by Mao Zedong and the Chinese Communist Party. In this regard, more than 20 years later, Deng Xiaoping said this: when talking about mistakes, we should not only talk about Comrade Mao Zedong. Many responsible comrades of the Central Committee made mistakes. During the Great Leap Forward, Comrade Mao Zedong was hot-headed, but we were not. Comrade Liu Shaokai, Comrade Zhou Enlai and I did not object, and Comrade Chen Yun did not speak. We must be fair on these issues and do not create the impression that everyone else is right and only one person made a mistake. This is not in line with the facts. When the Central Committee makes mistakes, it is not a mistake. Individual responsibility is collective responsibility. In these aspects, we must use Marxism-Leninism to make contributions and develop. He also said, in the past, Comrade Mao Zedong had to bear some responsibility. We said that the system was the decisive factor. At that time, everyone attributed everything to one person, so we should also bear some responsibility. Regarding the general line of socialist construction, the Great Leap Forward movement and the Rural People's Commune movement, in the resolution on certain historical issues of the party since the founding of the People's Republic of China passed by the 6th plenary session of the 11th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China in June 1981, the following conclusion was fairly made: in 1958, the socialist law adopted by the second session of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, the correct side of the general line of socialist construction, and its basic points is that it reflects the universal desire of the broad masses of the people to change our country's economic and cultural backwardness. Its shortcoming is that it ignores objective economic laws. Before and after this meeting, all comrades in the party and people of all ethnic groups in the country have exerted a high degree of socialist enthusiasm in production and construction. However, due to insufficient experience in socialist construction and insufficient understanding of the laws of economic development and the basic situation of China's economy, Comrade Mao Zedong and many leading comrades at the central and local levels developed a sense of pride and complacency in the face of victory, were eager for success, and exaggerated their subjective will. The Great Leap Forward movement and the Rural People's Commune movement were launched rashly after the general line was put forward without careful investigation, research, and piloting, which caused the left error characterized by high targets, blind command, exaggeration, and communist style to seriously spread. Note: Wang Renzong's Diary, March 29 and 30, 1958. Wu Lengzi, Remembering Chairman Mao, Xinhua Publishing House, February 1995 edition, page 66. Wang Renzong's Diary, April 1, 1958. The above is based on summary of Chairman Mao's interpositions, April 1 to 9, 1958. Wang Renzong's work notes, April 2 and 8, 1958. Wang Renzong's Diary, April 2 and 12, 1958. Mao Zedong's letter to Liu Shaokai and others, manuscript, April 15, 1958. Record of Mao Zedong's conversation with the Polish government delegation, April 2, 1958. This is the Wuhan Conference mentioned above. Mao Zedong's letter to comrades in the secretariats of party committees in various provinces, municipalities, and autonomous regions, manuscript, April 23, 1958. Letter from Mao Zedong to Zhou Enlai, Chen Yun, Peng Dihui, Li Fukun, and Bo Yubo, manuscript, April 25, 1958. Record of Mao Zedong's speech and remarks at the Guangzhou Conference, April 27, 1958. Selected important documents since the founding of the People's Republic of China Volume 11, Central Literature Publishing House, January 1995 edition, pages 303 to 305, 288. Selected important documents since the founding of the People's Republic of China Volume 11, Central Literature Publishing House, January 1995 edition, pages 303 to 305, 288. Selected important documents since the founding of the People's Republic of China Volume 11, Central Literature Publishing House, January 1995 edition, pages 303 to 305, 288. Mao Zedong's letter to Hu Qiaomu, manuscript, May 24, 1958. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the second session of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, May 8, 1958. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the second session of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, May 20, 1958. Mao Zedong's comments on Wang Heshu's report on the development of the metallurgical industry, manuscript, June 7, 1958. Mao Zedong's comments on issuing the Ministry of Metallurgy's production level plan for major metallurgical products in 1962 to the enlarged meeting of the Military Commission, manuscript, June 22, 1958. Mao Zedong's comments on the issuance of the Ministry of Agriculture report to the enlarged meeting of the Military Commission, manuscript, June 22, 1958. Mao Zedong's comments on the issuance of Li Fukun's report on key points of the second five-year plan to the enlarged meeting of the Central Military Commission, manuscript, June 17, 1958. When Mao Zedong reviewed this report, he changed 1957 to 1956. Mao Zedong's comments on the issuance of Bo Yubo's report to the enlarged meeting of the Central Military Commission, manuscript, June 22, 1958. Record of Chen Yun's speech at the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, August 21, 1958. This refers to the several changes in the steel production indicators in 1959, namely, the 6.248 million tons proposed in Bo Yubo's 1958 report, the 7.11 million tons compiled by the State Economic Commission based on steel production indicators reported from various places on April 15, which is called the second account, the 8 million tons to 8.5 million tons decided by the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau held from May 26 to 30, which is called the third account. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, August 30, 1958. Regarding this situation, Bo Yubo has a description in his book Review of several major decisions and events. He said, K. Qingshi was the first secretary of the Shanghai Municipal Party Committee at the time and the director of the newly established East China Cooperation Zone. Before coming to Beijing to hold the meeting of directors of the Cooperation Zone in mid-June, he chaired an East China Cooperation Zone meeting to plan the 5 provinces and cities in East China in 1959. The production capacity of steel reached 8 million tons. These 5 provinces and cities had very little coal and iron resources, but could reach 8 million tons of steel production in 1959. Couldn't other regions with rich coal and iron resources be able to produce more? See page 725 of the second volume of the book. Record of Lu Dingai's speech at the second session of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, May 19, 1958. On August 7, 1958, Mao Zedong listened to reports from Henan Provincial Party Committee leaders Wu Zhipu, Shi Xiangsheng, and others on a special train at Zhengzhou railway station. Shi Xiangsheng said that after they visited the farm in Zheji County, Zhejiang Province, they gave the communes piloted in various provinces the name Communist Commune. Later, based on Wu Zhipu's opinion, they named it People's Commune. Mao Zedong said, "It seems that the People's Commune is a good name, including workers, peasants, soldiers, students, and businessmen, managing production, managing life, and managing political power. Add a place name in front of People's Commune, or add a name that the masses like." Boyubo, Review of Several Major Decisions and Events, Volume 2, People's Publishing House, December 1997 edition, page 727. It was later verified that the actual grain output in 1958 was 400 billion catties. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, August 17, 1958. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the meeting of Cooperation Zone Directors, August 19, 1958. Record of Liu Shaokai's speech at the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, August 19, 1958. Record of Deng Xiaoping's speech at the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, August 19, 1958. This industrial production conference, attended by the industry secretaries of the party committees of various provinces, autonomous regions, and municipalities directly under the central government, was held in Baidahe from August 25 to 30, 1958. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the meeting of Cooperation Zone Directors, August 21, 1958. Record of Chen Yun's speech at the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, August 22, 1958. Minutes of the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, August 23, 1958. Wang Renzong's work notes, August 23, 1958. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the meeting of members of the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee and Directors of Cooperative Areas, August 24, 1958. Selected important documents since the founding of the People's Republic of China Volume 11, Central Literature Publishing House, January 1995 edition, pages 449 and 450. The book Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin on Communist Society was published after the Great Leap Forward and the full launch of the People's Communes. The main purpose of compiling this book is to provide a theoretical basis for the transition to communism. Record of Mao Zedong's speech at the enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, August 30, 1958. It was originally scheduled to be 11 million tons. According to Boyubo's suggestion, it was changed to 10.7 million tons when the meeting communiqué was issued, which was exactly twice the 5.35 million tons of steel production in 1957. See Volume 2 of Boyubo's Review of Several Major Decisions and Events, People's Publishing House, December 1997 edition, pages 731 and 732. Selected important documents since the founding of the People's Republic of China Volume 11, Central Literature Publishing House, January 1995 edition, page 475. Record of Mao Zedong's conversation with Chinese envoys abroad, June 16, 1958. Selected works of Deng Xiaoping Volume 2, People's Publishing House, October 1994, 2nd edition, pages 296, 308, 309. Selected important documents since the third plenary session of the CPC Central Committee, People's Publishing House, August 1982 edition, pages 805, 806. 21 Bombardment of Kinmen. At 5:30 p.m. on August 23, 1958, fierce artillery fire shook Kinmen and the entire world. Nearly 30,000 artillery shells blasted the Kuomintang army positions in Kinmen from the Fujian front line, and the entire Kinmen Island was suddenly submerged in thick smoke and flames. Is this the beginning of the liberation of Taiwan by the People's Liberation Army? Chiang Kai-shek was confused, and the Americans were also panicked. The focus of the world's attention suddenly shifted from the Middle East to the Taiwan Strait. It was Mao Zedong who made the decision to bombard Kinmen. This decision is by no means a whim, it is the result of a long period of consideration, deliberation, and deliberation. The bombardment of Kinmen went through a process of development, and so did Mao Zedong's decision-making. Since the Bandung Asian-African Conference in April 1955, Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China have gradually established the basic policy of striving for a peaceful settlement of the Taiwan issue. This effort was blocked by the United States. Starting in December 1957, the United States first interrupted ambassadorial-level talks between China and the United States, and then allowed Taiwan's Chiang Kai-shek clique to harass and destroy the mainland's coastal areas, causing tensions to once again arise in the Taiwan Strait. In response to this situation, Mao Zedong seized the opportunity and determined to launch a bombardment of Kinmen. Mao Zedong's decision at this time included the intention to force the Chiang Kai-shek group to withdraw from Kinmen, Matsu, and other coastal islands through shelling. With the further development of the Kinmen bombardment, the United States and Chiang Kai-shek disagreed on the issue of the withdrawal of troops from Kinmen and Matsu. The United States attempted to force Chiang Kai-shek to accept rule by dividing the gorge and realize the plan of one China, one Taiwan. At this juncture, Mao Zedong assessed the situation and made a decisive decision to keep Kinmen and Matsu in the hands of the Chiang Kai-shek group, and finally resolve Kinmen, Matsu, and Penghu together. Taking advantage of the contradiction between the United States and Chiang Kai-shek, he thwarted the United States conspiracy to create one China, one Taiwan, or two Chinas. In this process, Mao Zedong gradually formed the concept of motherland reunification that was later summarized by Zhou Enlai as one outline and four objectives, which had a profound and significant impact on cross-strait relations. Liberating Taiwan and completing the great cause of reunifying the motherland has always been a long-cherished wish of Mao Zedong, and it is also the strong desire of the entire party and people of all ethnic groups in the country. At the beginning of the founding of New China, Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China decided that Suyu would be responsible for the preparations for the liberation of Taiwan. The Korean War broke out on June 25, 1950, and on June 27 of the same year, the United States sent the 7th Fleet to invade the Taiwan Strait. After the signing of the Korean Armistice Agreement in July 1953, the Central Military Commission of the Communist Party of China also considered preparing to attack Kinmen. However, due to the urgent need for large amounts of funds for domestic large-scale economic construction and other reasons, this plan was shelved. Before and after the 1954 Geneva Conference, serious situations emerged in which the United States further intervened in Taiwan affairs, and the United States and Chiang Kai-shek joined forces to prevent the Chinese people from liberating Taiwan. Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China led the struggle to defend territorial sea and air sovereignty, opposed the establishment of a mutual defense treaty between the United States and Taiwan, and achieved a major victory in liberating the coastal islands in eastern Zhejiang. The signing of the Mutual Defense Treaty between the United States and Taiwan revealed the United States' long-term attempt to occupy Taiwan and aroused widespread concern in the international community. There are growing calls for China and the United States to sit down and negotiate to ease tensions in the Taiwan Strait. On April 23, 1955, Premier Zhou Enlai solemnly declared during the Bandung Asian-African Conference, "The Chinese people are friendly to the American people. The Chinese people do not want to go to war with the United States. The Chinese government is willing to sit down and negotiate with the American government to discuss the issue of easing tensions in the Far East, especially the issue of easing tensions in Taiwan." This statement aroused strong repercussions around the world and was widely welcomed, allowing China to win the initiative. On April 27, When Mao Zedong met with Pakistani ambassador to China Sultan Uddin Ahmed in Beijing, he also expressed China's willingness to coexist peacefully with all countries, including the United States, and to sit down and negotiate with the Americans. The United States has always refused to recognize the Chinese government and has always refused to engage in diplomatic negotiations with China. But under the pressure of international public opinion, we had to make some kind of statement. On April 26, U.S. Secretary of State Dulles issued a statement stating that he would not rule out bilateral negotiations with China. On July 13, the United States conveyed the following message to the Chinese government through the United Kingdom: China and the United States each sent an ambassador-level representative to hold talks in Geneva. The holding of ambassadorial-level talks between China and the United States was prompted by various complex international factors and was also a result of the struggle on the southeastern coast since 1954. On August 1, 1955, the Sino-US ambassadorial-level talks officially began in Geneva. At first, they went relatively smoothly. By September 10, an agreement was reached on the issue of the return of civilians from the two countries to their home countries during the 14th meeting, and a statement on the agreement was issued. For a time, international public opinion paid widespread attention to the Sino-US talks, and the two ambassadors in charge of the talks also became the targets of journalists. However, it soon became apparent that this would be a marathon meeting with little to no results. The fundamental reason is that in addition to the issue of repatriation of nationals, the U.S. authorities do not want to have serious discussions on other substantive issues and deliberately delay it. Its true intention is to permanently fix the split between the two sides of the Taiwan Strait. In January 1956, the Chinese government announced the status of the Geneva talks and expressed to the United States through India that if the problem was not resolved, China would make other plans. In order to break the deadlock, in August of the same year, the Chinese government also announced a major decision, to lift the ban on American journalists entering China, and sent invitations to 15 American news organizations, asking them to send journalists to China for a one-month visit. This sudden decision caught the United States by surprise and made the U.S. government very passive. Some American journalists commented that Chinese leaders succeeded in turning the American press against the U.S. State Department. The United States used delaying measures to fail, and then changed its tactics. On December 12, 1957, at the 73rd Sino-US ambassadorial-level talks, the U.S. representative, Ambassador Johnson to Czechoslovakia, informed the Chinese side that he had been transferred to the ambassador to Thailand, and the U.S. government had appointed his deputy, Counselor Martin, as the U.S. representative. This is an obstacle set up by the United States, which wants to bring the talks to a standstill by unilaterally lowering the level of ambassadorial-level talks between China and the United States. When various efforts to seek redress failed, the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued a statement on April 12, 1958, announcing how the ambassadorial-level talks had been stalled for a long time. From bargaining to excuses for delay to interruption of talks, it is revealed that the U.S. government has no intention of resolving the Taiwan issue through negotiations, but rather wants to fix and legitimize one China, one Taiwan, or two Chinas. While delaying the talks, the United States is gradually expanding its involvement in Taiwan. After the U.S. Taiwan Mutual Defense Treaty came into effect on March 3, 1955, the United States strengthened its military command system in Taiwan, dispatched the U.S. military commander to assist in the defense of Taiwan, expanded the U.S. Military Advisory Group in Taiwan to 2,600 people, and the 13th Special Air Force of the U.S. Air Force was stationed in Taiwan. In May 1957, the U.S. military publicly announced that it had deployed nuclear-capable Matador missiles and conductive missiles in Taiwan, enhancing the defense and offensive capabilities of the Kuomintang authorities. Chiang Kai-shek's arrogance in clamoring for a counterattack on the mainland became even more arrogant. Although the Mutual Defense Treaty between the United States and Taiwan contained provisions that restricted the Chiang Kai-shek clique's counterattack on the mainland, From 1957 onwards, the United States condoned the Kuomintang authorities' harassment and destruction of the Chinese mainland and coastal areas. On April 2, 1957, U.S. Secretary of State Dulles said at a press conference, "Under certain circumstances, we will defend coastal islands, that is, if the defense of these islands appears to be related to the defense of Taiwan and Penghu." He showed that if necessary, the scope of mutual defense would be expanded to Kinmen, Matsu and other islands. The change from a slight loosening of the U.S. policy towards China to a retoughening of its policy toward China is, to a certain extent, related to the U.S.'s adjustment of its Cold War policy towards socialist countries after the Bosnia-Hungary incident in the second half of 1956. On April 22, 1957, Dulles proposed in a speech, "Let the people of the socialist camp know that they have not been forgotten, and we will never make any political agreements that sacrifice their interests. As they gain further freedom, heartfelt welcome and new opportunities await them." On June 28 of the same year, he delivered a speech on China policy in San Francisco, claiming, "We can confidently use this assumption as the basis for our policy. The rule of international communism that requires uniformity is going to disappear in China as in other places. It is not a permanent phenomenon. We believe that it is the responsibility of ourselves, our allies and the Chinese people to do everything possible to make this phenomenon disappear." The United States re-emphasized the original wrong judgment that the Chinese government is a government that does not have the support of the people and will soon collapse. At the same time, it unabashedly stated its strategic intention to eliminate all socialist countries. The situation in the Taiwan Strait became tense again in 1957. Encouraged by the U.S. policy toward China, the Kuomintang aircraft flew deep into the mainland to Yunnan, Guizhou, Sichuan, Qinghai and other places, airdropping spies, distributing leaflets, and even dispatched aircraft to bomb the coast of Fujian. Chiang Kai-shek also increased his troops on the Kinmen and Matsu front lines. By the summer of 1958, the Kuomintang troops in Kinmen and Matsu reached 100,000, accounting for one-third of its total ground troops. Faced with such a situation, Mao Zedong and the Chinese government could not inappropriately adjust their policy toward the United States, from striving for peaceful negotiations to intensifying the struggle against the United States. On June 16, 1958, Mao Zedong held a meeting at the Zhongnanhai swimming pool to discuss diplomatic issues. In addition to members of the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee and some members of the Political Bureau, the meeting was also attended by the person in charge of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and some ambassadors abroad. Mao Zedong said, regarding the issue of contact with the United States, "I also said at the Geneva Conference that there can be some contact. In fact, the United States may not be willing to engage. 20 years of stalemate with the United States has been beneficial to us. The United States must dress up and deliver it to their doorstep so that they are surprised by China. If you don't admit it, you will admit it one day. 101 years later you will definitely admit it." Mao Zedong decided to adopt a tit-for-tat approach in the struggle against the United States, using literature against literature, force against force, and first with courtesy and then with force. On June 30, 1958, the Chinese government issued the statement on ambassadorial-level talks between China and the United States. Prior to this, China had twice urged the U.S. government to send ambassador-level representatives to resume talks on January 14 and March 26. The United States ignored it, but pretended that the responsibility for the interruption of ambassadorial-level talks between China and the United States lies with China. This situation forced the Chinese government to issue an ultimatum statement. The statement stated, "The Chinese government requires the U.S. government to send ambassadorial-level representatives within 15 days from today to resume talks. Otherwise, the Chinese government must believe that the United States has determined to break up the Sino-US ambassadorial-level talks. The United States cannot ignore the Chinese government's statement, but it is unwilling to take it seriously." On June 30, White, the press release officer of the State Council, gave a speech. The next day, Dulles appeared in person to speak on the Chinese government's statement. He announced that if China agreed to change the venue of the talks, the United States would designate its ambassador to Poland to participate in the talks. But he also said that the United States would not bow to China's ultimatum to appoint ambassador-level representatives within a time limit to resume talks. This arrogant and self-contradictory attitude caused the U.S. government to once again miss the opportunity to ease tensions in the Taiwan Strait. At this time, after years of preparation, the conditions for a large-scale bombardment of Kinmen were ready. As early as half a year ago, on December 28, 1957, the Yangtze Railway, built by the Railway Corps, was officially opened to traffic, which greatly improved the national defense transportation capacity of Fujian's front line. At the same time, Mao Zedong raised the issue of the Air Force entering Fujian. On December 18, he issued an instruction, "Please consider the issue of our Air Force entering Fujian in 1958. On July 24, 1958, the Central Military Commission ordered the establishment of the Fuzhou Military Region Air Force Command, with former Volunteer Air Force Commander Xianzhi serving as the Fuzhou Military Region Air Force Commander. In late July, despite continuous heavy rains, the Air Force successfully completed its transfer mission to Fujian. After receiving the information, the Kuomintang Army immediately sent aircraft to frequently harass, in an attempt to take advantage of our Air Force's unstable foothold and preemptively strike. The Air Force entering Fujian decisively responded, shooting down and damaging 9 US-made Kuomintang aircraft from July 29 to August 14, and gained air superiority over the coastal areas of Fujian. Since the founding of New China, logistics, transportation support, and air superiority on the Fujian front line have been two major problems affecting coastal island operations and the liberation of Taiwan. Now that it has been resolved to a considerable extent, conditions have been created for large-scale bombardment of Kinmen. The 15-day deadline for the Chinese government to request the United States to send ambassador-level representatives and resume talks has expired, but it has not received a formal reply from the U.S. government. At this time, on July 15, the U.S. Marine Corps landed near Beirut, the capital of Lebanon. The revolution broke out in Iraq on July 14, 1958. The next day, the United States used this as an excuse to intervene in Lebanon and at the same time declared that the Army, Navy, and Air Force in the Far East were on alert. The actions of the United States have become the target of public criticism and aroused opposition in world public opinion. Although the incident in the Middle East caused further tension in the Taiwan Strait, this incident distracted the United States' attention and reduced its ability to respond to the Taiwan Strait. Chiang Kai-shek, however, wanted to take advantage of the situation and expand the situation. On July 17, he announced that the Kuomintang troops were on special alert. At the same time, it stepped up military exercises and aerial reconnaissance, and assumed a posture of counterattack on the mainland. Mao Zedong seized this opportunity and made a decisive decision to bombard Kinmen. After the events in the Middle East, Mao Zedong convened meetings for 4 consecutive afternoons from July 15 to 18 to analyze the situation and study countermeasures. On the basis of careful analysis of events in the Middle East and international trends, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China officially made the decision to bombard Kinmen. On the evening of July 18, Mao Zedong summoned the heads of relevant units in the military department to give clear instructions for the bombardment of Kinmen. He said, the Kinmen artillery battle was intended to attack the United States. Support for the Arab people's anti-aggression struggle cannot be limited to moral support, but must also be supported by practical actions. He said, Kinmen and Matsu are Chinese territory. Attacking Kinmen and Matsu and punishing the Kuomintang troops are China's internal affairs. The enemy has no excuse, but it will have a check on U.S. imperialism. He envisioned using ground artillery to carry out the main strike and prepare to fight for 2 to 3 months, using 2 Air Force divisions to move south at the same time as the artillery attack or later, and stationed in Shantou and Liancheng respectively. That night, the Central Military Commission held a meeting to make arrangements for the bombardment of Kinmen. On July 20, Mao Zedong held an enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee in the swimming pool to discuss the current international situation and our military's preparations. A total of 44 people attended the meeting, including members of the Political Bureau and the Military Commission. With the approval of the Central Military Commission, a front-line command post of the Fuzhou military region headed by Ye Fei was formed, an Air Force front-line command post headed by Ni Fengzi, commander of the Fuzhou military region Air Force, and a fleet forward command post headed by Peng Deqing, deputy commander of the East China Sea Fleet. On July 19, Ye Fei and his party rushed to Xiamen to direct and deploy the bombardment of Kinmen. Although there were rare heavy rains in Fujian, some roads and bridges were washed away, and troop assembly encountered great difficulties, preparations for the bombardment of Kinmen were still proceeding in an orderly manner. Just when the bombardment of Kinmen was about to begin, Mao Zedong decided to postpone the launch of the campaign. On the morning of July 27, he wrote to Peng Dehui and Huang Keqian, saying, "I couldn't sleep, so I thought about it. It seems more appropriate to stop the attack on Kinmen for a few days. We are not going to attack now, and let's take a look at the situation. The settlement in the Middle East requires time. We have time, so why bother? If we don't fight for the time being, we will fight one day. If we attack Zhang, Shan, Fuzhou, and Hangzhou, what do you think of this idea? How about asking a few comrades to take charge? It's extremely helpful to think carefully. I often don't think well when I'm in a hurry, and I often miscalculate. What do you think? If someone comes to attack, wait a few days and think carefully before making an attack. Is it a good idea? If we can defeat the enemy thousands of miles away, how can we be more confident? We must adhere to the principle of not fighting an uncertain battle. If you agree, please send this letter to Ye Fei, think about it carefully, and give your opinion." There were various factors that prompted Mao Zedong to postpone the bombardment of Kinmen. One of the factors is the incident between the long-wave radio and the joint nuclear submarine fleet. Mao Zedong and other CCP leaders had to allocate their energy to deal with this major event in Sino-Soviet relations. The Soviet Union's request to establish a long-wave radio station along the coast of China and to establish a common nuclear submarine fleet between China and the Soviet Union was proposed to Mao Zedong by the Soviet ambassador to China Eugene at the Zongnanhai swimming pool on July 21, but was immediately rejected by Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong regarded this incident as a serious step in the Soviet Union's attempt to control China. On the 22nd, Mao Zedong met with Eugene and enumerated the Soviet Union's Laozi party style and great power style towards China. Participants in these two talks included Liu Shaokai, Zhou Enlai, Zhu De, Chen Yun, Deng Xiaoping, Peng Dehui, Chen Yi, etc. Mao Zedong's attitude made Khrushchev feel that the problem was serious, so he immediately set off and secretly came to China to explain to Mao Zedong. From July 31 to August 3, Mao Zedong and Khrushchev held 4 talks, which ended with Khrushchev withdrawing his demands. During Mao Zedong's talks with Khrushchev, he did not mention a word about the plan to bombard Kinmen. However, Khrushchev's secret visit to China aroused various speculations in the United States. After the communiqué of the talks between Mao Zedong and Khrushchev was released on August 3, there was a lot of discussion in foreign news. The U.S. authorities noticed that the defense ministers of China and the Soviet Union participated in this summit meeting. It was also noted that there is this passage in the communiqué: the two sides fully exchanged views on a series of major issues in Asia and Europe that the two countries are facing under the current international situation, and reached a completely unanimous agreement on the measures to be taken to oppose aggression and maintain peace. The United States waited until July 28 to formally notify Chinese Representative Wang Bingnan through its embassy in the United Kingdom of its decision to send its ambassador to Poland to participate in Sino-US talks. At this time, 12 days have passed since the deadline stipulated in the Chinese government's statement. On August 6, U.S. President Eisenhower received definite intelligence that the Chinese Communist Party wanted to launch another attack on coastal islands. He naturally linked the situation with Khrushchev's secret visit to China. Also on this day, the Taiwan authorities announced that Taiwan, Penghu, Jinma, and Taiwan were in a state of emergency preparation. Tensions in the Taiwan Strait are on the verge of breaking out. A year later, Mao Zedong discussed this issue when he met with Khrushchev. He said, "They did something wrong at that time. They should not have moved warships around. The Americans didn't have much ability. They thought that we had reached an agreement on the bombardment of Kinmen. In fact, we did not discuss this issue at that time. The reason why we did not talk to you at that time was because we have this idea, but we haven't made a final decision yet. We just wanted to fight for a while, and we didn't expect that they would mobilize so many warships. We decided to fight in mid-August because the United Nations was going to pass a resolution on U.S. military expansion on August 21. Therefore, we did not attack on August 21, but only on August 23. The Americans were always opposed by people all over the world in Lebanon, for fear that others would attack them. The Americans did not immediately understand our purpose, thinking that we were going to attack Taiwan, so they moved their troops from the Mediterranean, the Pacific, the Western Pacific, Japan, and when the Mediterranean fleet arrived in Singapore, it saw that nothing happened, so it stopped in Singapore, which caused panic in Indonesia. As soon as we scolded them, they retreated to the Philippines and stayed there for 2 weeks. It can be seen that the Americans were very panicked about this deployment. Under this circumstance, the United States decided to adopt a brink-of-war policy in an attempt to use intimidation to force the Chinese government to change its determination to bombard Kinmen. On August 10, regarding the new regime in Iraq, Dulles issued a stern statement, stating that we must spare no effort to promote the end of this short-lived regime. The U.S. State Department also issued a memorandum on non-recognition of the Communist government to its missions abroad and warned of the dangers of the Soviet-Chinese alliance. On August 8 and 22, the U.S. State Department held 2 meetings to study the situation in the Taiwan Strait and made 3 decisions. 1. Send additional aircraft carriers and fighter jets to provide landing craft, Sidewinder missiles, artillery and military supplies to Taiwan. This is the hand of Wu. 2. Put pressure on China through Dulles' reply to Morgan, chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the U.S. House of Representatives. This is the hand of Wen. 3. Authorize the ambassador to Taiwan to clarify the exchange of notes on the Mutual Defense Treaty between the United States and Taiwan. If China launches a large-scale attack on outer islands, it can retaliate, but small attacks are not included. However, neither diplomatic intimidation nor the brink-of-war policy could shake Mao Zedong's determination to launch the bombardment of Kinmen. From August 17 to 30, 1958, Mao Zedong chaired an enlarged meeting of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee in Baidahe. During this period, the final decision to bombard Kinmen was made. At 1 o'clock in the morning on August 18, Mao Zedong read the report of the Guangzhou Military Region to the Central Military Commission on the deployment of exercises in the direction of Shenzhen on the 13th, and wrote a comment to Peng Dehuai, prepare to attack Kinmen, directly against Chiang Kai-shek, and indirectly against the United States. Therefore, do not conduct exercises in Guangzhou and Shenzhen, and do not alarm the British. Said, please call the air commander's attention. Taiwan may dispatch a large formation of air force to counter-attack me and regain the air supremacy of Jinmen and Ma. Therefore, I should immediately prepare to defeat it with a large formation. The pursuit should not cross the Jinmen and Ma lines. Mao Zedong had already made up his mind to immediately launch bombardment of Kinmen. Fight Chiang directly and the United States indirectly was the guiding principle for this bombardment of Kinmen. During this period, Mao Zedong also gathered relevant personnel to study some issues regarding the bombardment of Kinmen. Ye Fei, who was ordered to command the Kinmen artillery battle, recalled. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon on the 21st, Chairman Mao asked me to go to his residence. I knew that he wanted me to accept the order. As soon as I saw the chairman, I first reported the preparations for the bombardment. Mr. Peng and Lin Biao attended. Xiaokai and the Prime Minister were not there, and Wang Shangrong, the Director of the General Staff Operations Department, was also there. The map was spread out on the carpet. The chairman was very focused when he listened to my report. After the report was over, he said nothing else and suddenly raised a question: if you use so many artillery fire, will the Americans be killed? At that time, American advisors in the Kuomintang army were deployed up to the battalion level. I said, that can be beaten. After hearing what I said, the chairman thought about it for more than 10 minutes without speaking. Later he asked, can we avoid hitting Americans? I said, it cannot be avoided. After hearing this, the chairman didn't ask any more questions or give me any instructions, and just called a break. This is an issue for the chairman to consider further. The meeting continued the next day. At this time, the chairman made up his mind and said, okay, let's fight as planned. And asked me to take command in Baidahe. On the afternoon of August 20th, Mao Zedong convened a meeting with Zhou Enlai, Deng Xiaoping, Lin Biao, Huang Keqian, Yefei, Xiao Jingguang, Chen Zilian, Wang Bingjiang, Wang Shangrong, and Tao Yang at his residence in Baidahe to make detailed arrangements for the bombardment of Kinmen. Mao Zedong decided not to attack Matsu for the time being, but to concentrate on bombarding Kinmen. At that time, the land, sea, and air forces transferred to the Fujian front line to participate in the war totaled 459 cannons, more than 80 ships and more than 200 aircraft. With an order, all troops from all walks of life entered their positions or designated positions on the evening of August 21st. At 5:30 p.m. on August 23rd, the bombardment of Kinmen officially began. The large-scale shelling lasted for more than 2 hours, with nearly 30,000 artillery shells fired, killing and wounding more than 600 KMT officers and soldiers below the rank of lieutenant general. 2 U.S. military advisors were also killed in the shelling. A large number of military facilities on the island were destroyed and the communications system was severely damaged. The next day, another joint attack by artillery and navy was carried out, severely damaging the large Kuomintang transport ship Zhonghai and sinking the freighter Taizhung converted from a large tank landing ship. These 2 strikes formed a tight blockade of the Kinmen area. The military supplies on Kinmen Island were only equivalent to 5.5% of those before the bombardment. The military supplies stored in the Kinmen area can only last for 30 days. The Kuomintang defenders were in a low mood. The shelling in the following days consolidated the results of thousands of bombardments on Kinmen and basically achieved the blockade of Kinmen. The bombardment of Kinmen caused the United States to panic and hurriedly mobilized the main force of the Pacific 7th Fleet and part of the 6th Fleet to the Taiwan Strait. Shelling Kinmen is a special form of combat. According to Mao Zedong's original vision, Kinmen was to be blocked by shelling, and eventually the Chiang Kai-shek group was forced to abandon Kinmen to achieve the operational goal of regaining Kinmen. This was an extraordinary measure that fully anticipated the possibility of the United States intervening to obstruct the liberation of Taiwan, and took advantage of the conflicts between the United States and Chiang Kai-shek over the issue of assisting in the defense of Kinmen, Matsu, and other coastal islands, without giving the United States an excuse to intervene with force. According to Wu Lengzi's recollection, at the Politburo Standing Committee meeting held on August 23, Mao Zedong said, "Our request is that the U.S. military withdraws from Taiwan and Chiang Kai-shek withdraws from Kinmen and Matsu. If you don't retreat, I will fight. Taiwan is too far away to hit, so I just hit gold and horses. This will definitely cause shock internationally, not only for Americans, but also for Asians and Europeans." On August 25, Mao Zedong said at another Politburo Standing Committee meeting, "Judging from the reactions in the past few days, the Americans are very afraid that we will not only land in Kinmen and Matsu, but also prepare to liberate Taiwan. In fact, we fired tens of thousands of artillery shells at Kinmen as fire reconnaissance. We don't say we will definitely land in Kinmen, nor do we say we won't land in Kinmen. We act with caution and think twice before we act. Because landing in Kinmen is not a trivial matter, but a matter of great importance. The problem is not that there are 95,000 Chiang Kai-shek troops there, which is easy to handle, but the attitude of the U.S. government. The United States and the Kuomintang have entered into a mutual defense treaty. There is no clear stipulation on whether the defense scope includes Kinmen and Matsu. Whether Americans will bear these two burdens remains to be seen. The main purpose of the artillery fire was not to detect the defense of Chiang Kai-shek, but to detect and test the determination of the Americans. He also said, "We will not directly contact Kinmen for the time being for publicity purposes. Now we need to recharge our batteries and avoid triggering." Not all the military leaders involved in the command understood the operational intentions of Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. Starting from August 27, the General Political Department of the People's Liberation Army, using the name of the Fujian Frontline Command Post, continuously broadcast a radio script urging the Kuomintang officers and soldiers defending Kinmen to lay down their weapons. It mentioned that the landing attack on Kinmen is imminent, which attracted the attention of foreign news agencies. Around September 1, Mao Zedong learned of the situation from foreign reports and severely criticized this as a violation of the principle of centralization and unity. He instructed the Central Military Commission to draft the instructions for the military struggle against Taiwan and Chiang Kai-shek's coastal islands, which was issued after his review and revision on September 3. This instruction pointed out, Taiwan and the Chiang-occupied islands along the coast are one of the most serious and complex focuses of the current international class struggle. Although the liberation of Taiwan and the Chiang-occupied islands along the coast is an internal matter of our country, it has actually become a complex and serious international struggle. We should not regard this as the struggle must be simplified and viewed as a complex struggle involving military, political, diplomatic, economic, and propaganda aspects. The complete solution of the issue of Taiwan and the Chiang Kai-shek Islands along the coast is not a short-term matter, but a long-term struggle, and we must have long-term plans. The instruction made 4 points on the policy of the coastal struggle, including the bombardment of Kinmen. 1. Continue the bombardment and blockade of Kinmen, but it is not appropriate to conduct landing operations at the moment. 2. The activities of shelling and blocking Kinmen must be rhythmic, hit and see, and hit. 3. The Navy and Air Force are not allowed to enter the high seas for operations. If Chiang Kai-shek does not bomb the mainland, I will not bomb Jin and Ma. While Jiang's army bombs the mainland, I will bomb Jin and Ma, but not Taiwan. 4. Our military is not allowed to take the initiative to attack the U.S. military. If the U.S. military invades our territorial waters and airspace, we must resolutely attack it. The instructions also pointed out, all important actions and propaganda must abide by the principle of centralization and unity, and must not make independent claims. This instruction gave clearer guiding principles for the bombardment of Kinmen. As we continued our campaign to bombard Kinmen, we encountered an important problem: how to deal with the escorting U.S. warships. In guiding the bombardment of Kinmen, Mao Zedong personally mastered the strategy and proportion of the struggle. Yafei recalled. Kinmen asked for help from Taiwan, so Chiang Kai-shek asked for U.S. warship escort. In this way, things got complicated. How to deal with the American escort? The U.S. warships were arranged on the left and right, with the Kuomintang ships in the middle, and the distance was only 2 nautical miles. Chairman Mao ordered, only attack Chiang ships, not U.S. ships. We were asked to avoid the U.S. ship escort and wait until the Chiang ship arrived at the port before we could open fire, and I was asked. We reported to Beijing every half hour. This instruction was difficult to implement and difficult to control. We asked another question, what if the escorting US ship fires at us? Chairman Mao immediately replied, if the US ship fires, you are not allowed to fire back. I was afraid that the message was not clear on the phone, so I repeated the question 3 times, and the answer was no fire back. So I gave the chairman's order to each gun group. At this time, the Zhang ship had entered the port to unload its cargo, and it would be impossible to fight again. I immediately asked Beijing for instructions and then ordered the artillery fire. Our intensive bombardment sank a Zhang ship in one fell swoop. As soon as our cannon fired, the American ship not only did not fight back, but turned around and ran away, making a big fool of itself. As soon as the US ship ran away, the Zhang ship was left alone, completely exposed to our artillery fire, and asked Taiwan for help. Taiwan asked, "Where are my friends?" Zhang Jian said, "If you are not a friend, you have already run away." They blamed each other and called Americans bastards. Only later did I understand that Chairman Mao's move was very clever. The chairman's intention is to get to the bottom of the Americans. The Americans appear to be very aggressive, but do they dare to fight us? It turns out that the United States is a paper tiger that runs away as soon as there is a fight. The Kinmen artillery battle was a drama for us and the United States to learn about each other. It was a very tense and interesting drama. Intensifying coastal struggles will inevitably involve the issue of delimiting territorial waters. At that time, China did not have clear regulations on the scope of its territorial waters. The United States and other imperialist countries, based on their own interests, only recognized the width of other countries' territorial waters as 3 nautical miles. Before launching the bombardment of Kinmen, Zhou Enlai presided over the drafting of the Chinese government's statement on the width of territorial waters. On August 22, the day before launching the bombardment of Kinmen, Mao Zedong convened a meeting at his residence in Baidahe to study territorial sea and airspace issues. At this time, the United States set up a posture in the Taiwan Strait to exert military pressure on China. By early September, a total of more than 430 aircraft of various types and more than 60 ships had been assembled. On September 4, the Chinese government issued the Statement on Territorial Seas, announcing that the width of China's territorial waters is 12 nautical miles. All foreign aircraft and military ships are not allowed to enter China's territorial waters and territorial waters without the permission of the government of the People's Republic of China. The statement reiterated, Taiwan and Penghu are still occupied by the United States by force. This is an illegal act that violates the territorial integrity and sovereignty of the People's Republic of China. Taiwan and Penghu and other places have yet to be recovered. The government of the People's Republic of China has the right to take all appropriate methods to recover these areas at the appropriate time. This is China's internal affairs and does not allow foreign interference. This statement is directed at the U.S. authorities. Expressing its solemn stance to the U.S. authorities in defending China's territorial waters and airspace also implies testing the U.S. trump cards. Americans can't hold their breath anymore. On the day China issued its statement, Dulles issued a statement with a tough tone, finally showing his trump card. On the one hand, this statement reiterated that the United States has treaty obligations to help defend Taiwan from armed attack. The joint resolution of Congress authorizes the President to use the armed forces of the United States to secure and protect relevant positions such as Kinmen and Matsu. This statement gave Chiang Kai-shek a reassurance. On the other hand, it also sent a signal to the Chinese government for peace talks, implying that the United States has not given up hope of resolving the Taiwan issue through Sino-US ambassadorial-level talks. On September 5, Mao Zedong delivered a speech at the 15th session of the Supreme State Council, focusing on analyzing the international situation since the bombardment of Kinmen. In his speech, he proposed the famous news policy and said, "The United States now has a big contract system here. It simply takes over Kinmen, Matsu, and Datan Island, Erden Island, and Dongding Island. I think it is comfortable. It is on our news. The United States' neck is hung on our Chinese iron noose. Taiwan is also a noose, but it is farther away. If it wants to include Kinmen, its head will be closer to us. If we kick it, it will not be able to escape because it is tied by a rope. Mao Zedong said, "We don't want to climb those Kinmen and Matsu." Why are you climbing there? Its fortifications are quite strong. Just to scare them. However, it is not certain that we will not attack Kinmen and Matsu. Whenever we have the opportunity, we will drill up and go with our cameras. Talking about the statement on territorial seas issued the day before, he said, "This document is quite complicated. It takes some thinking to come up with this idea. I have been preparing for this document for several months. It was drafted last year, and it was prepared for more than a month this time. There must be laws and regulations. Otherwise, it will be lawless and it will be difficult to get things done." When talking about the struggle against the United States, he made several judgments, all based on his observations in recent years. Article 1, Americans and we are both afraid of war, but who is more afraid? Dulles was more afraid of us. There is a question of power here, a question of the human heart. The heart is the power. Communism, nationalism, and imperialism. Among these three isms, two are relatively close, namely communism and nationalism. Article 2, when the United States and other countries form military groups such as the North Atlantic Treaty, the Baghdad Treaty, and the Manila Treaty, are they attacking socialism or nationalism? Now I think it is an attack on nationalism. If the bone of socialism cannot be gnawed, it will gnaw at the easier places to gnaw. Number 3, are tensions bad for us? It is both beneficial and harmful to the West and us, but in comparison, it is more beneficial to us. Of course there is no war now, but this kind of tense situation in the context of armed confrontation can mobilize all positive factors and make the backward classes think about the problem. Finally, Mao Zedong raised the issue of preparing for war. He said, "Things in the world still require an insurance factor, so be prepared for war. First, we do not want to fight and we oppose fighting. However, if you don't think about things in the world to their extreme, you won't be able to sleep. It must strike. It must strike first, the atomic bomb. Since it's either a fight if you're afraid or a fight if you're not afraid, which one should you choose? I think we still have one thing in mind: if we want to fight, we will fight, and after we fight, we will build." At that time, Dulles repeatedly spread the so-called war brinkmanship policy. Mao Zedong's speech played a role in inspiring fighting spirit and stabilizing people's hearts. On September 6, the 15th session of the Supreme State Council continued. At this meeting, the statement on the situation in the Taiwan Strait region issued by Premier Zhou Enlai in response to the Dulles statement on the 4th was discussed and adopted. Zhou Enlai made an explanation. As he spoke, Mao Zedong interrupted. "Zhou Enlai, I don't think you need to talk too much, just think about it. All the positions, principles, policies, and strategies are all above. Didn't they issue a territorial sea statement the night before yesterday? It was also a step ahead. This is what the chairman said yesterday. Our action is to mobilize the power of all parties in the world, and all parties have expressed their attitude. Mao Zedong, the only one who openly supports it, is Ri Singman of South Korea. Zhou Enlai, even the Philippines has conditions to attack its military base before it participates. How can we attack its military base? Mao Zedong, even the Philippines will not participate. It will not participate unless we defeat it. Mao Zedong, shooting is the first thing to do, speaking is the last thing to do." Next, Zhou Enlai analyzed Dulles' trump card. Mao Zedong also spoke. He first analyzed the current situation of the Taiwan Strait struggle. He said that they had decided to withdraw from Kinmen and Matsu, but he would not withdraw. "If you don't withdraw, I'll attack. If you withdraw, I won't need to fight. If you withdraw all of them, I won't hit you at all. This is also a difficult problem for Chiang Kai-shek. He is afraid that if he withdraws, it will affect the morale of the people and lose these 2 pieces of land. His land will not be large. I heard that the Americans also advised him to withdraw, but I don't know if that's true or not. If you don't withdraw now, we will keep fighting anyway. I can fire once every few weeks or every few days, or once every 2 months, with tens of thousands of artillery shells in one strike, or a few zero cannons every day, or 100 or 200 rounds of artillery shells. He wants to exchange coastal islands for Taiwan. In principle, we cannot exchange Taiwan. If you hand over these coastal islands to us, Taiwan will become an independent country. This is definitely not possible, right? All the gentlemen here, can you? In principle, it's not possible. As for liberation, we have no fixed date for liberation. Neither the People's Congress nor the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress has made a resolution. It must be in a certain year or month. But in principle, Taiwan must be liberated. Speaking of Premier Zhou Enlai's statement on the situation in the Taiwan Strait area, Mao Zedong said, "This is something that has been considered. Some of the views have been developed together. This has been our view for several years. The good thing now is that we are fighting. The United States wants to talk, and it has opened the door. It seems that if it doesn't talk now, it can't go to the ground. It is nervous every day, and it doesn't know us. How to do it? Well, let's talk about it. In terms of the overall situation, it is better to resolve it through negotiation or peace. We are all peace-loving people. It was hard at the front but soft at the back." Zhou Enlai's statement on the situation in the Taiwan Strait region was issued that day, reaffirming the Chinese government's consistent position on the Taiwan issue and emphasizing the following points. First, it is affirmed that the determination of the Chinese people to liberate their own territory of Taiwan and the Penghu Islands is unshakable. The Chinese people are particularly intolerant of direct threats from coastal islands like Kinmen and Matsu in their own mainland and inland seas. Any war provocation by the United States will never scare the Chinese people. On the contrary, it will only arouse greater anger and stronger determination of the 600 million people to fight the American aggressors to the end. Second, given that the U.S. government has expressed its willingness to resolve disputes between China and the United States in Taiwan through peaceful negotiations, the Chinese government is ready to resume ambassadorial-level talks between the 2 countries. However, the danger of war caused by the United States in China's Taiwan region has not been reduced. Third, the international dispute between China and the United States in the Taiwan Strait area and the internal affairs issue of the Chinese people liberating their own territory are 2 completely different things. The Chinese people have every right to take all appropriate measures to liberate their own territory at the appropriate time and will not allow any foreign interference. If the U.S. government brazenly ignores the repeated warnings of the Chinese people and the peaceful wishes of the people of the world, continues to invade and interfere in China, and imposes war on the Chinese people, the U.S. government must bear all the serious consequences arising therefrom. The next day, 1 million people marched in Beijing, and leaders of various democratic parties made speeches in support of Premier Zhou Enlai's statement. The Soviet Union also came forward to express its position. On September 7, Khrushchev, First Secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and Chairman of the Council of Ministers of the Soviet Union, sent a letter to U.S. President Eisenhower, calling on the U.S. government to act with caution, otherwise it will bring irreparable consequences. He also emphasized that China has loyal friends who will assist China at any time when it is invaded. This reassured Khrushchev. On September 6, Soviet Foreign Minister Gromyko came to Beijing on behalf of Khrushchev and held talks with Zhou Enlai and Mao Zedong successively to learn more about China's true intention of shelling Kinmen. When Mao Zedong met with Gromyko, Gromyko said, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union fully agreed with China's position, strategies, and practices that Premier Zhou mentioned to Sudalikov last night. At the same time, Khrushchev was also preparing to write a letter to Eisenhower to warn against the policies implemented by the US and British governments. He also informed him of the main contents of Khrushchev's letter to Eisenhower. Gromyko said to Mao Zedong, "Zhou Enlai's statement is a very timely and good statement. I believe that Premier Zhou Enlai's statement and Comrade Khrushchev's letter to Eisenhower will have very important and due effects." Mao Zedong was relatively satisfied with Khrushchev's letter to Eisenhower. In the early morning of September 7, I wrote a remark to Zhou Enlai, asking him to gather 5 or 6 people this morning to carefully study the manuscript of Khrushchev's letter to Eisenhower. If possible, write an opinion and give it to Foreign Minister Ge. The correct part will account for 90%, and the negotiable part will only account for a minority. He also proposed, He Wenzhong should comment on the new Sino-A statement. The U.S. authorities also saw that continuing to escalate the situation was likely to cause trouble and quickly responded to Premier Zhou Enlai's statement. On September 8, the 15th session of the Supreme State Council continued. Mao Zedong spoke again at the meeting. It turned out that Mao Zedong had proposed to suspend the shelling for 3 days starting from September 4 to observe the developments of all parties. However, the United States took the opportunity to resume escorting the Kuomintang troops. Therefore, the Central Military Commission decided to launch another large-scale shelling of Kinmen on September 8. Mao Zedong proposed to publish the news policy. Mao Zedong had a clear assessment of whether the bombardment of Kinmen would trigger a war between China and the United States. On September 10, he received a telegram from Ho Chi Minh on the 8th. The telegram said, "In view of the tense situation in Taiwan and the stubborn attitude of U.S. imperialism, please tell us, is it possible that a US-China war is impossible? What preparations should we make in Vietnam? The struggle in the previous period has begun to bear fruit. By shelling Kinmen and blocking the Taiwan Strait, it showed the Chinese people's determination to liberate Taiwan, forcing the U.S. government to show its trump card and prepare to resume Sino-US ambassadorial level negotiations. In this case, China is prepared to adopt a easing policy." On September 8 and 9, Mao Zedong convened Liu Shaokai, Zhou Enlai, Deng Xiaoping, Peng Zhen, Zhang Wenquan, Huang Keqian, Wang Bingnan, Jiao Guanhua, and others at the Yinian Tang in Zongnanhai to discuss the Chinese government's plan to ease tensions in the Taiwan Strait region. Subsequently, Mao Zedong entrusted the struggle in the Taiwan Strait to Zhou Enlai and others. On September 10, he left Beijing and went to Hubei, Anhui, Nanjing, Hangzhou, Shanghai and other places for inspections. At this time, the contradictions between the United States and Chiang Kai-shek on the issue of defense of outer islands had begun to emerge, and the Americans had also seen Chiang Kai-shek's intentions. On September 7, U.S. warships escorted the Kuomintang Navy. Near the Liluo Bay port in Kinmen, when the Kuomintang naval ships encountered heavy artillery fire from the People's Liberation Army, the U.S. warships turned around and evacuated the Kinmen waters. On the 11th, U.S. Secretary of Defense McElroy told Eisenhower that the Joint Chiefs of Staff believed that the Kuomintang troops should withdraw from Kinmen and Matsu, or use them as outposts with only a small number of personnel deployed. He believed that Chiang hoped to promote a war between the United States and China as a prelude to the Chinese Kuomintang's attack on the mainland. On September 15, the ambassadorial-level talks between China and the United States resumed after a 9-month interruption. The struggle moved from the Fujian front line to the negotiating table. The venue of the talks was changed from Geneva to Warsaw, the capital of Poland. The representative of the Chinese side has not changed and is still Wang Bingnan, the ambassador to Poland. The representative of the U.S. side has been replaced by Jacob Beam, the ambassador to Poland. Mao Zedong attached great importance to the resumption of negotiations between China and the United States. Before going out for inspection, he listened to Wang Bingnan's report on the previous session of talks at the meetings on September 8 and 9. Before Wang Bingnan returned to Warsaw, he also met with him specially. According to Wang Bingnan's recollection, before returning to Warsaw, Chairman Mao met with me specifically and pointed out matters that should be paid attention to during the talks. He said, in talks with Americans, you should use a more persuasive method. For example, you, the United States, are a big country, and we, China, are not small. Why do you want to be enemies of the 600 million Chinese people for the island of Taiwan, which has a population of less than 10 million? What effect does your current approach have on the United States? What are the benefits? He also said that we should use more brains during the talks, be modest and cautious, and do not use overly irritating language toward the Americans like the Panmunjom negotiations, and do not hurt the feelings of the American nation. The Chinese people and the American people are both great nations and should be reconciled. He also instructed the comrades present that when I return to Warsaw, Xinhua News Agency will send a message saying that Wang Bingnan has returned to China to report on his duties. At the first meeting of the talks, the U.S. representatives did not put forward a plan. Wang Bingnan put forward China's plan and suggested that both parties jointly issue a statement promising to resolve disputes between China and the United States in Taiwan and other areas of the Far East through peaceful negotiations, and reach an agreement on the following 5 points. First, the Chinese government declares that Taiwan and the Penghu Islands are Chinese territory, and coastal islands such as Kinmen and Matsu are islands in the inland sea of mainland China. The Chinese government has the right to take appropriate measures to liberate these Chinese territories at the appropriate time. This is China's internal affairs and does not allow foreign interference. Second, the U.S. government pledges to withdraw all its armed forces from Taiwan, the Penghu Islands and the Taiwan Strait. Third, the Chinese government declares that the coastal islands such as Kinmen and Matsu, which are occupied by the Kuomintang troops and directly threaten the mouths of Xiamen and Fuzhou, must be recovered. If the Kuomintang troops are willing to take the initiative to withdraw from these islands, the Chinese government will not pursue them. Fourth, the Chinese government declares that after recovering coastal islands such as Kinmen and Matsu, it will strive to liberate Taiwan and the Penghu Islands through peaceful means, and will refrain from using force to achieve the liberation of Taiwan and the Penghu Islands for a certain period of time. Fifth, the Chinese and U.S. governments agree that the freedom and safety of navigation and flight in and over the high seas in the Taiwan Strait must be guaranteed. According to Mao Zedong's original vision, China's plan should be a plan that strives to take the initiative and make the United States passive. On September 13, he wrote a letter to Zhou Enlai and Huang Keqian in Wuchang, instructing, during the negotiations in Warsaw, within 3 or 4 days or within a week, conduct a reconnaissance war, and do not tell the whole story. It seems that the other side will not tell the whole story, so they must conduct reconnaissance on us first. However, the Chinese representatives put forward their plan prematurely, which gave the American representatives the wrong impression that the Chinese government was eager to liberate Kinmen and Matsu, so they wanted to take the opportunity to raise the asking price, and their attitude became tough again. 3 days after the Chinese plan was proposed, on September 18, the United States formally proposed a ceasefire plan, requiring China to renounce the use of force or the threat of force against Kinmen and Matsu Islands. On the same day, U.S. Secretary of State Dulles spoke at the United Nations General Assembly and also proposed a ceasefire as soon as possible. The United States also mobilized Nordic countries, India, and other countries to propose a so-called ceasefire plan to the United Nations. Negotiations once again reached a deadlock. On September 18, Mao Zedong learned the news in Hefei, Anhui, and immediately wrote to Zhou Enlai to make suggestions on the guidance of the negotiations. After Zhou Enlai received Mao Zedong's letter, he immediately convened Chen Yun, Peng Zhen, Zhang Wenqian, Huang Keqian, Liao Chenzi, Zhang Hanfu, and Xiao Guanhua for a meeting to study. He wrote to Mao Zedong that night, "Our plan was proposed too early, giving the other party the illusion that we are eager for success." Therefore, Dulles emphasized ceasefire in his speech at the UN General Assembly today, but also mentioned the elimination of provocations. At the same time, the United States knows that we will not expand the war to Taiwan at the moment, and we know that the United States does not want to get involved in the Kinmen War. The United States wants to pressure us to cease fire and get rid of its passive position. Based on these circumstances, we believe that in response to the United States ceasefire request, we should expand our demands on the U.S. military to stop provocations and refrain from all aspects. Taiwan and Taiwan Strait retreat activities. Zhou Enlai proposed 5 specific measures. First, prepare a foreign minister's statement refuting Dulles' speech at the UN General Assembly. Second, mobilize local newspapers, political parties, and people's organizations to widely respond to the statement. Third, inform the Soviet charge d'affaires and Luciao of our struggle strategy to Khrushchev and Gromyko, so that the Soviet Union and brotherly countries can cooperate with our actions. 4. Call Sihanouk in my name to thank him for supporting us, explain to him the so-called ceasefire conspiracy of the United States, explain our determination to regain coastal islands and the sacred right to liberate Taiwan, which do not allow the United States to interfere. 5. Submit the same content mentioned above in the form of a diplomatic memorandum to the governments of socialist countries, Asia, Africa, and Northern Europe to draw their attention. Mao Zedong received a letter from Zhou Enlai in the early morning of September 19. At 4 o'clock in the morning, I wrote back to Zhou Enlai, I received the letter on the 18th and night. It is very good. I have taken the initiative. After reading it, I am very happy and will comply with it. Please forward your letter and my reply to comrades Wang Bingnan and Ye Fei immediately, so that they understand that our new policy and new strategy are proactive, offensive, and reasonable. A high position and an overwhelming force are the necessary forms of our diplomatic struggle. On September 20, Chinese Foreign Minister Chen Yi issued a statement refuting Dulles' speech at the UN General Assembly, pointing out that China was not at war with the United States in Kinmen and Matsu, and there was no ceasefire at all. China's punishment of Kinmen, Matsu, and Chiang Kai-shek's armies is China's internal affair and cannot be interfered with by outsiders. The key to resolving tensions in the Taiwan Strait is the withdrawal of U.S. troops. At the same time, China is also actively working with some countries to persuade them not to fall for the U.S. ceasefire proposal. The Fujian front-line troops once again violently bombarded Kinmen and Matsu, increasing military pressure on the Kuomintang. On September 22, Zhou Enlai wrote to Mao Zedong, proposing suggestions on the Kinmen battle policy, and specifically reiterated fight without ascending, break without death. Mao Zedong replied on the same day, your comments on the Kinmen battle policy at 3 o'clock on September 22 were quite right. If we act accordingly, we will be completely invincible and in a proactive position. Seeing that the Chinese government's attitude was very tough, the Americans wanted to take the initiative to get out of the deadlock. On September 30, Dulles stated at a press conference that if there is a reliable ceasefire in Taiwan, it would be stupid, unwise, and imprudent to maintain a large number of troops in Kinmen and Matsu. He also said the United States does not have any legal obligation to defend coastal islands. On October 1, U.S. President Eisenhower also said, I don't think it is a good thing to have all these troops stationed there. These signs indicate that the United States has begun to summarize the lessons learned in the previous period, adjust its policy towards Taiwan, and attempt to change from a brink of war policy to a disengagement policy in China's coastal island areas. Mao Zedong keenly saw this change. When he met with the delegations of Bulgaria, Albania, Romania, Mongolia, the Soviet Union, and Poland on October 2, he said, Dulles is very difficult to deal with now, and he is very passive. People ask him, why does he involve himself in Kinmen? Except for Dulles, everyone in the world says that Kinmen is an island of China, and the Kinmen issue is China's internal affairs. It is very difficult for him to do things now. We will continue to make things difficult for him. Don't let him escape easily. It is probably very difficult for him to escape here. This is an important decision made in response to the escape policy of the US government. But Mao Zedong did not make the final decision immediately. He thought about it for 2 or 3 days. He also needs to calmly observe the reaction of the United States, especially Chiang Kai-shek. At 8 o'clock in the morning on October 5, Mao Zedong wrote a letter to Peng Dehuai and Huang Keqian, asking the Fujian frontline troops to suspend the shelling and observe for 2 days. He wrote, regardless of whether we are escorted by U.S. aircraft and ships, on October 6 and 7, our army did not fire a single shot, the enemy shelled me, and I did not fire back a shot. We stopped and observed for 2 days before reasoning. The Air Force must defend, but not go to sea. One more thing, do not make public statements during these 2 days, because it remains to be seen what the situation will be. At 2 o'clock in the morning on the 6th, Mao Zedong gave Peng Dehuai, Huang Keqian and others wrote a letter, saying, I said yesterday that I would not issue a statement and would wait for 2 days before making any statement. Then I thought about it and decided that it would be better to make a statement first, so I have a letter to compatriots in Taiwan. This will be sent out soon. Please broadcast it a few more times on Fujian Frontline radio station. We look forward to it. The letter to compatriots in Taiwan mentioned here is the letter to Taiwan compatriots drafted by Mao Zedong, drafted by Defense Minister Peng Dehuai. Such a change from silencing all flags and drums to making a statement first shows that Mao Zedong, after careful consideration and repeated consideration, finally made up his mind not to let the United States escape from Kinmen and Matsu. At the same time, the Taiwan authorities are warned not to follow the Americans to the end and not to believe that the Americans will not abandon them. Defense Minister Peng Dehuai's message to compatriots in Taiwan was written by Mao Zedong at 1 a.m. on October 6, published in the People's Daily that day, and broadcast to the outside world through the Fujian Frontline radio station. Message to compatriots in Taiwan begins with, "We are all Chinese. 36 strategies, peace is the best strategy." Then, it points out the consensus between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party on the One China issue. Taiwan, Penghu, Jin, and Ma are Chinese territories. You agree on this? As seen in the proclamation of your leaders, it is indeed not American territory. Taiwan, Penghu, Jin, and Ma are part of China, not another country. There is only one China, not two Chinas. This is also what you agree with. The Americans will definitely abandon you one day. Don't you believe that the historical giant will come out to prove it? From your position, can you not be cold? The letter to compatriots in Taiwan refuted Dulles' so-called ceasefire proposal and once again reiterated the initiative to peacefully resolve cross-strait relations at an early date, saying, "There is no war between the People's Republic of China and the United States, and there is no ceasefire." Talking about ceasefire without fire, isn't it a joke? Friends in Taiwan, there is war between us, and it should stop, and put it out. This requires negotiation. The war between you and us has not ended yet. It is not good to hold negotiations and implement a peaceful solution. This is an issue related to China, not to China and the United States. The letter to compatriots in Taiwan announced, starting from October 6, for a period of 7 days, the shelling will stop for a period of 7 days. You can fully and freely transport supplies, but on the condition that there is no American escort. If there is an escort, this will not be the case. There were conflicts between the United States and Chiang Kai-shek on the issue of withdrawing troops from Kinmen and Matsu. On October 2, the third day after Dulles delivered his speech, Chiang Kai-shek hastily announced in a conversation with the Associated Press reporter, Dulles' speech was only a unilateral statement by the United States and the Kuomintang authorities have no obligation to abide by it. Mao Zedong's decision to publish a message to compatriots in Taiwan was conducive to further deepening the contradiction between the United States and Chiang Kai-shek. The first and second pages of Defense Minister Peng Dehuai's message to compatriots in Taiwan drafted by Mao Zedong on October 6, 1958. According to the analysis of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, the United States has three cards in its hand when it comes to the Taiwan issue. One is to defend the Golden Horse, the other is to create two Chinas, and the third is to freeze the Taiwan Strait. After the struggle in the previous period, the Americans took back the first card. The Chinese government firmly opposed the second card, and Chiang Kai-shek did not accept it. As for the third card, due to Chiang Kai-shek's strong dissatisfaction, the Americans will not play it immediately. The central government's original policy was to take a two-step approach, first to recover coastal islands including Kinmen and Matsu, and then to strive for the liberation of Taiwan. Based on the current changes in the situation, it has been decided to keep Chiang Kai-shek on the coastal islands of Kinmen and Matsu and not take them back for the time being. In the future, we will try to take back these coastal islands, the Penghu Islands and Taiwan all at once. Changing from a two-step approach to a package solution is a major decision that will have a long-term impact on relations across the Taiwan Strait. Later, when Mao Zedong reviewed the history of the bombardment of Kinmen, he gave a very detailed and vivid explanation of how and why this important decision was changed. Every aspect of the Kinmen artillery attack was handled by me and the Prime Minister, how to fight, etc. It was such a serious situation. 6 of the 12 U.S. aircraft carriers came, and the 7th Fleet was his largest fleet. They engaged in brinkmanship and escort. This place is a U.S. warship, and this place is the Kuomintang Army. They are just a little apart. He doesn't move even if he puts up the American flag here. He doesn't hit us, and we don't hit him either. We can't be careless about this matter, we have to be very precise and disciplined. If we switch to even-day campaigns instead of single-day campaigns, what kind of thing will we do in the future? You have to read all the public opinions and news all over the world every day. Only 2 big books can you understand the situation and know how to act. Xiang, how else would we make decisions? Didn't we report here at the beginning? At that time, we, Zhang Wenbei, and many friends were all unanimous about bringing Kinmen and Matsu back. When we arrived in Fujian, didn't I join you? By the way, it would be better to leave Quemoy and Mizu to Chairman Chiang, and give him Kinmen, Ma, Taiwan, and Penghu, because the United States has a policy of exchanging Kinmen and Ma for Taiwan and Penghu. If we only bring back Kinmen and Malay, we will just follow the Dulles line. So, we returned to Beijing in October. It changed when the time came. Jin, Ma, Taiwan, and Penghu are all together. Now they are all under Chiang Kai-shek's control. In the future, they will be liberated together. China is so big, why rush to get Jin and Ma? In this way, we will not become Dulles's subordinates, otherwise he will be our leader, and we will exchange gold and horses. Taiwan and Penghu, Chiang Kai-shek does not want to be president. We do not agree with this. The Americans oppressed him and did not want him to be president. It was agreed that Chiang Kai-shek agreed, and Chen Cheng also agreed. Later, when we learned this news, he became more energetic. The Communist Party supports it. Now that he has decided to be president, is it better for Chiang Kai-shek to be president, or for someone else to be the president? At present, it is better for Chiang Kai-shek to be the president. But he is pro-American, but if he is so pro-American that he wants to destroy that thing, he doesn't approve of it. A week has passed since the message to compatriots in Taiwan was published. On October 13, Mao Zedong drafted another order to suspend the Kinmen bombardment for another 2 weeks. This order was issued to the Fujian frontline troops in the name of Defense Minister Peng Dehui, and was publicly published in the People's Daily on that day. The order said, the bombardment of Kinmen will be suspended for another 2 weeks starting today to observe the enemy's movements and to ensure that the Kinmen soldiers and civilians are fully supplied, including food and military equipment, to facilitate their persistence. The two sides were originally in a state of hostility, but our side had to stop shelling and let the other side replenish food and ammunition. This kind of strategy is extremely rare in the history of war at home and abroad. However, this is what makes this Kinmen artillery battle special. Mao Zedong called it basically Wenda. The order explained, soldiers never tire of deceit, and this is not deceit. This is to deal with the Americans. This is national justice, and the boundaries between China and the United States must be clearly distinguished. In terms of the overall situation, what we do does not harm ourselves, but benefits others. Who benefits? It benefits the 10 million Chinese people in Taiwan, Penghu, Jin, and Malaysia, and benefits the 650 million people of the entire nation, but it is not beneficial to the Americans. The order reiterated, Americans staying in Taiwan and the Taiwan Strait must go back. There is no reason for them to stay here, and they will not be able to leave. Recovering Taiwan, Penghu, Jin, and Malaysia as a whole and completing the reunification of the motherland is the sacred task of our 650 million people. This is China's internal affairs. Outsiders have no right to interfere, and the United Nations has no right to interfere. The order reiterated the principle that U.S. warships are not allowed to escort, Americans are not allowed to escort in the Kinmen waters. If there is an escort, fire immediately. This bottom line demonstrates to the world the Chinese government's strong determination not to tolerate any foreign interference in China's internal affairs. Mao Zedong also drafted a letter to compatriots in Taiwan, which was not published later. From this we can see Mao Zedong's important thoughts at that time. He wrote, "Since U.S. imperialism occupied Taiwan, the situation has changed. U.S. imperialism has become our common enemy. The Kuomintang is no longer our main enemy. We are still hostile to you, but this hostility has been reduced to second place compared to national conflicts. A few years ago, Premier Zhou Enlai proposed to this is the reason why you proposed peace talks. If the peace talks are successful, our two parties can turn enemies into friends. We recommend that all compatriots in Taiwan, Penghu, Kinmen, and Mizzou unite to adopt firm but flexible policies to reduce internal friction and deal with national enemies together." On the same day, Mao Zedong met with Cao Juran, a writer for Singapore's Nanyang Shangpao who settled in Hong Kong. Accompanying him were Zhou Enlai, Li Jishan, Zhang Zheizhong, Cheng Qian, and Zhang Shizao. Mao Zedong told him, as long as the Chiang family and his son can resist the United States, we can cooperate with him. We agree with Chiang Kai-shek's policy of preserving the Jin and Ma. If Chiang withdraws from the Jin and Ma, the situation is over, people's hearts will be shaken, and it is likely to collapse. As long as they are not involved with the United States, Taiwan, Penghu, Jin, and Ma can be managed by Chiang for how many years, but they must be open to navigation and not come to the mainland to engage in espionage activities. Taiwan, Penghu, Jin, and Ma must all come back. Mao Zedong said, "Our policy is to isolate the United States. He has only one way to go, and if he doesn't go, he will be passive. We must tell Taiwan that we in Warsaw do not talk about the Taiwan issue at all, we only talk about asking Americans to walk. Chiang Kai-shek should not be afraid that we will work with the Americans to deal with him. They have disbanded the branches with the United States and connected them with the mainland. When the branches are connected, the roots are still yours. They can survive and do whatever you want." Zhang Shizao interjected, "This way, the US Aid Association was cut off. We can save all his troops. I will not force him to reduce his troops, let him implement the Three People's Principles, and fight against the communists, but he will not send planes or spies to cause trouble." Cao Juran asked, "Some people in Taiwan ask how to live their lives." Mao Zedong's speech is an important supplement to the basic policy of peacefully resolving the Taiwan issue. It was later summarized by Zhou Enlai as one outline and four objectives, which was conveyed to the Taiwan authorities in early 1963 through a letter from Zhang Zheizhong to Chen Cheng. The first guideline is, as long as Taiwan returns to the motherland, all other issues will be properly handled with respect for the opinions of the President and my brother. The four objectives include, after Taiwan returns to the motherland, except that diplomacy must be unified with the central government, all military and political personnel arrangements will be handled by the president and his brother with full authority, all military, administrative, and construction expenses, including any shortfall, will be allocated by the central government. Taiwan's social reform can be slowed down, but it must wait until conditions are mature, and the opinions of the president and brother will be respected before proceeding. Both parties have agreed not to send anyone to do anything that undermines the unity of the other party. After the bombardment ceased, on the night of October 19, U.S. warships resumed escort operations in the Kinmen waters. This is a provocation to China's sovereignty. At noon on October 20, Zhou Enlai sent a written report to Mao Zedong. The report said, the news warning the United States to escort convoys in the Kinmen waters was broadcast at 12:30 today, twice in a row, in the same Chinese and foreign languages. On the Xiamen front line, everything is ready. Orders have been issued by phone and text respectively, signed by Ketchen, and informed that the bombardment is limited to the fortifications, positions, and beachhead ships on the Kinmen Islands, and no villages, barracks, and the command authority should not accidentally attack American ships. Our Air Force and Navy will not dispatch. The Ministry of National Defense ordered a 3-hour broadcast. After the oral broadcast, the artillery fire will be launched immediately. Mao Zedong immediately approved, follow it. It is more appropriate to start the bombardment 1 hour or half an hour after the oral broadcast. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Defense Minister Peng Dehui issued an order to resume shelling of frontline troops in Fujian. At 4 o'clock, the People's Liberation Army once again punished the Kuomintang defenders in Kinmen with shelling. The resumption of shelling this time aroused strong repercussions internationally. On October 21, the British Manchester Guardian commented, the obvious reason why the Chinese Communist Party resumed the bombardment of Kinmen is to show the U.S. Secretary of State Dulles that they can do so as long as they like to do so. On the 22nd, the Scotsman published the editorial believes that the Chinese's resumption of bombardment of Kinmen shows that they may stop fighting. For them, using Kinmen as a means to cause disputes between Chiang and the Americans and to keep the Taiwan issue hot is more valuable than if Kinmen falls into their hands. From October 21 to 23, Dulles visited Taiwan and held many talks with Chiang Kai-shek. This visit did not achieve the expected results, but further exposed the contradiction between the United States and Chiang Kai-shek to the world. They also admitted in the communiqué issued after the talks, this consultation was scheduled to be held within 2 weeks of the Chinese Communists announcing that they would implement a ceasefire in Kinmen. It was originally hoped that under such circumstances, measures that could help stabilize an actual non-war situation could be mainly considered. However, on the eve of the consultations, the Chinese Communists violated their declaration and resumed the bombardment of Kinmen. In view of these developments, these consultations certainly focused on the military aspect of the situation. Under the current circumstances, the defense of Kinmen, together with Matsu, is closely related to the defense of Taiwan and Penghu. The United States escape plan was thus ruined. On the afternoon of October 21, Mao Zedong pointed out at the Politburo Standing Committee, Dulles went to Taiwan this time to ask Chiang Kai-shek to withdraw his troops from Jin and Ma in exchange for my promise not to liberate Taiwan and to allow the United States to completely control Taiwan. Chiang Kai-shek did not agree, but instead asked the United States to assume the obligation of mutual defense of Jin and Ma. The two got into a quarrel, and ended up saying their own things and broke up unhappy. He also said, there are contradictions in the relationship between the United States and Chiang Kai-shek. The Americans tried to turn Chiang Kai-shek's Republic of China into a vassal state or even a trusteeship, while Chiang Kai-shek tried his best to maintain his semi-independence, which created a contradiction. We will not land at Kinmen, but we will not agree to the so-called ceasefire of the Americans. This will even make the United States and Chiang Kai-shek quarrel. In this case, Mao Zedong and the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China made the decision to shell the area every other day. On October 25, Mao Zedong drafted another additional message to compatriots in Taiwan in the name of Defense Minister Peng Dehui and published it publicly. A further message to compatriots in Taiwan focuses on exposing the U.S. government's attempt to create two Chinas and points out, the Chinese people's affairs can only be solved by us Chinese ourselves. If it is difficult to solve at the moment, we can discuss it in the long run. Dulles, the American political broker, is nosy and wants to insert a hand in the historical dispute between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party and order the Chinese doing this or that will harm the interests of the Chinese people. That is to say, the first step is to isolate Taiwan, the second step is to take over Taiwan. If it doesn't work, you can use the most vicious methods. My fellow citizens, I advise you not to rely too much on others and let others take away all your power. The letter to compatriots in Taiwan reiterates, there is only one China in the world, not two Chinas. We agree on this. The Americans' trick of forcing the creation of two Chinas will never be allowed by the Chinese people, including you and overseas Chinese. The letter to compatriots in Taiwan announced the practice of shelling for military targets on alternate days. I have ordered the Fujian front line not to attack Kinmen's airport, the docks, beaches and ships in Liluo Bay on weekends, so that the military and civilian compatriots on the islands of Greater Kinmen, Little Kinmen, Dada and Erden are fully supplied, including food, vegetables, cooking oil, fuel and military equipment are included to facilitate your long-term persistence. Stop and stop, half stop, is not a trick, but a normal product of the current specific circumstances. It is still conditional on not bringing in American escorts if there is an escort. In short, the purpose of the next day's bombardment was to defeat the United States conspiracy to create two Chinas. In this way, the single-day bombardment had a double meaning. On the one hand, it allowed Kinmen to continue to be a noose for the United States, on the other hand, it gave Chiang Kai-shek sufficient reason to refuse to withdraw troops from Kinmen, Matsu, and other outer islands, in order to oppose the United States conspiracy to create two Chinas. The bombardment of Kinmen was a major action in which Mao Zedong skillfully used political struggle, military struggle, diplomatic struggle, and public opinion propaganda and integrated them into one. Although the bombardment of Kinmen failed and could not fundamentally solve the Taiwan issue and Sino-US relations, it was a heavy blow to Chiang Kai-shek's arrogance in counter-attacking the mainland, especially to the U.S. attempt to create two Chinas. In this struggle, Mao Zedong changed and adjusted his deployment in a timely manner and used strategic policies flexibly, forcing the United States to continue to maintain the diplomatic dialogue channel of Sino-US ambassadorial talks. Facts have proved that this struggle is of great significance to ensuring national sovereignty and national security.